to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. It is our last regular meeting of the year. Year flew by in some ways. So we're going to start off our morning with an invocation by Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church. And we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Supervisor Thomas. So good morning, Pastor.
Good morning. It's good to see you all. We pause, Lord, this morning, recognizing that this year is rapidly running through our fingers. In retrospect, we can hardly believe that that time is completely gone already. But within the context of that, Lord, our hearts are grateful for your presence and your leading and guidance in all that we do. And once again today, we thank you for this group and pray that your Spirit will lead and guide, will bring wisdom and insight and courage to the discussion today, that the things that need to be done can be accomplished. We're grateful for your word, which says, because we have set the Lord always before us, and he is at our right hand, we shall not be moved. So steadfast we are, and faithful we are. And may this outcome of today's meeting honor and glorify you, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Thank you.
Please join me in honoring our nation's flag. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, my chair feels crookedy. That's weird. Maybe it's me. So with that, we'll move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. I didn't hear anything. CIO, you don't have any changes today?
No changes, Madam Chair.
Awesome. All right, then I'll just go down the line here. District 5?
No changes, but I do want to thank the voters of South Lake Tahoe for item number 6, a 4% increase to go towards road maintenance and snow removal. So needed and so appreciative. Thank you, Ellen.
Good news.
Very good. And District 1?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes, except I'd like to just recognize item number 23 is a proclamation for Patty Borelli that I'm going to give at the city council tonight. She's leaving the city council after 16 years of service. And so I look forward to honoring her at the city council meeting tonight.
Thank you for doing
You
that.
bet. Yes, absolutely.
And District 2?
No changes.
And I don't have any changes. I just want to ask that the record reflect on item 10 for the 4x park, that I'm supporting this item because we were assured at our last meeting in October about this project that staff is going to make sure we have better extended public outreach on this project. And I was really appreciative of that. So just wanted that comment in here in the record. We did receive a few emails about it, and I wanted everyone to know we assured that we're going to do better and more. So that's all that is. With that, Kim, can we have public comment on the consent calendar only?
Now, taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning. Brian Carter, City of Placerville resident. I'm here this morning to talk about item number 37. Chair Parlin, you're being asked to sign a letter of support for a REAP 2.0 higher impact transformative grant by the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Before you sign this letter, you should know exactly what it is you will be supporting. Chair Parlin, just last week, you were talking about how frustrated you were by the mandates and the dictates from the state that affect our local decisions. Well, I can sum up how terrible this grant is just by listening to things that you can't use the money for. Now, for a bit of context, this grant is committed to something called AFFT, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. AFFT was codified into state law by AB 686, and starting January 2021, every housing decision at every level of government must adhere to AFFT guidelines. One of the core principles of AFFT is encouraging development of new affordable housing in higher resource areas that promotes housing infrastructure, increased transportation choices, and affordability in areas of higher opportunity outside areas of concentrated poverty. Now, I'm not here to argue for or against the merits of leveling the playing field by intentionally targeting wealthy neighborhoods for affordable housing projects. But understand this context. This is the context of what the state is pushing. Now, with that context in mind, this grant is for adding affordable housing. But if you use this money to add affordable housing, you cannot add any road or highway capacity. That is prohibited by the rules of this grant. If you use this grant money to add affordable housing, it can't have a parking lot. The rules prohibit any costs associated with automobile and motorcycle parking, and specifically prohibits any project with a surface parking component. If you use this grant money to add affordable housing, it cannot have any connections to any fossil fuel infrastructure. No gas, no propane connections are allowed. If you use this grant money to add affordable housing, it can't be used to construct or repair any street that benefits single-use occupancy vehicles. This is absolutely ridiculous. Now, TRPA is going to do whatever they want to chase down every available dollar, no matter the cost. County Council explained to me last week that they don't need permission or oversight to chase these grants. But I implore you, Chair Parlin, not to sign your name in support of this garbage. Don't invite any more of these draconian state mandates into our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Not taking public comment from Ruth.
Good morning, board. Yeah, what I have to say today, I'm not asking for any item to be pulled, and I will tell you which items I'm addressing. They're more procedural and hoping that perhaps when you have your good governance workshop, I think possibly in January, maybe you might address some of these issues. So the items I'd like to address are items 2, 8, 9, 15, 19, and 23. So a little bit out of order, but 2 and 19, those are both items where you're approving something to, well, 2 is you're going from 25,000 to 75,000, a threefold increase. Item 19, you're going from 24,000 to 97,000. And I'm not sure this is the appropriate use of consent calendar to have that kind of increase in a contract without perhaps looking again at going to competitive bid or a little more explanation of why these agreements are being inflated to such a degree. Number 8 had to do with the discharge of some accounting fees for ambulances. And one thing that concerns me on that one is when you look at the write-up of the amount, and at number 2, approve a one-time discharge of accounting of ambulance fees debts older than 3.5 years due to a change in outside collections agencies to the amount of $5.9 million. Because you're changing outside, I mean, what? That's $6 million with a one sentence explanation. So that's of concern. Why could you find a collections agency that could deal with that? 9, whenever you have a contract, like 9 is a $99,000 contract for a carport design. It doesn't appear, and no, I have not read every item, that it went to competitive bid, but I wonder what is the ceiling amount for not having to go to competitive bid? And when you have something for 99,000, is it like cut off 100,000 or something for when things have to go to competitive bid? Number 15, that one I really think, I'm not asking you to pull it, but that's a really interesting item, that this is the settlement of 2 lawsuits about oak trees, and you're bringing in the American River Conservancy, which is actually an organization I highly support. And I think they're a great agency. That's not the issue, but okay, 30 seconds. You know, when I've asked Don Ashton before, when I've asked him about the use of consent calendar and the overuse of consent calendar, I really got a simpleton response in that it's the way we've always done things. And I'd like to have seen something like this pulled off. And the last one is 23, which is you are not bidding out competitive bids for physicals for people who pre-employment because they're the sole provider. I highly doubt they're the only one who can provide this service. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kelly Nalawacha.
I'm so sorry. Good morning. I always forget to unmute. Am I good?
Yep. Hi, Kelly.
Oh, wonderful. Good morning. Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback probably on a different angle. Thank you for the caller before me taking and giving me a little more time. Agenda item 19 and 23 to be kind of correlate. I do notice that you're asking for $25,000 from a legal firm that does very sophisticated employment background information and human resources, along with 23, which I'm assuming also is along the human resources chain of events. As the public and looking at these two amounts, one is I'd like to kind of know a little bit more about why we need right now another $25,000 for a particular, like I said, this company is a legal firm. They are very highly respected in more like higher end employment. Perhaps it's for a new HHS director. I'm not really sure. At that level, I'm sure it's not for just a lower level staff that you would spend $425 an hour on an attorney. As for the 23, I agree with the caller. One is I do believe there are agencies within people's own personal medical provider that you can get employment screenings. I also kind of am concerned on the motivation and exactly how we prevent also potential, whether it's knowing or unknowing bias or discrimination based on an in-depth third-party physical examination, which may have a little bit more motivation, looking for issues that may or may not seem at risk, such as disability, workman's comp, mental health, migraines, an array of things that could lead the county to perhaps cleverly look to dissuade from a hire. So I would like a little bit more information on the motivation between 19 and 23. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, county, no, CAO, do you have any responses to a few of the questions?
The one question on the dollar amount needed to go out to competitive bid, the board approved a new policy on or ordinance on that 3 months ago, prior to which there was no minimum threshold to go out to bid. Now the threshold is $100,000 to go out to competitive bid, which is pretty consistent with other jurisdictions as well. The other comments, I mean, I wouldn't, if the public hasn't, encourage them to read the staff reports. Some of the comments that were made are addressed in the staff reports in Legistar.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't answer the questions, they can always feel free to call the department director who brought the item or call my office and be happy to provide additional information.
Okay, very good. With that, then, Kim, you want to read what we're approving on our agenda today?
Sure. Adopt an agenda and approve of the consent calendar with the following change. Supervisor Parlin will have the record reflect that regarding item 10, Fort Bay Park, she is supporting the project based on staff ensuring that there will be better public outreach.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Oh, I can say it today. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Very good. Wow, I had to switch my brain around there. Thank you for that. Okay, so we have a few minutes that we can get a couple things done, I think, before 9:30. How about, yeah, I'm thinking of number 50. Is that a good one to start off with?
Sure, absolutely.
Let's do that one. Number 50, please, Kim.
Item number 50 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board appoint Olivia Byron Cooper as the interim director of Health and Human Services effective December 13th, 2022.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. As indicated in the staff in the recommendation, this is to appoint Olivia as the interim director in the absence of a permanent director until we have a recommendation for a successor. Olivia has agreed to step into this role, which is very much appreciated, and she is here in the audience. If the board would like to speak to her at all, she's available. But I've had a lot of conversations with her over the past week, for sure, and obviously we need someone to run that department in the interim. It is a department matter discussion because we're setting executive level compensation. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? No?
Just to,
I-
yeah, appreciate your willingness to.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Olivia, for being willing to step into this. This is a big role and we're here to support you as much as we can. And I'm sure the CEO's office, everybody will support you. So thank you.
Okay, then Kim, let's get public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 20, excuse me, item 50. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay,
I just have one final comment. I just want to recognize our staff in HHSA. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of difficult things to work through, and really appreciate everyone's patience and pulling together to serve the agency and serve the community that we represent. And we're going to get through this, and really appreciate that you, Olivia, stepping into this role.
motion.
So with that, I'll move the item.
All right. With that, I'll second it.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, approves unanimously. Thank you, Olivia. Okay, then I'm thinking, we still got time. Should we do the Bill of Rights proclamation? Get that guy going. So that's item 51, Kim.
Item 51 comes from Supervisor Parlin, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing December 15th, 2022 as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County.
All right, with that, this is a proclamation that we do every year to commemorate Bill of Rights Day. Proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado commemorating December 15th, 2022 as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County. Whereas the first 10 amendments of the Constitution of the United States of America, known collectively as the Bill of Rights, were ratified on December 15th, 1791. And whereas the Bill of Rights recognizes, affirms, and protects our most fundamental rights as Americans, serving to safeguard our liberties and to guarantee the freedom of speech, press, and assembly, the freedom of religion and conscience, the right to a fair trial and prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. And whereas on November 27th, 1941, to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights, Franklin D. Roosevelt issued a proclamation to designate December 15th, 1941 as Bill of Rights Day and refer to the first 10 amendments of the Constitution of the United States as the Great American Charter of Personal Liberty and Human Dignity as part of his message. And whereas to commemorate the Bill of Rights with a special day, December 15th, ensures that we honor the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms it enshrines and the sacrifices made to create and preserve these rights. And whereas Bill of Rights Day is a day for the officials of the government and the people of the United States to remember and honor the Bill of Rights and the liberties that it affirms and protects by displaying the flag of the United States on public buildings and by meeting together for such prayers and such ceremonies as may seem to them appropriate. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim December 15th, 2022 as Bill of Rights Day in the County of El Dorado. So shall we get some public comment and then we'll bring it back?
Sure.
That's good.
Now taking public comment on item number 51, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I thought it was important to recognize this for various reasons that we're all very knowledgeable about. It's been a tough time for the good old US of A over the last few years, especially. As we know, we lost in the World Cup. But the kids really worked hard, and we appreciate the fact that we enjoyed while they were competing. I think it was last week or possibly the week before, we were talking about human rights and how important that was. We also have civil rights, and we hear these in the news media all the time about whether or not we are effectively pursuing them as a nation. I'm still optimistic. I don't know if you all are about the levels of government, in this case, federal, state, and local. And so I appreciate this. And I was trying to remember somebody, and I hope he's on, I think it was Ken, that every year talks about the Bill of Rights and whether or not we've done it correctly. But I haven't heard him speak for quite a while, so I'm not sure. But I thought maybe I'd come up here just to honor this proclamation and hope everybody else appreciates it as much as I do. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning, everybody. The Bill of Rights is probably why I got involved in listening to your supervisors' meetings, because my rights and the rights of Americans have been violated by unlawful lockdowns, masking of kids, forced vaccinations, threats. Nancy Williams was a big part of that. She was just doing her job, but she did take an oath, as well as all of you did. And I also want to talk about the persecution of Todd White. Don't think that people aren't thinking about that and seeing what you're doing, paying him to stay at home, thus silencing him. He does have a right to free speech. He has the right to affiliate with anybody he wants to outside of work. Those are fundamental rights that are being violated. I know you guys are chasing your tail trying to figure out what to do with them, which is funny. It's quite funny. But back to our rights that were violated the last 3 years, almost 3 years. I saw Nancy Williams on the news the other day talking about the one death we've had in 3 years, flu death. Well, gee, I wonder why we haven't had any quote unquote flu deaths. So we haven't thrown away our signs. We still got some good signs. So, we will be exercising our freedom of speech and our Bill of Rights. And if Nancy decides to pull any fast ones, we'll be there protesting peacefully. And I think that's it. So it's one thing to, sign a piece of paper and do a big kumbaya, but it's another thing to have the courage, all of you sitting up there, to actually put aside your political beliefs and respect the Bill of Rights and respect the rights of all people, especially the people that you don't agree with. So it's not enough to just sign a declaration. You actually have to work towards this. So with 2023, I hope that you guys really maybe go over the Bill of Rights and ask yourself, are you doing everything you can to protect it as you swore that you would?
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to board. Any additional comments, questions? Let's move it. Oh, it's my item. I guess I should move it. Sorry about that. I wasn't thinking. My bad. I'd like to move to approve the proclamation.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Man, that goes so much faster when we do that. I'm having a
Yes.
hard time with my brain right now. So thank you for that. And let's do item 48.
Item 48 comes from Health and Human Services Agency, recommending the board, acting as the governing board of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, receive a presentation by a representative of the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee, and to receive and file the fiscal year 2021-2022 In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and Advisory Committee Annual Report. I'm sorry, it looks like Laura Walney has her hand raised. Is
Oh.
she
That's what you'd
presenting for-
expect? Okay.
I'll go ahead and make her
Move her
a
over to a
panelist.
panelist.
Yeah. Promoter.
Yeah.
Good eye, Kim. Thank you.
Laura, you've been promoted to a panelist, so you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
All right, I am also trying to start the video and it is not allowing me to.
Try, go ahead and try now.
How's that?
There you are.
Okay. Well, good morning and thank you for having me early this morning. I do appreciate it. I am presenting on behalf of the IHSS Public Authority Advisory Committee. I am Laura Walney. I am the Program Manager for Adult Protective Services, In-Home Supportive Services, and In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority. This report is a summary of the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual report to the board. As you know, one of Public Authority's primary missions is to provide assistance to IHSS recipients who are searching for providers. And we do this through the establishment of a provider registry. Last year, the IHSS Public Authority assisted with matching approximately 135 recipients and providers from the IHSS Care Provider Registry, which exceeded the prior year's matches. We added 25 new registry providers and 325 non-registry providers, conducted 48 program orientations and 663 Department of Justice background checks. At the end of the fiscal year, there were 1,616 IHSS providers, which is about an 8% increase from the prior fiscal year, serving 1,580 recipients. Of the recipients being served on the IHS program at the end of the fiscal year, 266 were under the age of 18, 750 between the ages of 18 and 64, and 564 over the age of 65. Approximately 70% of our providers are relatives. Just shy of 5% of those providers are spouses. 37% are parents of both adults and minor children. And approximately 60% of the providers are relatives overall. Actually, no, 70%, sorry about that. El Dorado County does have a higher percentage of live-in providers, both relative and non-relative in comparison to the statewide average. We also have a higher percentage of parent providers in the IHSS program in the county in comparison to statewide. The current provider wage rate is $15.50 per hour. That will increase to $16 in January as El Dorado County does pay a 50-cent wage supplement for providers. And the average number of service hours provided per month per recipient was 147 hours. During this last year, the Public Authority continued to maintain a small emergency backup provider list, which was initially implemented during the pandemic. However, for this current fiscal year, we have now formally made that an ongoing addition to the program. It is a new requirement by the California Department of Social Services. So we've also made the technological updates to our system to generate emergency backup lists as needed. In regards to utilization, I will say though that for El Dorado County, the utilization of emergency backup providers has been quite low. We do not receive frequent requests for an emergency backup provider, and we currently have 4 individuals who have identified themselves as backup providers and are available in the event we do need them. They also do receive a $2 per hour supplement to the wage rate. During this year, as in the last couple of years with the pandemic, we've maintained considerable flexibility regarding provider enrollment and orientation needs during the year. We have a hybrid model so that we have the ability to be flexible based on the needs and based on the conditions in the community at the time. But our hybrid model does allow both online as well as in-person orientations. In-person orientations have been happening both in Tahoe and on the West Slope for the last while now. And those are available to anyone who is interested. Additionally, IHSS, one of the things that we pride ourselves with in IHSS is, in the public authority specifically, is that we do individual provider orientations, because as you can imagine, sometimes navigating the timesheet world and all the requirements for the in-home supportive services program from the provider's perspective requires a lot, and sometimes it's difficult to navigate that system. So even with a staff of just 2 people for this program this year, we've conducted 129 individual trainings in addition to everything else that the staff do. So I just want to go ahead and recognize the level of devotion and dedication that we do have. Going forward for the current fiscal year, we are fully staffed with 3 individuals. For our goals, one of the things that is always a priority is really just expanding the number of providers that we do have to ensure that we have providers available, particularly in our underserved areas, which are typically South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado Hills, and Georgetown. Somerset as well sometimes, depending on where we are. But that is always, growth is always a continual process for us. So we're always looking for additional providers, additional individuals who may be interested, and they can always reach out to us. The IHSS Advisory Committee meets quarterly and is a group that their mission is really to support the development of the services that we provide, both in the public authority, but also in IHSS overall. And to really provide relevant education regarding the program. The structure of the advisory committee is such that 6 representatives are either current or past recipients of home care services. 2 representatives are current or past providers of service. And then we have 3 community members. One of the biggest challenges for the IHSS advisory committee has always been vacancies and having sufficient number of people on the committee. We did see an increase in fiscal year 2021 for membership, but unfortunately at the end of the year, we did lose both our chair and a former long-term committee member and former chair. So we're continuing to work on additional recruitment at this point to appoint a new chair and bring additional members to the committee. One of the things that, as soon as we do increase membership, we will be looking to review and revise the bylaws to hopefully return to the board with recommendations, which may help in the future as far as both recruitment and retention for public authority advisory committee members. That's really the biggest challenge we're having right now. But during fiscal year 21-22, we actually were able to have a more robust committee for a period of time. It was just unfortunate circumstances that now leave us with limited membership. So we are back out in recruiting and we'll continue to share information and updates as we go forward. Does anyone have any questions at this time?
Just a comment. Thank you, Laura. I really appreciate the report. I went through your report for IHSS and it was very thorough. And, I just want to say, because I've done this personally with my parents, is to stay at home and take care of those. And, the idea of in-home services is just so critical. It's just such an important part of our society, being able to take care of those when our family members, when they need it, and be able to be paid for it so that you don't lose your earnings and, you don't have to go on subsidies yourself while taking care of your parents or whomever. It's just really, really important. And I can't tell you how impressed I always am to see and hear about what is going on. I just want to say thank you to you and to all the care providers. It saves our county and our communities so much money and it's so much better for the patients. So it just provides a huge service. And I think people get confused. They think it's a county service and it's not. This is a separate service. And that's important to remember that because within your body of being a public authority, you have that ability to keep this service going. And again, I thank you very much for that service.
Thank you very much.
Before we move on, Supervisor Novosel, I just want to see if maybe by the last meeting of the year, is your button working? Did we get it fixed? Can we test it really quick? Okay, it's on. Now I'm going to see. Okay, leave it on. Now let me see if I can turn it off or not from here.
Oh, yeah.
We got it working for you by the end of the, yay, very good. I didn't know or not. So,
Unbelievable. What a miracle.
awesome, right? Very good. With that.
No, thank you. I will use that.
No, it was totally fine. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, Laura, thank you for the presentation. One of the questions I get asked a lot is what is the eligibility? And my understanding is you have to be a Medi-Cal provider recipient in order to qualify for IHSS. And a lot of times we find that people have income that exceeds that, so they're not eligible. Can you clarify that? What is the eligibility criteria?
So the eligibility criteria for IHSS specifically is in fact having Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal is the funding for the services. So what we usually encourage people to do is even if they believe they may have excess income is to talk to an eligibility staff member regarding the Medi-Cal rules and regulations, because there are various things within the eligibility process or the application process that can be looked at. So it really does boil down to an individual's income and assets and what is looked at. There were certain changes that have been made in the course of this last or the current fiscal year that have an impact where the dollar amount of assets has been raised. So that's really important for people to go ahead and actually have the conversations with the eligibility staff here at the county so they can get information specific to their situation. If they have questions regarding might they be eligible for IHSS, what I would recommend is that they contact our office and we will go through a preliminary intake to really have that conversation and talk with them about the specific criteria, because it really is individual. But we're happy to have that conversation at any point in time and answer any questions that people may have regarding their circumstances, whether it's an individual calling for themselves, whether it is a family member who's calling to get information, possibly planning for the future type of thing. We're happy to answer those questions at any time.
Thank you. So is it best to call 211 to get to your office, or do you want to give us a phone number? Because there may be people listening right now that want to find out what their eligibility is, how do they apply, whatever. So which is the best route to take?
The best thing would be to call the office directly, and that is 530-642-4800 and ask to speak with IHSS intake.
Very good. And can you tell me the effectiveness from your perspective of the 211 number? Do you get referrals from 211 for these kinds of services? Because I would think for our seniors and the caretakers for the seniors that have been, stay at home, provide for the help and stuff, but it's beyond what they can do now. So they have to bring somebody in. Is 211 effective in your opinion at getting people to your office? Because we've been asking that at the board level.
Okay. From my experience, most of our calls come directly through our office, potentially also being referred from older adult services. We do not receive as many 211 referrals as I would have anticipated, but I think part of that is also because of the strong connection with older adult services at Spring Street. That is, information and assistance services there really send a lot of the referrals our way. We also receive a lot of referrals directly from doctors' offices, from the hospital, from home care agencies. So those pretty much is where our referrals are coming from more specifically than 211 at this time, based on my information.
Very good. So the last question is the El Dorado Hills senior daycare facility is still shut down. And I know we're trying to get that reopened. We've had some staffing issues and stuff, but do you see a response where people are asking for more IHSS because we don't have daycare? I mean, caregivers have a choice, right? And we used to have the daycare facility. You could go drop people off. And if you don't have that, and you need time to go out and do shopping, provide for car maintenance, whatever it is, then IHSS may fill that void that or ordinarily would be filled by the family daycare. So is there any relationship there from your experience?
I believe there is absolutely a correlation. We certainly felt it when the daycare was shut down due to the pandemic. We did receive some individuals applying for the IHSS program who were eligible financially. But what we've also seen throughout the last few years is a substantial increase in applications for the IHSS program, either individuals who are aging in place, family members are trying to provide care to keep them home and perhaps out of an institutional setting. We've had a lot more of that. So our numbers have absolutely increased in the last few years. Our applications right now, I believe we're averaging about 65 a month in applications. And that number was probably pre-pandemic about 30, 35. So the numbers are rolling pretty strong at this point in time. But we definitely see a combination of factors, but definitely an increase in IHSS. And I believe that daycare is certainly part of that. The daycare services, as you know, are something that are very much needed in the community. So, and we work in partnership with them. So we definitely saw an impact for that. But globally, we've also seen a considerable increase in IHSS.
Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Thomas?
Yes, good question, Supervisor Heidel. Thank you for those. And thank you for being with us in this report. It's, gratifying to see that your providers are up and that people are utilizing your services. It takes a very special person to dedicate their life to serving others. And so just take my hat off to all our providers. From a personal standpoint, I know how important this is. I have a family member who grew up in a different state and grew up in institutions. And she's now been in California for over 35 years now and is a client of in-home supported service. And it's changed her life, being able to be supported at home in her own home. And it is literally been a game changer. So greatly appreciate all you do and all that your providers do. And
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I want to thank you for all your hard work and stuff that you've done. There's a lot of things and a lot of volunteer groups out there that really do really good, especially when people want to stay home. They don't feel comfortable in a care facility. They feel more comfortable at home. And you guys have stepped up and helped that happen, especially as a lot of people. We've had a lot of people in our church that are seniors and stuff and the Emblem Club is one, Visiting Angels. Some of these volunteer groups have done a great job to help these people. So I want to thank you for all your hard work.
All right, with that good report, let's get some public comments. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 48. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating through Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, very good. Bringing it back to the board.
Move this item, please.
I'll second it.
Very good. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, approved unanimously. And again, thank you, Laura. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank
Good
you.
work.
Yeah, keep up the
really.
good work. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so that was that one. So we're going to move on to our 9:30 item, which is number 53.
Item number 53 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board acting as the governing board of the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to acknowledge the El Dorado County Public Housing Authority as a standard performing agency exempt from the requirement to annually receive approval from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development of its agency plan. 2, approve the 2022 update. 3, authorize the chair to sign the HUD PHA Civil Rights Compliance Certification, HUD PHA Plan Consistency with HUD Consolidated or State Consolidated Plan Certification, and certification of compliance with PHA plans and regulations. And 4, recognize the contribution of the Resident Advisory Board in assisting with the 2022 update to the administrative plan.
With that, I open the public hearing.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Allie McMillan, and I am here today representing El Dorado County Health and Human Service Agency's Public Housing Authority, also known as the PHA. The Public Housing Authority provides income-based rental assistance to very low-income residents in our county through income choice vouchers. This program pays a portion of the household's rent to private landlords. The PHA is federally funded through the U.S. Department of Housing and Development, also known as HUD, and is highly regulated with many rules and requirements. The public housing authorities are required to maintain a 5-year plan, which was last presented to your board on October 13th of 2020, and an annually updated administrative plan for the voucher program, which was last presented to your board by me on December 6th of 2021. The PHAs are required to update their administrative plan each year to incorporate new federal or state laws and requirements and provide guidance on updated policies internally and countywide, as well as to update and document HUD's local fair market rents and updated utility allowances. So we bring this item to you each year. We've provided you with copies of our 2022 administrative plan updates. That's this document, which we provided digitally as well. The plan with updates was available in the Johnson Street office in South Lake Tahoe. And actually this binder was in our 3047 Brew Road office here in Placerville. A notice was posted to the Public Housing Authority's public-facing website, and notices were placed in local newspapers, the Mountain Democrat and the Tahoe Tribune. And those notices updated regarding the plan updates and put notice for today's public hearing. Additionally, PHA staff provided information about the updates at local housing community meetings, which included resident board representatives, as well as members of our housing staff. So those would be landlords, representatives from our property management and other community stakeholders to review and give input on the plan updates. To date, we have received no written requests for updates to the plan, and any verbal feedback has centered around positive responses. At this time, the adoption of the resolution before you and completion of the action items associated with it will allow our Public Housing Authority to be in compliance with all HUD regulations and requirements for the administration of our program. Thank you.
Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I just have one, and that, can you explain to me the Resident Advisory Board? I'm not familiar with that. How was that set up? Who's on it? I recognize we want to extend our appreciation for their work, but I'm trying to get a better feel for what their activities are. Do they meet regularly? Just some general information.
Yes, so we have a variety of residents from a variety of different properties. So we have private landlords, and then we have some that are in multifamily housing complexes that are owned by different companies. So we have quite a few companies that own multiple different housing units. So we try and get a vast variety of households. Now, a household could be a single person household, or it can be a family household. So we really try and get a diverse group of representatives from, like I said, a person who lives in a single family home to a multifamily housing unit, multiple areas across the county, to represent all the different age groups, all the different races and ethnicities, to really represent a diverse group of persons who are in Public Housing Authority voucher system. And then they bring forth their experiences to talk about, as we make these changes, how it'll affect them. And so it's not a regular meeting, but it is something that as we present these changes, we are providing them information on it and then seeking updates.
So can you give me a feel for how many participants there were in this last cycle and contributing to this report? I mean, is it half a dozen? Is it a dozen?
It's about 20.
20. Wow. Okay. So you are truly getting a lot of inputs from people who are using the services to get the feedback, to understand where the opportunities for improvement may be.
Yeah, our goal is to really get a representative feel of those with lived experience.
Excellent. Thank you. So no formal structure. It's just always outreach and trying to get feedback from people.
Yes.
All right. I understand that. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, we'll get some public comment and bring it back to the board after that.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 53. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Any further questions, comments? Oh, wait, before I do that, I closed the public
There you
hearing.
go.
I
There you
almost
go.
forgot. I'm like, I don't want to leave that dangling out there.
With
Very,
that closure, I
there-
will move approval of item 53.
very
I'll
good.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Thank you, Ally. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we got a few minutes there. What are you thinking? Oh my God. It's kind of a choppy on the agenda.
Yeah, I think you either, I don't know how much comments the board has on item number 47, or we take a break for 10 minutes. It's up to you, Madam Chair.
I think we could probably do the handbook.
I think we can squeeze it in. Let's squeeze it in.
Let's do-
Okay,
yeah,
let's
47.
do that.
47.
All right, go for it, Kim.
Item 47 comes from the clerk of the board recommending the board adopt the El Dorado County Board Committee Commission Handbook. So this is Kim Dawson, clerk of the board. The board had some concerns the last time the handbook was presented, in particular, the implicit bias requirement. We looked at what we currently are using, which is a 3-hour program. The vendor does offer another program. It is presented live only, and it is 2 hours long. So it is our recommendation that we use the county's Target Solutions program, which is a 45-minute implicit bias class. We will be showcasing it at our January committees and committees kickoff. Going forward, it's also our recommendation that we use the honor system with our committee and commission members, acknowledging that they are volunteers. And as we present it to the, at the kickoff, we'll have it recorded and available to be watched at a later time. If a committee or commission member is asked if they have participated and say that they have, we will, if the board is agreeable to this, we will then mark that they have complied with their implicit bias requirement. If after 3 attempts to get them to comply with the requirement, if they still have not adhered to that request, we will contact the appropriate board member to reach out to that committee or commission member and decide what further action or if any action would be taken. So that is our recommendation. That was probably the big issue that came up with the handbook as far as how we would handle those requirements. Our kickoff in January will also have a Brown Act component. So I think that if people cannot make that kickoff meeting, everything will be recorded and available for future reference.
Okay, Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you, Kim, for taking this on. I especially appreciate the information on implicit bias training because that has been kind of a difficult one. And I do appreciate the thought of taking it back to the board member who has the ultimate responsibility of deciding what's best for their, hopefully, for their, not only their commissioner, but for the commission as a whole. So I think that makes sense. And I appreciate that conversation and all that work that you've put towards that. And I think in general, I just love this handbook.
Yeah.
And I just hope, is this something that we're going to be able to get to every, I would hope we get this to every commission and every commissioner.
So we will have the handbook at the kickoff in January. Then once, of course, if the board approves it today, we'll have it online. But recognizing that maybe a large percent of our committee and commissioners members don't even know we have a handbook.
Right.
Really, I'll be working with Kaylee Runkle, our senior deputy clerk, to be making that available to all of our committees and commissioners through emails and other outreach. So
So we are going to be doing that outreach, saying, here is a board handbook. Okay, because that's what I keep finding is people
Yeah.
are going, gee, it would be nice if you had a handbook. And so we.
We've got these tools, but nobody knows about them, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate all that work.
Supervisor Thomas.
Just want to applaud this common sense solution and all your hard work on that. You and Kaylee have done an amazing job at really bringing everything together and really looking forward to the training in January. Just a great chance for our commissioners to not only receive this information and ask questions, but meet each other and to understand they're part of a larger network that's serving the residents of El Dorado County. So I think this is a great solution and just really applaud all of your hard work on this.
And Supervisor Heidel.
And so Kim, the one word you said that concerned me a little bit was they participated as opposed to they completed. Do we have any way of knowing that when you click open the 45-minute session, it ran for 45 minutes and not 2 seconds? Because I can participate for 2 seconds. And I know how people want to kind of game the system once in a while, but do we know that it's been open? We can't tell that they paid any attention to it, but is there a recording that tells us they completed at least that 45-minute segment?
So if they participate within the target solution program, they ask you questions throughout, so
Okay.
you just can't let it run.
Okay.
Now, if they don't participate through target solutions, but they watch it as part of our kickoff at a later time, then there would not be a mechanism to know if they just let it run.
Okay.
That's going back to the honor system, acknowledging that when we ask them if they have, engaged with it, that they truly are engaged. And in all honesty, you could be sitting there in live and be participating and not engaged.
I'd agree,
So,
yeah. But you're there, at least the person was,
Right.
there as opposed to they were doing other things while a video was playing or something. So. that's all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I like that target solution.
Yeah, I do too. I think that's the best approach. I
Yeah.
think that's preferable, but we offer alternatives. So that's a good thing. So, yeah, thank you for all that hard work and putting this together. It's not an easy task. So.
And just, I was at several different committee board meetings last week. Just keep in mind, some people still like paper. So please be prepared to print these on paper.
Yeah, we will have those available at the kickoff. And
Yeah.
then Kaylee has expressed that as she goes out and attends meetings, she will have hard copies also to provide our commission members, acknowledging that not everybody has a printer, not everybody has good internet, so taking that into consideration.
Okay, with that, then let's get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, bringing it back to the board then.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you for all your work on this, Kim.
Yes.
We
Thank you
really
for all
appreciate it.
your guidance, assistance, suggestions. I think it's made the handbook much more comprehensive.
Yeah, very good. With that, we just have like moments until our 10 o'clock item. So I think if everyone in the lobby wants to come in. Let's see. You guys do you need a couple? Okay, we're gonna take that moment, take a break. And my bad. So we're going to move on to our 10 o'clock items. Kim, item number 54, please.
Item number 54 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, recognize John DiAgostini, El Dorado County Sheriff, on his retirement from the county after 12 years of sheriff and 3 decades in law enforcement, and two, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Sheriff DiAgostini's dedication to public service and congratulate him on his retirement.
Thank you, Kim. Don Ashton, your CAO. If it's okay with the chair, I'll read the proclamation. I would like to, as we do this item and the following item, I want to also make sure we recognize when you're serving in the roles of such as the sheriff and the assessor, it takes a strong partner to support you in those efforts. So their spouses are not mentioned in these proclamations, but they probably should be. Because I know that their success is because a lot of the work Janine and Heidi did. So it should not go unnoticed as well. So with that, I'll read the proclamation for Sheriff DiAgostini. Whereas John DiAgostini's 3-decade career in law enforcement, including 12 years of service as El Dorado County Sheriff, comes to an end on December 30th, 2022. Whereas John is a 4th-generation resident of El Dorado County, and has made a home here with his wife, Janine, and raised a family of 4 children and 4 grandchildren. And whereas John graduated in 1993 from the Sacramento County Sheriff's Academy and became an Amador County Sheriff or Deputy Sheriff in 1994, serving that sheriff's office in numerous positions, including patrol deputy, city's deputy, chief deputy coroner, detective, SWAT team member, SWAT sniper, crime-specific officer, narcotics investigator, armorer, range master, and firearms instructor, and is supervisor of the narcotics unit. And whereas in 2003, John joined the Amador County District Attorney's Office, where he investigated complex criminal cases and managed homicide investigations, going on to develop innovative programs and policies to streamline law enforcement bureaucracy and improve public safety, eventually being appointed second in command for the newly formed Amador County Combined Narcotics Enforcement Unit. And whereas he was elected El Dorado County Sheriff in 2010, earning re-election in 2014 and 2018, and as sheriff, he has supported program and agency development by encouraging staff to make their own decisions and ensuring them that they have his support. And he has provided the best equipment and training to ensure the highest level of public safety or public and employee safety. And whereas John won unprecedented support from the public to create a new public safety headquarters, a project that under his leadership was accomplished on time and under budget. And whereas Sheriff DiAgostini embarks on his retirement with the appreciation of those who have served under him and the people he has served. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does with appreciation and gratitude recognize Sheriff John DiAgostini for his significant contributions to the county and the law enforcement profession, and for his many years of service to his community. And upon a vote of the board, it will be passed and adopted on this date, December 13th, 2022.
Very good. Thank you for that. So Sheriff, would you like to say something now or wait until I get public comment first? It's your call.
That's the will of you, Chairman.
Come on, you're on your way up anyway. Let's get her started.
Thank you, Board Sheriff John DiAgostini. I got to do this without everybody knows I get a little sentimental, runs in my family. So this has been the most rewarding and frustrating at times 12 years of my life. I've had a great career, almost 30 years. It will be 10 days short of 30 years when I actually retire. The last 12 years, we've had extremely happy times, extremely sad times. We've celebrated, we've been frustrated. It's had its ups and downs, but overall, it's been the most rewarding. Like I said, 12 years of my life. It's not all me. I'm leaving at a time, I think, that every elected dreams of leaving on a high note.
but it's not my high note. As you can see in the back of this room and seated in the audience, some fantastic staff. We have a house full of leaders right now that I am extremely proud of. I've been blessed with 3 fantastic undersheriffs. First, Undersheriff Williams, who was the right person at that time for those first 4 years when things were extremely tumultuous. And then Undersheriff Pashon for the next 6 years. He was the right guy at that time. Now Undersheriff Golmitz, who is a lot like me, and which is by design too, because I think somebody like me standing next to Sheriff-elect Lykoff taking the next chapter of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office will be appropriate. But as CAO Ashton stated, the most important person is my wife. She has put up with and sacrificed and dealt with me for the last 30 years in this profession. Hasn't always been easy, at times extremely tough, but she has embraced it. She even went so far to start our family support group, Thrive with 1035. Not only set that up, but with a couple of partners, wrote a guidebook to put out there, and now that program is going literally nationwide. She is also vice president on another nationwide organization, How to Love Our Cops, to help families get through what we went through and help them survive this career. So Janine, God bless you. Thank you. Oh, got her going. Good. But it's been an honor serving El Dorado County, serving the people of El Dorado County through tragedy, through celebrations, through everything. It has been absolutely my honor and my privilege. And I can't thank the community enough for their support that made us as successful as we have been. Without their support, none of this, I would not be here. My staff would not be here. What we have, where we've come and where we are, we would not be here without the community. So as it should be in government. Thank you all very much for today.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I think what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get public comment. We'll start in the room and then I'll bring it back to the board for wrapping it up. Okay.
Now taking public comment on item number 54. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So anybody, we're going to start in the room and there's a lot of folks here. I'm guessing somebody might want to say something. So come on up.
Morning, Board. Sheriff-elect Lykoff with the Sheriff's Office. Thought about what I wanted to say today because obviously I'll have other things to say as the weeks go forward. But what comes to mind is any great leader knows the way, they model the way, they show others the way, and they go the way. And that's exactly what we've had over the last 11 years, 11 months and 14 days, I think. Not only with our sheriff, but with his wife, Janine. They came in at a time and they changed the culture of our agency, and they have taught us the right way to do business here. I've had the opportunity to work for 6 sheriffs in my career, and what we've been able to accomplish and learn under Sheriff D'Agostini, and what we've been able to do in our community is set precedents. It's the right way to do business. And so going to miss him around there. I'm going to have him on speed dial, I'm sure, and look forward to our many outings that we partake in, and where he can kind of fill me in on things and keep me going on a straight and narrow. So congratulations, Sheriff, on your retirement, and we love you, and we're gonna miss you. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Don't be shy, you guys. Come on down. And gals, I shouldn't just say guys, but you know.
Good morning, Board, CEO, Under Sheriff Brian Gomez from the Sheriff's Office. This will be quick and brief, but I'd just like to thank the Sheriff for your leadership and your mentorship, and especially your friendship. I've learned a lot, and really going to miss you. So thank you again for this incredible recognition of an incredible person. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then do you want us to go to Zoom and go online if there's nobody else?
All right.
Okay, there we go. I thought so. Come on down.
Randy Haskins, New Beginnings. I had the pleasure to meet the sheriff. I think it was right about 2011 with AB 109. I knocked on his door and asked him what he was going to do. And we had an interesting meeting that day. He had some very large chairs in the old office that were leather, and he didn't know it at the time, but I was extremely nervous. And my back against those leather chairs was just soaked. And so when we all got up to leave, he kind of made me leave first. And so my back was to him it was just soaked. But what I really wanted to say, what I really wanted to say, and I'm sure some of you will remember this not too long ago. I'm a business owner on Main Street, and there was a time not too long ago that we thought Sacramento was coming up the hill, and we started boarding up. There were many merchants, many people that boarded up those streets, and I don't know if there was any lumber left at the lumber yards, but I wasn't going to board up. In fact, I slept very well that night, knowing the leadership that we have here. So I just want to thank you for keeping us safe, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Randy.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Brian Richard, Chief Probation Officer. As a fellow member of the law enforcement community and the public safety community here in El Dorado County, there were just a couple of things I wanted to share with regard to John. First of all, to John, congratulations. It's an outstanding achievement, 30 years in law enforcement, but 30 successful years, I think is the best way to put it. But two things I want to note. The first is that when I came to El Dorado County about 9 years ago as your Chief Probation Officer, one of the things I noted was that John was on a cleanup mission relative to the Sheriff's Department and the way the law enforcement was conducted in El Dorado County. And I can say with absolute certainty that the version of the Sheriff's Department that I see today is by far and away greater than the version that I saw when I got here. And not that what we had was a bad Sheriff's Department then, but we have a better Sheriff's Department today. And that is undoubtedly due to the leadership of John. And the other thing that I would say is this. I think it's amazing that we get to live in the community that we get to live. It's a phenomenal place. It also has one of the lowest crime rates in the state of California, and there's a reason for that. There are lots of reasons for that, but one of the reasons is because we have a no-nonsense approach to law enforcement. We take public safety very seriously. We hold people accountable for the things that they need to be held accountable for, but that's done with a great sense of compassion. And I've seen it on the streets in the deputies. With the Sheriff's Department. I've seen it firsthand many, many times. And the reason that occurs is because of the expectations that is set by their sheriff. And so for that, I want to say thank you as a partner, but also as a citizen here in El Dorado County. So I think John has done an amazing job. And I just wanted to acknowledge him for that as one of his partners. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chief.
I was just going to listen, and John's probably worried about what I'm going to say, but I'm pretty political, and so I like to get to know all candidates that run for office, and then I share that information with others. And I guess it was probably in 2009 that I took some people and we interviewed John under the basement of the Cosmic Cafe kind of interrogate him to see what we felt. And that was when he ran against 6 other people. And we were really impressed with John, and I shared good feelings about him. And so I was really excited when he won the election. And also right after he got elected, there was many of us that were being terrorized by the U.S. Forest Service. And I remember challenging John to go get him, do something. And he did. And he changed the culture of the Forest Service during that time. And it really changed it for our family spends a lot of time out there, and it really made a difference. And I really appreciate how he stepped up during the tyrannical time of COVID, when so many other jurisdictions were being harassed and terrorized, and he made a stand that that wouldn't happen here. I'm also thankful for the actions that he took behind the scenes for the people during the Caldor fire, and so many other things that John's done that we'll never know about, that he's done to protect and watch over us. And I was also one of those people on Main Street that got our building boarded up, whether we liked it or not. But I also felt that same after watching the destruction in Sacramento the day before. I felt so much better that we lived in a county that we won't allow that to happen here. So thank you, John, for all those things, and have a wonderful retirement. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Sue.
Morning, Board. John DeVille, Sheriff's Office, soon to be Assessor's Office. I wanted to say a few words on behalf of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office employees, and namely the Fiscal Division. I want to thank the Sheriff for what he's done for the community, what he's done for the Sheriff's Office. And a few things. He's got an uncanny ability to make the people he's speaking with feel like the only people in the room. And that authenticity is something that's unparalleled, whether he's talking to somebody in dispatch, somebody in fiscal, a deputy. When he's speaking with you, he connects. And as my leadership grows here in the county, I'm hoping I can emulate some of those leadership traits, and that being one of them. I'm also thankful for his stories. Those of you that know the sheriff, he's a brilliant storyteller, and whether we're talking about the budget or county topics, he always weaves in a story from his experiences, from construction or working in an Amador, or from his family. And I'm going to miss those stories working for him, but hopefully I can hear more stories as his friend outside of the office now that he's retired. And he's been a great role model for me and for many at the Sheriff's Office, and really happy for him and Janine, and thanks, Sheriff. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
I'm Candace, and I'm just a community member. I have no association with the Sheriff's Department, but what I can honestly say is, as a community member, when John took office, we were all so excited as locals to have another local step up and take the Sheriff's Department. And then what he did with his time here has just been truly amazing. He's dealt with a lot of things, everything from our good friend Ish, who was tragically taken, and the way he took in that family and has supported them was amazing. So we thank you for that, John. And also, as a victim of the Caldor fire, to watch him and his family just step up as a sheriff and just open their hearts and their homes to the victims of the Caldor fire. I mean, truly amazing. Where else would you find a sheriff that would just step up and say, here's my ranch, please come camp out with us and we'll take care of you during your dark hours. So for that, we totally commit, we can't thank him enough for that. So we just really hope he enjoys his retirement and continues to love life in South County. And we appreciate having him out there. And just thank you so much for everything you've done for our community while you have served us. And we're glad to have had you. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Candace.
I'm going to make this quick. Team leader. He is the essence of believes in team, and he is a great leader, and everybody loves him. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. You didn't get a hug. Everybody else got a hug. Everybody else got hugs.
Good morning. I didn't know what I was coming to, but it's a treat. So Lars Knudsen from Pollock Pines, District 5. And Sheriff, I just want to say thank you. I didn't know why I was coming here, but I wanted to ask God to just continue to bless you and your family. And the greatest days are ahead of you, my friend. And we're going to have a lot of connections. So
Chris, you can come down and get a hug, you know.
Thank you, Lars. Anyone else in the room? We got a couple of people on Zoom that are waiting. Okay, we're gonna switch gears then. Jenny, did you want to say something before I switch? I just want to make sure you had the opportunity. I know you, okay. And there's gonna be other events, I'm sure. So, okay, just want to check in with you.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Yes, good morning, board and sheriff. You know, as I was thinking about this item, you know, the thing that comes to mind for me is after the new public safety facility opened, which is a great testament to John in of itself. I was attended one of the open houses and took one of the tours there, and I remember seeing this big poster that they had with patches from law enforcement agencies all across the state, and I was like, oh, I wonder what that's all about. Turns out those are patches from agencies that they've been able to recruit transfers from into our county, and it was just so impressive because I think it just speaks to how well our sheriff's department is respected across the state and frankly the nation among law enforcement, and that was really striking to me. And I've always felt we were in really, really good hands with John. And the other thing is, you know, I think a lot of leadership is really succession planning, and by all accounts, it seems to be going, you know, pretty smoothly. I have a lot of faith in Sheriff-elect Lykoff, and a lot of that has to do, my understanding is there's been a lot of work behind the scenes, frankly, going back several years to make sure that transition is as smoothly as possible. And that's a big credit to John as well. So John, I know we're gonna miss you in the political community here, but I know you'll be certainly still involved in the broader El Dorado County community, and looking forward to that, and hope you enjoy a little bit less stress and getting to spend time with your family. So Godspeed.
Thank you, Andy.
And now taking public comment from Kelly Najala.
Nalavaya.
Nalavaya. We're gonna get it, Kelly. Nalavaya.
I'll say it together. Nalavaya. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm gonna be really fast. I think it's okay for me to say on behalf of the Republican Central Committee, it has been such a blast campaigning for John, promoting John, working with John. It's so appropriate on the Bill of Rights Day that we are celebrating John, because this man, every moment of his office, has been protecting our constitutional rights, our Second Amendment rights, our rights to free speech, our rights to free medical choices, our rights to live within our families peacefully, and to have a law-abiding community, and to have law and order, and know that they can work together in a humane way. On a personal level, I have told this story in front of him so many times as a mother. John DeAgostini saved my son's life. I wish you could see me because I do get a little emotional too. It's 10 years ago, midnight, when I called John, and yes, he answered his phone and said, oh my God, I think they're taking Michael to jail. My son was 19. He was in the midst of addiction. And John told me to take a breath and to let them do their job, and that he's got me and he's got my kid. As an El Dorado Hills mother of what some might describe as a white privileged child, I was scared shitless, excuse my French, scared. But John said, I've got you. I've got your son. Don't bail him out. It's going to be okay. I had to sit there and see my baby with his little blue eyes, scared to death in his little orange jumpsuit behind the glass at midnight or about 1 o'clock in the morning at that point, tell him, I'm sorry. You're going to have to face your consequence. I can't bail you out. And that turned my son's life around. And I want you all to know you need to trust our sheriffs. Even when it comes to our homeless issue, when it comes to our addictions issues, they know what these people need. And sometimes, yes, they need to suffer the consequence. And guess what? Our sheriff's department has them. My son was treated with compassion and kindness. He did say the library sucked, but he learned to trade coffee for a pad of paper and a pen. And John checked in with me and let me know he was okay. He was doing good. He was a little quiet, but he was doing good. He ended up spending 2 glorious nights with you all. But because of that moment, he changed his life. I love you, John. I hope that you will be able to work with other teens and parents to let them know consequences are okay sometimes. And we look forward to working with Jeff. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Tracy.
Oh, Tracy, you got an echo or something. I'm gonna stop our timer, Kim, really quick. Just
always taking a constitutional stance for respecting our rights during the scamdemic and for trying to educate the supervisors and staff on the Constitution. I appreciate the way you handled the forest, the way you handled the immigration stuff. And when you opened your ranch, you and Janine, that was so touching to see you guys serving your community in that way. And one more thing I wanted to mention is we really appreciate seeing you see the reality of the agenda that was going on in this state and how our DAs were bought and paid for. And you were always transparent in what you knew was happening. And we appreciate that. Thank you, John. And thank you, Janine.
Thanks, Tracy.
That's it.
Now taking public comment from SD.
Hi, good morning, board. This is Lee and Leslie Jones, and we are just calling to tell John, we wish that we could have been there today to personally thank you for all of your service. We appreciate how you were always gracious in every moment, whether it was in a social environment or whether it was we had some concerns. You were always gracious, calm, reassuring, and genuine and authentic. And that's a very hard thing to find these days. We wish you and Jean just all the very best as you retire. We pray God's blessings over you richly and your entire family. And we're just so happy for you in starting this new season. And we hope to see you guys out and about, relaxed and just enjoying life. Thank you again for all of your service.
Thank you, Leslie.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to echo what Tracy and Ms. Jones said. The sheriff was always willing to meet with people. He would pick up the phone. Anytime I called, I was able to get a hold of him or get an answer. And that was pretty refreshing of an elected official because we didn't really get that from our supervisors, especially as our rights were being violated for the last almost 3 years. And I have so much respect for the DeAugustinis for what they did, the whole family for what they did for the people of Caldor. What they did was unbelievable, and they just did it out of the goodness of their heart. And we're just so lucky that we had a sheriff that stood up for us the way that he did over the last few years. And I just thank you so much, Sheriff, from the bottom of my heart. And good luck with your new ventures in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, before I bring it back to the board, I'm going to check in with our CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I got to read the proclamation and appreciate you allowing me to do that, but I wanted to speak now more as me. In 2011, you hired me to be your CFO. I'll never forget the interview down in the old sheriff's building with Under Sheriff Kohler, and I had no idea if the sheriff-elect was going to be there, but I remember telling my wife, if he's not there, I'm not taking the job. Or at the time, she was my fiance. When that statement didn't go over so well with her, but he bailed me out then, and he's bailed me out many times by showing up to that interview. As your CFO, I tried to advise you as best I could on budget, county politics, a different perspective, the civilian perspective. But one thing that stood out to me the most was from day one, John and Janine took in myself and my wife and my kids, and you could tell he was changing the culture to create a family environment and support. When I opened the comments this morning about the role our spouses play in that, I'll never forget Janine asking my wife to come to the Thrive meetings and to see that perspective and that culture they're bringing. You're successful in bringing that culture here. As the CAO for the past 7 years, and I do blame you for bringing me to El Dorado County and for sitting in this seat. So we'll talk about that another day. But as a CAO, we've had our battles, and that's the job that created that. But I always respected you and recognizing my role, recognizing your role. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we didn't, but we understood those roles, and it never, as far as I know, it never hurt our friendship. And that's what I hope to have going forward. I'm looking forward to hopefully that rum and coke and cigar we've always talked about. And we can argue and debate politics and
Gin and tonics now.
Gin and tonics now. All right, sir. But thank you for your support of my office, for your support of this county in your 12 years. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you, John. So I think I'll just go down the dais here if everybody's okay with that. We'll start over there, District 5.
John, congratulations. Enjoy your retirement. And Janine, yeah, you've done so much for the county also. So big thank you to both of you. Appreciate it.
So John, from my perspective, you've truly transformed the El Dorado County law enforcement into an extremely visible and effective public safety team. And I'm going to emphasize team, because teamwork is what makes things happen. You know that. I know that. A lot of us recognize that, but a team of people working together is going to be highly effective. And you brought that to the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department. As a result, several knuckleheads, to use your term, were given a strong message that crimes committed in El Dorado County will be fully investigated and the offenders prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Thank you for upholding our rule of law and making sure that crimes committed in El Dorado County were properly pursued. That doesn't happen across this state in all jurisdictions. So thank you for that. And then your ability to change lives, just talking to people, consulting people, like Kelly said, letting people know it's going to be okay. This is a tough day for you, but it's going to be okay. And I've got you. I'll make sure that when you come out the other end of this, things are going to be better. And as a result, that changes people's lives forever. So thank you for being that part of the El Dorado County Sheriff's Department and part of the county organization and making that happen. And lastly, I want to thank Janine for all of her loving efforts to complement John's work. I know she has been working extremely hard to complement, to support you in various things. And the work that she has done is just incredible. I've never seen anyone that's the spouse of an elected official do as much for a county organization as what Janine has done. So you stand head and shoulders above anybody else I've seen in terms of representing the family team approach to supporting so many people in this county. So again, my sincere appreciation and best wishes in your retirement. I know you're going to have a lot of enjoyable times doing things outside of your duties now, and maybe get a little bit of time to get away from the stress level that you face every day, because you have a very stressful position, obviously. And enduring that for 12 years is pretty incredible in and of itself. So again, thank you.
Those are hard comments to follow, Supervisor Hyde, all well said. Sheriff DiAgostini, what I have admired and respected most about you is your fierce, unwavering commitment to the security of El Dorado County and the residents that live here, and the people that travel and enjoy this beautiful, blessed land. Never for a moment have we ever caused, to doubt your unwavering commitment to that. And it's allowed all of us to sleep better at night, because at the end of the day, we knew you had our back. And that dedication is instilled, as Supervisor Heidel said, throughout your team. And so that legacy will continue, and cannot thank you enough for that. And speaking with Janine, I think when God created woman as an equal partner and a helpmate, he had Janine in mind. You are truly incredible. And I admire you so very much. And what you have created in the family and supporting, and none of us have walked in your shoes in law enforcement. We can't imagine the burdens you bear for our sakes. And it takes that support behind the scenes in order for you to do what you need to do to secure our lives. And it takes the families behind you to support you, so you can continue in that capacity. And Janine, you've just done an amazing job in that. And as has been articulated, your support of those walking through the Caldor fire was nothing short of incredible, to open your home and to serve them, true servant leadership. So you are leaving El Dorado County better than you found us. I know your legacy will continue, and just wish blessings to you and your family in this next chapter, and with extreme gratitude for your dedication to all of us.
It's going to be hard to get through this. John and I go back, way back. And I can remember when he decided to run for sheriff. And we did a boot drive down at my shop. And we didn't have no boots, so I had to take my cowboy boots off, if you remember that, to do this boot drive. And it was pretty funny. Good thing I had a pair of tennis shoes that was in my truck that I could put on as we did this. And it was a great event. We raised a lot of money. We really did. And I still remember the time when you came to me and you asked me a question. Am I a pickup type of person or a car type of person? I don't know if you remember that or not, but and I said, you need a pickup. You really do. You're a pickup type person. And I can still remember the time when you came to me and asked me the question, who do I answer to? Who do I answer to? And I said, you answer to the people of El Dorado County. And I didn't know there was a controversy thing that was going on in the board at that particular time. But I remember you asking me that question. We go back a long ways. Janine, you opened your ranch, especially to the Caldor fire. And thank you for the card that I got from you and your family. You guys did a great job. You really did. So thank you for that. John, you have represented the sheriff's office so much. You've done a great job for our community, our county. And I just can't thank you enough. I really can't. And I can't. And you left us in good hands. You really have with Jeff. You really have. You picked a good successor. I believe that. Dealing with the Ishmael family, with what's going on. I've known the Ishmaels for 45 years plus, a long time, and that was a tragedy. Because Brian used to come by my shop all the time before he, go out and visit his parents on Crystal Boulevard. And just recently losing Kim to brain cancer was just a tragedy. It's really a sad thing. So I just want to thank you for all the work and all the good things you've done for our county. I want to thank you, and I hope you have a good retirement. And I still remember when you called me, I was shocked when you said you were going to retire. It just floored me is what it did. So anyway, thank you for everything you've done. And you've been a great friend. Thank you.
And just wrapping it up here, has it been frustrating for you and all of us at times? Absolutely. Because we deal with huge contentious issues. But at the same time, has it been rewarding? Absolutely. We do really great things here in El Dorado County. And I've just really appreciated that. I don't ping you often, to be honest, but when I do, I appreciate that you pick up and I can pick your brain for some insight on things. And I really appreciate that from you. And I look forward to that actually with Jeff when he's getting in the seat in a few days, I guess. So congratulations. Just wishing the best for you and Janine and your family in retirement. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and move this proclamation for approval.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. And of course, we got to have our photo op. Always got to have a photo op. So come on up. Well, you guys all want to be in the photo?
Yes. Yes.
Come on up, the whole group, and we'll be by the podium with proclamation and it'll be great. Yeah. I don't know. Who wants to take a photo for us?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Or should we stand it back here maybe?
I think if
It's
we
gonna
stand
be-
back
yeah,
here,
why
it's
don't
gonna
we
be-
stand
that's
there?
gonna be cool.
You
We
can
might be
see
better
us
off
over
up
the
in
top.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll work out pretty well.
Yeah.
Let's
Where we going?
let's move these chairs out. Okay, that totally works. Yeah,
Much better.
we're always in the back. Yeah, yeah, you want to be there?
Yeah.
Try that.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Who's the bossy photographer though? Who's our photographer? Tanya, are you good at photos? Okay. So Tanya, boss us around where you need us to be.
All right, can you guys like scoot in a little bit this way? Crowded.
Wow, what a
We're
team.
good.
What a team.
Danny. Nelson. Nelson. Get down
They're they're getting some more. Is it gonna fit, Tanya? Yeah.
Can you guys scoot in just a little bit?
David.
We're all friendlies.
David.
Is it gonna work?
There, you want to.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Very good.
Thank you, Tanya. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John. We'll see you in the hood, huh? All right.
Almost did.
That's a big one. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do another proclamation. You guys ready? So I don't know what's that? That was 54. Okay, here we go. So Kim, we're gonna move on to item number 55, please.
Item 55 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, recognize Carl Weiland, the El Dorado County Assessor, on his retirement from the county after more than 31 years of service, and two, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Carl's dedication to public service and congratulate him on his retirement.
So thank you, Kim. I'll begin by reading the proclamation for Carl as well. So whereas Carl Weiland's long tenure in El Dorado County began in 1991 as a senior auditor appraiser, after which he assumed positions of increasing responsibility, including the county's Parks and Recreation Manager. I did not know that till and Assistant Assessor. And whereas in 2010, he was elected as the county's 25th assessor, earning re-election in 2014 and 2018. And whereas Carl's record of public service dates back to his early adulthood, when he served in the U.S. Air Force at posts in the United States and overseas. And whereas Carl has shared his time, talents, and passion over the years with a wide variety of professional organizations, including the California Assessors Association, where he sits on the executive committee, the Northern California Assessors Association, which he served as president, and the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration Timber Advisory Committee. And whereas Carl has also served on the El Dorado County Fish and Game Commission and the U.S. Forest Service El Dorado Forest Resource Advisory Committee, as well as on the boards of numerous nonprofit organizations, including the Foster Awareness Network and Family Connections, and held leadership positions with the El Dorado Boy Scouts of America and Placerville Kiwanis. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does with appreciation and gratitude recognize Carl Weiland for his long and significant contributions to the county and for a career throughout which he has exemplified the gold standard of public service. And upon approval of the board, we pass and adopt it on this 13th day of December, 2022.
Great, thank you for that. So Carl, did you want to say some words in the air or wait until we all make comments about you? Come on down. Yeah, get it. Yeah, you better get it now.
Thank you, Chair Parlin, members of the board, Carl Weiland. A colleague of mine was addressing the State Board of Equalization a few weeks ago, and she made the comment that people really don't need to know about property taxes until they do, which is a corollary to something that I've said for some time as I've served in this capacity, that property taxes really aren't important until they are. And one of the things that I found to be most rewarding in this endeavor in my job is that when you do need to know about property taxes, where it does become important, I've been able to answer the questions, provide the guidance, point to the resources, and help people navigate California's property tax law. And it's been very rewarding. The other satisfaction that I found in this career is, to whatever degree I can, participate in making government work better, whether it's the assessor's office and becoming more effective and more efficient, or participating with county leadership and county government, or the state with the Board of Equalization or the California Assessors Association, talking to legislatures. It has been very rewarding. So I've had a very rewarding career, and for that I owe any number of people a big thank you. Certainly my staff, past and present, have taught me and helped me and supported me in that role. I would probably not be standing here if it weren't for my wife, Heidi. Thank you, sweetheart.
Yeah.
She has been a confidant and an advisor, and as Don pointed out and John pointed out, she is truly a partner in this, and she's done that in spite of her own public service career with the County Office of Education and the other things that she has been involved in. To the boards and past and present that I've worked with, and CAOs and county councils and HR directors and department heads, I thank you for that. But most of all, to the public who elected me to serve in this position and then re-elected me, and has allowed me to have a very fulfilling career of public service. So for all of that, I say thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Carl. With that, we'll go ahead and get our public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 55. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Known Carl quite a long time, both as fellow employees of the county when I was with DOT. But what I love about Carl is that he loves history as much as I do, I believe. I pulled it up today, Carl, just to be able to speak a little bit about Hotel Bret Hart and Deerview. Carl knows when I was looking at the past, I turned to him and he offered me information which would locate those places. Do you know where they are? Carl does. He'll let you know. With his retirement, he's going to be able to do much more things other than just be dedicated to property tax and creating the revenue stream that we know we need here. With the programs that the county has on the expense side, you turn to Carl every year to say, how we doing? How's property tax look? And that experience, that knowledge that he brings is missed. It will be missed. It's as long as his tenure, which I believe was 31 years, with that tenure comes all of those kind of small things that he takes with him. Hopefully, he's going to be in contact with all of us in some regard. I'll certainly try to get him to volunteer for some of the activities that I'm associated with, but history is one of the important ones, which where he lives in the Mosquito area is important. Thank you very much for the time, and thank you for your time helping us get through all of this. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
You got a hug.
There you go. There it is.
There you go. Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Danielle Yando, Assistant Assessor. I'm going to make this brief. I made a comment the other night at an event that I've gotten to know Carl very well over, especially the last 4 or 5 years. As I've changed positions in the assessor's office, I have been with them for over 16. But, and over time, it was very evident to me that he and I we don't have a lot in common, to be honest with you. Other than our love for travel and RV. But the one thing that I can say about Carl, or 2 things that are very great that he has taught me, is I'm one of those people that is very passionate. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I can always go to Carl and he always shows me the flip side of the coin. So there's always more than one way of thinking about things. And if I ever have a question about R&T code, I'm sure you guys are aware it can be quite convoluted. He knows it off the top of his head. So he has instilled a lot of that in me. So I appreciate his mentorship on that. And the main thing that we share in common is over the last, I would say 4 or 5 years, we've had numerous challenges with the Caldor fire, a property system conversion, COVID, you name it. It's just been nonstop. But through it all, we have had a staff that has remained committed to public service and has done a great job in that aspect. And that's all under his leadership. So I just want to thank him for that.
Very good. Thank you, Danielle. Yeah, oh, here comes Kira. I thought we were done. No, I'm kidding, Kira. I'm totally teasing you.
Kira Scharfenberg, Clerk of the Board's office. And being in the Clerk of the Board's office, we do assessment appeals, and they're awful. Assessment appeals, what is that? Carl has been, sorry. Carl has been so wonderful. He advocates for us. He shows us so much support. And he is so knowledgeable. He always answers questions. And he has really made the last couple of years doable. So thank you so much and congratulations. And I know you'll be trailering it up and having a great time making cabinets or, whatever. So thanks, Carl.
Thanks, Kira. Anyone else in the room? Okay, we're going to go to Zoom.
Not taking public comment for our Zoom participants. Not taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning again, board and Carl. Andy Nevis, Taxpayers Association president. And for those who may not know, Carl is also served on our board at the Taxpayers Association and continues to do so. Actually, he just got reelected yesterday, so he's stuck with that responsibility into the next year. But no, in all seriousness, he has been a tremendous asset for the taxpayers of this county. Whenever others have already said it, but whenever I've had a question about how something with property taxes works, he's been right there to answer it. He's provided really great wisdom. Often when I'm trying to untangle some complex issue, I can give Carl a call, and he knows the history, he knows the complexities of it, and he's always willing to spend the time, which I really appreciate. You can tell that one of Carl's passions is really making sure that the taxpayers understand property taxes when they need to understand them. As I think most of you know, we've started recording our Taxpayers Association meetings, and I can go in and look at the statistics for, how many times those videos are viewed. And our number one video from the last 2 years was Carl and Danielle doing a presentation about how the Caldor fire victims are being treated with respect to property tax. And I just thought that was so impressive that it really, people are looking for information about their property taxes. And when they are looking for that, Carl's there to help them anytime, spend as much time with them as they need. And I think that's really, really appreciated. And I'm sure that'll continue as well going into the future. But Carl, hope you do a lot more fishing in the future, a lot more road trips with your bride Heidi. You guys have definitely deserved it. And but yeah, you're not off the hook for us yet. I'll still be calling you, and I'm sure my successor as president of taxpayers will be calling you for some wisdom as well. And frankly, I'm looking forward to kind of getting that perspective as a former department head, kind of seeing how you look at things. So anyways, best wishes, my friend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy.
Now taking public comment from Grace Wyland. Grace, can you unmute yourself? You're still muted. Oops, she dropped off.
Uh-oh. Did we lose her?
Yeah, she's not on Zoom anymore.
Oh, no.
She is in Los Angeles. It may be a little different.
They don't have good broadband there or what? Okay, she's back on. We're gonna give her one more shot at it. There she is. We'll try again.
Hi.
There
Sorry
you go.
about that.
You're good. Go ahead.
My Zoom had microphone disabled. I just wanted to call in and thank my dad for putting so much of his time and effort over the years into being such a great father and assessor. He's always been really dedicated to whatever he does, both for work and how he volunteers and in being a dad. And I think both the public and I are very lucky. And so just Dad, huge congratulations. And I'm really excited to celebrate this in person with you.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I love
Grace.
you.
That's so sweet. Very good. With that, oh, something else just popped on really quick. We'll grab that one too.
Now taking public comment from EJ Hodgkins. Can you unmute yourself?
Do I got it?
Yep, there you are.
Awesome. Well, I would like to first and foremost congratulate Carl on the tremendous achievement of all of this time he spent serving the community. I should probably also mention that I'm his stepson. And one of the best parts, I think, about Carl is how much he truly cares for the community and for all the people. Growing up, having a Republican stepfather and a Democratic mother, I got to have front row seats to amazing philosophical political debate every night. that shaped me so much as a man. And that's a result of his care and willingness to talk about the other side of the coin and to discuss things that might be uncomfortable for me, for him, everything. He truly was and is the greatest dad. And to echo Grace's sentiment, I can't wait to celebrate this with you in person. I certainly hope it's soon. We'll probably have a little bit too much scotch. And I just, I love you dearly. Congratulations.
Thank you, EJ.
Thank you, EJ. Okay.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So before we bring it back to the board, I'm going to check in with our CAO again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I always appreciated about Carl was just the way you knew he approached his job. You know, as the assessor, he could really create a lot of havoc in the county. He could also generate a lot of revenue for the county if he so chose. But with Carl, you always knew he was being fair with our taxpayers. And that's what the role truly is, to be fair. And I never, ever doubted that with Carl. As a CAO, you know, oftentimes we argue with department heads. We had our department head luncheon, holiday luncheon, which Carl has organized for many years. So I want to thank him for that. But when we're just talking, we all get along really well. When we start talking about work, that's where sometimes some of the tension comes in. But Carl has always been a support of this county, of the board, of the CAO's office, especially in his time. I've known him as the assessor. That's when I came to the county. But what stood out to me most about Carl wasn't his role as the assessor. It was his role as a community advocate and wanting to ensure the community and the public have accurate information, no matter what it was. Sometimes Heidi would send me a message on Facebook. Oh, this Facebook post is wrong. The county put up, it wasn't accurate. You need to fix it. Yeah, I don't like hearing that, but that was the point from Heidi and Carl, is accurate and valid information. Carl's support out in the Mosquito area has just been tremendous. I remember going up there for meetings when they were looking at fire impacts to the fire service up there. You know, you go up to a community like that, they don't really trust someone like me or a board member that may be coming up there, but Carl lives there and they trust him. And that was so helpful. And now the Mosquito Bridge, you know, they're listening to Carl, and he's helping them, the public up there, understand and to be patient with everything that's happening. So he's done that so many times, probably far more times than I ever know. And the one area where he's been involved in, Carl, that just resonates with me and my wife is in the foster care system and his advocacy in those areas as well. So great community advocate, community partner, and just thank you for your service to this county and your support of everything that goes on here.
Thank you.
All right. And then I'm thinking this time we'll go this direction if you guys are good with that. So
Well, I've known Carl a long time. And we're good friends. And I feel, Carl, you've done a great job for our county. You really have, especially when it comes to the Grizzly Flat, especially with, you know, assessing their property out there, you know, and lowering their taxes. It was a big plus for our county. I know it's a hard job, what you have, especially people that were impacted by that fire, and making sure you get it right. So I just want to thank you for everything. And if you want to know history, reach out to me. I've got a lot of old family pictures and stuff I think you would really love. And especially our family's been here for a long time, since 1838. So if you want to know some history, get a hold of me and I'll show it. Tell you about a lot of things that happened back in the old days.
I so appreciated our CAO's comments that property taxes is a really critical function of county operations, because it is our largest revenue source. We rely on it. And yet it is so important that it is approached from an ethical standpoint that always has the taxpayer in mind. And that's exactly how you have approached your role. And I so appreciate that, because that's who we are in El Dorado County. And 31 years is a long time to give in service to your community. And I know your community service won't continue. Hopefully it'll slow down a little bit and allow you and Heidi and your family to enjoy the fruits of your labor. But you know, we continue to see you in so many ways that you both impact our community. And I never take that for granted, because people often that rise to the leadership in this county are ones that continue to give of themselves time and time again in quiet, humble ways that people will never know, but whose lives leave a lasting legacy. And you have done that. So blessings to you and Heidi and your family in this next chapter. And thank you for your dedicated service to our county.
Thank you.
So many of us who've been around a while remember the revelation that happened with Proposition 13, 1978, and the transformation of how property taxes were collected in the state of California. It has been a huge benefit to a number of people to have more local control over how those taxes increase. What I have experienced with Carl is his interest in continuing to look at state legislation that's being proposed to try to diminish or take away some of those Prop 13 benefits, and his deep knowledge of how that really is going to affect the community, and understanding that through conversations. Because when you read ballot measures or you read something that the legislature puts out, you kind of get this, well, okay, that doesn't seem too bad, but what's really going to happen? And when you had those deeper conversations with Carl, you got his perspective that this could have significant impact, not only on the individual, but our county property tax rolls, et cetera, et cetera. And those impacts do make a difference, because as we recognize, property tax is one of the major, that is the major source of revenue that the county operates off of. So all important. But Carl, I really appreciate all the work you put into it, the education you gave us, the help in understanding how these things are going to implement, who they're going to harm, who they're going to help. Because again, that's a tough thing to navigate. And you were always there to answer those questions with a deep, thoughtful approach to it. I also want to recognize you and Heidi as another dynamic duo within the county, because like others, you have both exhibited a strong commitment to the community. Heidi's most recent involvement with the El Dorado County Office of Education Board of Trustees, serving in that capacity, and other roles before that. You know, it's just extremely beneficial to see a family commitment, a team again, committed to helping our county prosper and do well and navigate all the difficult things that are presented. So to both of you, my sincere appreciation and thanks, and just keep it up in your retirement. And I'm sure you will enjoy those fishing trips and other adventures out there that will give you a different sense of what El Dorado County and other areas are all about. So again, sincere thanks.
Thank you very much.
Carl, keeping this short, not speaking so well today. I want to thank you for all your dedication. You know, it was obvious the time that I spent with you when we have conversations that you were always committed to giving an even keel informational conversation exactly what it deserved. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. I really honored and respected our conversations. Thank you. Enjoy your retirement.
Thank you very much.
And Dawn actually stole a lot of my thunder, because before getting on the board, I appreciated back when the county was wrangling with whether or not to continue Prop 90, and I said we shouldn't. You were amazingly awesome and accessible, getting me data so that I could come here to this podium and present spreadsheets. So thank you for that, for being accessible and understanding. Things can be so controversial, and there's so many sides to things, and end of the day, it's supposed to be data. So, but what I was getting to with Dawn is that mosquito, and that's my district, part of my district. And I've appreciated that you and Heidi are out there helping share that information about what's going on. It's such a tiny little community, but you guys, there's a lot going on there, and it's super remote, and it's amazing. So I just appreciate having that lifeline of somebody to call, and I appreciate that you'll ping me sometimes when you're like, Laura, you need to know this. So you and Heidi have been great. Thank you so much, and wish you guys the best in your retirement. So with that, I'll go ahead and move this one too.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so approved unanimously, and I'm guessing we want another photo op.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you can sit. Let's try it.
Yeah.
Coming down.
Action. That's great.
Yeah.
Where do we take the photo?
I don't know.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we left side?
Or you want to be even.
Yeah.
Heidi, where's Heidi? Heidi, get up in here.
Heidi is not here.
Yeah.
She has a surgery date
Oh.
and it's in early January, so we are hunkering down to,
All right, on the
um,
count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you for doing that.
thank you.
Congratulations,
sir.
Carl. Yeah, enjoy that retirement.
Oh.
All right, my friends.
Thanks for being here in support.
Yeah, let me know.
I want to take just 5 minutes. I need a tiny break, you guys. So
All right.
be right back. There we go. We're back from our break and we're ready to move on to item 56.
Item 56 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and the Sheriff's Office, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution to add 4 full-time equivalent sheriff's security officer allocations to the sheriff's office to help increase the security of the public and county employees around the Placerville Government Center. And 2, direct staff to add the appropriations necessary for the 4 allocations and projected additional overtime costs to fund the Placerville Government Center security plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll introduce this item. I don't think it will take long. We have the Sheriff's Office here to answer questions as well, if there are any. As a reminder, on September 20th, 2022, the board directed staff to return prior to the opening of the temporary navigation center with options to address security concerns. So that's a pretty vague, broad statement.
Yep.
And we've had a lot of conversations, and really with the assistance of the Sheriff's Office and OES, we're looking at more of a comprehensive approach to address security around all county buildings, which it is needed. And I appreciate the board allocating $250,000 in the current year budget for those other security issues. But with the opening of the navigation center, I remember we spoke at that time that we would have to increase the security presence and have more of a physical presence around the campus. We have been working with our labor unions as well on this, who have expressed concern. And after several discussions with the Sheriff's Office, we have an existing classification of a sheriff security officer. I think you primarily see those if you go to the courthouses. It's the same classification, same job. The job classification as written seems to address the needs we believe we will have. And the recommendation before you is to approve 4 allocations for that purpose. I believe they will have 2 security officers on staff at a time, as well as some additional funding for overtime and things such as that. I would like to emphasize, at least from my perspective, we may need to adjust this plan depending what we see as we go forward, and we just have to keep that in mind. This is a first, I guess, lack of a better way of saying it, a first guess to address those needs, but the board should be aware there may be adjustments going forward. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can I start off a question, you guys? So given the conversation we had back in September, and there were concerns raised by departments that without the navigation center, we have some security issues, several different ones, including homeless and break-ins and all that stuff already. And so if we weren't doing the navigation center, I'm just asking the question, would we still be kind of going in this direction, do you think? Because we have a need now, right? What are your thoughts on that?
I think the short answer is yes. So there has been a team of department heads working with the lieutenant from OES to do an assessment of our priority buildings. Tiffany's here, can get into more detail on that if you like. But one of the recommendations from that working group was a physical security presence at many of our priority buildings. And I believe our priority buildings were buildings A, B, C, Brew Road. Were there others? And when I say buildings A, B, and C, I'm really talking the government campus here.
Including the library.
Library, ag department, we're all in the same area. But I think that's a good point, Supervisor Parlin, is we already have homeless around the government center. But there's a concern, we'll have more, and we just don't know what types of impacts that may have. So we want to be as proactive as possible.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Thomas?
Just appreciate this item. I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. I think also the board purposely left our direction vague and flexible, so you could assess what is needed and then bring back the appropriate recommendation, because we don't want to just throw resources at something that we don't understand. So I really appreciate you working with the Sheriff's Department and our staff and our employees to understand what the need is and address it. So really appreciate everyone's collaboration on this. I also think it's important that for all of our employees to know, we're with you in this, and we are dedicated to making sure that our employees feel safe and secure here in our county campuses and in their workplace, and that our community feels safe accessing government services, because we are here to serve our community. So I'm excited about this. I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. And I like your idea of perhaps bringing back a report mid-year, perhaps, to see how is it working? Does the board need to make adjustments maybe prior to or finalizing the budget, in case we need some additional budget allocations to address the needs? Because this is going to be a fluid issue. So I think we're moving in the right direction, and really appreciate everyone's collaboration on this.
Absolutely. Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, this is a great step towards achieving the security of the whole campus. One of the things that I think I would like to understand in our security plan is the question of who you're going to call. We have an employee that sees something going on. If we have SSO officers present, how do you get to, are we supposed to dial 911? Because I'm not sure you get the response time that would stop a crime in progress if we're going to go through the 911 system. So I'd just like to understand that part of it, who you're going to call. And the other part of it is, obviously, with bringing this security team on board, it, I guess, opens the door for us to consider other threat assessment needs, such as we've talked about metal detectors in the buildings and those kinds of things. And I think most of us recognize when you go downstairs in elections, the court system that's there and that process that's necessary. So I'm hoping we don't have to move to that, but as threats change, the threat assessment changes, this is the first step potentially into looking at that next security measure we have to have within the board dais and within maybe the planning commission room. Like I said, I don't think we're there yet, but I think this definitely moves us in that right direction, and we maintain the awareness and continual surveillance of what's going on to determine what are those things that we need to be preemptive and out in front of things before something would happen. So I appreciate all the effort in this.
Supervisor Novosel.
I just say, yeah, I agree. I back in the day when right after the sheriff's office moved to their new location, we had our boardroom broken into and things stolen. And to me, that was an eye opener, because I didn't realize we didn't even have video, but there was no one there. We didn't find this out until days later. So I do think this is way overdue. I think it is and has been a concern of employees, and we need to do what we need to do to keep everybody safe. So I appreciate this first step.
Very good. Supervisor Trimble.
Yeah, I think this is a great thing. And, and I talked about this when we talked about that navigation center. The security of the people that work here in these county buildings, especially when people are getting off at 5 o'clock when it's dark, or here sometimes they're here even later than that. So I think this is a great thing that the sheriff is going to supply, deputies there to help us, especially with security. And just one of the things that I wanted, can we also bring back retirees? Because they're already well-trained. And because I know a few retirees that would be willing to do this. I've talked to them about it.
Like the STAR program?
Well, not the store, just actually retired deputies.
Well,
SSOs.
Yeah.
ask
So
CAO to
That's
respond.
that's ultimately a decision by the sheriff, how to staff and fill his positions. But I assume if there's a retired annuitant, a security officer.
He might be available.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can come hang out with us.
Not here. So two questions to answer yours first. That would be a longer conversation that we would have to have through the labor bargaining units and with PERS as well. We could fit that in, but that would be, as CAO Ashton stated, we're kind of on the ground floor, the discussions we had, and as you mentioned, maybe come back with a report and where we go from here. This is a model we came up with, the most cost-effective manner of providing security. As you read in your report, they don't have arrest powers, they don't have citation authority either, but they are 832. They do carry Penal Code 832. They do carry firearms. They look like a deputy. They walk like a deputy. They act like a deputy, which goes towards answering your question. On response, they have radio communications directly with the sheriff's office and with central dispatch. This is a little bit behind the scenes conversations that were going on, discussions with the city of Placerville as to jurisdictional issues. Those conversations are ongoing.
Okay.
That is kind of a little bit of a foggy area in state law and opinions, both attorney generals and legal opinions. So we're working through all those issues, who actually has authority outside those doors, who has authority inside these doors, and so forth and so on. So to answer your question is, yes, 911, if an emergency, you still call 911, but you're gonna have those uniforms around here representing the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office that will have direct communications with central dispatch to bring those resources to bear quickly from our side and our 10 beat, and also from Placerville Police that may be in the area as well.
Very good.
That answer all the questions?
Follow up.
The 911 goes to CHP dispatch. Is that the way the cycle works?
Yes and no.
Okay.
That technology is moving forward more frequently now. They will go to our dispatch as cell tower locating gets better.
Okay.
911 routing gets better. So some, depending on where you are in the community, when you call on a cellular telephone, may go to CHP, it may come to our dispatch. But even the routing is getting faster. When you tell if it does get routed to California Highway Patrol and it's a penal code violation within the county, they immediately route it to our dispatch center, our PSAP.
Good to know. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. All right, then let's get some public comment. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks, John.
Now taking public comment on item number 56. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I wholeheartedly support this. It's long overdue. I'll give you a different perspective. When the sheriff was just down the street and had his office, we had a constant stream of deputies coming, getting their cars, and there was a kind of a 24/7 rotation and providing immediate security that could be called upon. When that office was shut down, it changed the dynamics. It changed the dynamics of how people feel here that are employed, especially at night. I was part of before I left, I was part of the parking lot illumination changes that put LED lights in, motion detectors. And I got to know how expansive and how big that project was in trying to make it more secure, more safe for people. But you've had me in front of you before, and I wanted to give you another perspective to see how this fits in. I've told you about trail security. I'm talking about El Dorado Trail. And the sheriff's been in response to that. We have the hot team that can move around quite effectively to make sure things are taken care of. And we do have the volunteers that work within the sheriff, and they have their car that they drive around. But we've been missing this classification, the one he just described, which essentially kind of fits in. But in the item, it says essentially security of the public and county employees, but then it says around the Placerville Government Center. I think it should be broader. I think it should be any county facility, not just the government center itself. Maybe not at first, but at least in terms of the sheriff deciding how this classification might be able to be utilized. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Good morning, Peg Vanderkorf, Placerville. I want to also issue express is a better word, my support for this project. It is long overdue. And I don't know whether the need will increase or decrease after the navigation center gets going, because that's a fair amount of controlled activity. But right now, even around this government center, we know that there are things happening that it would be nice to be able to call somebody and say, got a problem here. I have also concerns about how you contact them. I had recent experience calling 911, sadly, and everything finally got through, but it would be nice to have a way for somebody to call and say, hey, there's something that if the fellow or woman who's doing this classification surveillance, if you could send that person just kind of drive by and see what's going on, kind of a more of a low key than a 911 thing. Seems like that could be really helpful for folks who might be concerned. So anyway, support and communication and long overdue. Those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Hi, Ruth Michelson, District 4. Yeah, I support it too. 4 seems like a lot, but whoever assessed this must know that that's what's needed. My problem in this discussion has been the demonization of the homeless. I'm a merchant downtown. I run into a lot of homeless people. They aren't the big scary boogeyman that everyone wants to paint them to be. Yes, we have had in past years some level of violence that occurs, but come on, they're just people who are down on their luck. Some of them, I don't want to belabor the point, but since it came up so much today, I have much more fear with people in this room, to tell you the truth, than I do of the homeless. When we have had very emotional meetings about masks and vaccines and big banners being brought in here. And so I appreciate that you'll have a deputy here, especially when there are difficult meetings. There are people who've been actually afraid to leave this room because of those who are waiting outside for them. So thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Seeing no.
Carol.
Carol Lewis, property owner and taxpayer, El Dorado County. I agree that we do need some security. I walked out of here at a charter meeting in the dark, and there was a soul around, but my car was fairly handy. But I'm concerned about putting this under the umbrella of the Sheriff's Department, surely from a taxpayer's point of view. I'm speaking for myself, although my research has come through the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. So what I'm concerned about is if these 4 positions go into the sheriff's umbrella, it will also fall under the charter of El Dorado County that ties us into the California Highway Patrol. And right now they have had that biggest raise in 20 years. And that means that our sheriffs are following that. And I'm concerned about what it was cost to the taxpayers. So our Sheriff's Department and these 4 positions will be tied into San Francisco, Oakland, San Diego, and Los Angeles. And those are the highest counties in pay for the CHP. I would like you to consider to look at Placerville's city police or a private security firm that we don't have to pay pensions for, that you can dismiss at any time that you would like. So I'm concerned about that, surely from a taxpayer's point of view. I think the sheriff's has done a great job and the sheriff's in our county, but it's expensive to do what we're doing. And I would like to have you investigate it further. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
I was contemplating speaking on this or not, but
attending these meetings, it's just interesting that you're trying to divert that this is because we're bringing a navigation center here when we know that the county employees have expressed a lot of concern about it and their safety. And to say that the homeless are not dangerous is misleading. We, in the city of Placerville, someone homeless slashed a homeless and then they got out of jail and the other one slashed the other one right on Main Street. My daughter's had been, when she was in her business, got confronted with somebody with a crossbow loaded, couldn't get the city police there. So to say that we're not bringing that element here and trying to dismiss that is misleading. So I would just say, just be upfront about why we're doing this and not try to dismiss that it's just something that we're just thinking about because in general, we're all nervous about the world, but you are bringing that world here. And if that's not, I'm not seeing any of that slowing down. I'm not seeing the collaboration of trying to make that a better scenario, but if that is getting introduced to the world here, then it's given that this needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Don Vanderkar, citizen of the county and the city of Placerville. In my 30 plus years of working with homeless people on a very intimate and close relationship, I am also concerned about demonizing this group of people as a whole. These are troubled human beings who need love, who need care. And this will, I think, over time, change the perspective that many people have. Yes, there's concerns. We live in a very violent world, a very violent nation. I'm troubled with what I see nationally, but let's not demonize people because they are in poor health, mentally and otherwise. Let's find ways to help to bring stability to everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Taking public comment from Tracy.
Hi. So I would like this item postponed. Not really sure. I have all the concerns that have already been addressed by Sue Taylor and the taxpayer representative. I also think that much consideration and investigation needs to be done if you move forward with this navigation center into the Volunteers of America. I brought this up on another occasion. They have wage claims. It's the Southwest group, but they're all under the same umbrella of Volunteers of America. San Diego County is seeking to get $6.5 million from them. They're having to buy a homeless center from them to recover some of that. I think all of these organizations need to be audited that have county contracts. The Tahoe Coalition should be at the top of that list because of the Attorney General's concerns. He's putting a lien on the Bears Den property for $2.8 million. They've run out of money and they can't fulfill their commitments and they're in deep shit with the state now. And so I think that that's a huge concern is what's going on with these nonprofits that you guys contract with. And let's see what else.
Tracy, are you talking about this? We're talking about the security contract right now. The next item is about the navigation center as a whole.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure you knew that.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Okay.
So on this item, I think that I would like to see the unions calling in on this item. I'm hoping there's some waiting to speak because it's a huge concern to bring in this element. And nobody's demonizing. There are an element of the homeless, not all, who are very dangerous to the community and very dangerous to each other. And certainly you don't create a risk for your employees. We already have, I've heard Supervisor Heidel and other people speak to me about how hard it is to staff the county and we're short-staffed. Well, who'd want to come work in the building with this? I mean, that's to me another concern. So please vote no on this.
Thanks, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I'm only sharing from my experience. Everybody has different experiences and perspectives, and I hope whatever decision you make, that you make it, that you can reevaluate it with data. I have shared that I've worked with our homeless populations in many cities for over 20 years. I'm aware of many nonprofits that have gone the route this county is thankfully going. And most of the time, there is no security concerns. People self-police, self-regulate because they appreciate what you're doing for them. So whatever you do, I think it's more just breaking this new ground, making people feel comfortable. But I can assure you, in my 20 years experience, it's safer being around navigation centers and unhoused and homeless folks than it is in many urban areas when you go walking late at night. So thank you for taking this step. Thank you for keeping everybody safe and secure. And I encourage you to gather data and review the decision down the road. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There is no additional public comment.
So I'm going to bring it back to the board, and Sheriff had something he wanted to, I think, address one of the questions that was brought up, or maybe several of the questions that were brought up.
Just two issues. First, to address Carol's concern. That's the reason we went with the sheriff security officer model. They don't follow the 504 charter. So they're not tied into those salary comparisons. That's why it's so efficient and cheap, so to speak. I neglected to state the first time I was up here that if you approve this item today, don't think that tomorrow you will see sheriff security officers on campus. It's going to take a while for 17 days, so not going to happen while I'm here, but it's going to take a while for Jeff and the team to get them on board. You may see some to fill in here and there. You actually may see some deputies running around for a while, so just don't think you'll see them tomorrow.
Very good. Thank you for that. And then Sierra, did you have more to add, or?
Yeah, just the labor unions, we have had conversations with them.
Right.
Shortly after the board approved the navigation center, they are extremely supportive of a security presence. So, and we have a follow-up meeting with them tomorrow or Thursday to see as well. We also talked about contract security firms. That would be, I mean, I have a lot of experience working with them in prior positions. I think that's one area, at least myself, I've had conversations with the undersheriff on. We don't believe that's a good idea. While it may appear cheaper on the front end, we have some very specific examples where it gets far more expensive on the back end because the level of training isn't as high and the accountability simply isn't there. We've also talked to the city of Placerville with my office, sheriff's office, and the police department, and the city manager. They have, they don't have this type of classification. Those would be sworn police officers, which would also be more expensive because safety retirement and things such as that. So as the sheriff indicated, we believe this is the most cost-effective and most responsible approach at this time based on what we know. And then I think we also all agree we need to look at data and in a few months and reassess where we should go from there.
I appreciate that. And I'm just going to say it again, with or without the navigation center next door, we have been asked by members of the public in this room, we've had some incidents that have been a little bit scary. And quite honestly, Supervisor Novosel, you said it so well. The day that the sheriff moved out of that building next door, I think everybody was watching or something. We got hit. Our offices got hit. There's been incidents in a lot of the buildings around here in the government center. A presence is needed, and our department heads, the treasurer tax collector chimed in last time and said it so well. It's long overdue. We need this. So I really appreciate how serious you took our concerns and pulled the team together on this. So looking forward to having a little bit of backup here in the boardroom once in a while. Supervisor Thomas, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add, piggyback to your comments. And never has this board shied away from the fact that, we did approve a temporary navigation center at Juvenile Hall, and we recognize that. However, I think, let me back up just a little bit. In anticipating the opening of that, we want to respect our employees' concerns and address and make sure that there's extra security here. That said, it is so important to continue to remember that that navigation center will not be a drop-in site, that folks cannot walk up and get a meal or get services and then leave, and then go camp somewhere else. It is, you are referred to that site, brought to that site for wraparound services. And that is so important. And that is exactly why we approved a navigation center and not just a drop-in shelter. That's a very different model. And so, we won't hopefully be seeing those types of community impacts that other jurisdictions have seen from that other type of model. And we will continue to monitor that, but I want to continue to stress that. So like this will be a fluid issue, and this board is committed to helping those who want to help themselves while giving our law enforcement the tools they need to secure our community. And this will be a fluid issue, and we will be, working hand in hand with everyone on this.
Okay. With that, I'm going to move to approve this item.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Very good. Passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And then I think, even though I need to go take a car back to Fleet, I'm going to go ahead. I think we should roll into the next item. You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So item 57.
Item 57 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board take the following actions. 1, direct staff to prepare a request for qualifications, followed by a request for proposals for a design build contract for the Permit Navigation Center. 2, approve the attached revised facilities capital work plan. And 3, approve the attached budget transfer.
Good morning, Laura Schwartz, Chief Administrative Office. So we're here this morning. As you remember, back in September, you directed us to move forward with the temporary facility as well as the permanent facility. So we are bringing forward this morning a revised capital work plan that includes the tenant improvements for the temporary facility, as well as a construction budget for the permanent facility and a small library project that we just kind of tried to clean up and get in there, as well as the budget, the associated budget transfer. The temporary facility, we are on track moving forward with that to hopefully open in January. The permanent navigation center, as you recall, in September, the direction was to try and move forward with a sole source design build for that project. As we've consulted with County Council and we've done a little bit more research, staff are recommending that we do actually move forward with a request for qualifications, request for a proposal, and go through that competitive process. That is going to add a little bit of time, but we are still hopeful that we can get the project completed, the permanent project completed in about 2 years. We will have the temporary facility open during that time. As you know, there are other pieces to this. We are still looking at acquiring a building to move elections into. We're working with the courts to get the space downstairs in Building C designed. So there are a lot of things that are going to be happening parallel. So the same time that we're going through this RFP process, we'll be working on the elections move and the court improvements as well. So a lot going on. While it, like I say, will take a little more time, I do believe ultimately it is the best decision for the county, and will move us in the direction we need to move forward to get that permanent facility constructed. So with that, if there are any questions.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I think, looking at this is the right step to move forward, but I think it's imperative that we consider a modular type of design, flexibility in the use of this new facility.
Yes.
I mean, the external walls are going to be what they're going to be, the windows, et cetera, but internally we need to make sure that we got adaptability to transform that use into something different in the future, because we don't know where we're going to be in 5 years or 10 years. We may find a different site, or we may find a more suitable site for a navigation center, depending upon what happens. So I think having some ability to change the use of that building over time is going to be key in what I'm looking at in terms of the design build aspect of it. There's a lot of things that are just infrastructure you have to put in, but you can also maintain, an adequate amount of flexibility to make those modifications as necessary. So that's my biggest ask here, is that we keep that in mind in those discussions and try to make it a utility type of building as much as we can for a 50-year use, right? With metal roofing and all those things that'll give us that 50-year life so that we really see the value out of this when it's all said and done.
Yes, that is definitely in the specs, as well as there was a request to kind of make it blend in with this building. So we want to kind of keep that campus look. So both of those will be incorporated.
Excellent. Thank you.
Supervisor Thomas.
Yeah, I agree with that completely, Supervisor Howell, while it looks good on the outside. So thank you for that, Laura. That's really important that as people are coming up the highway and look at our county campuses, that this is harmonious with what is here already. Yes. I guess my question is, let me back up a little. First of all, I support this direction. I know we are originally, eager to get going on this. However, I also think there is value in letting the temporary navigation center get up and running just a few months, see how it's going. That may change our mind as to maybe what we need in a more permanent location. I think there's value in that, while not belaboring it, because I know, the PUF unit needs to move, and that's really important too, and I support that as well. I guess my question is, how will we decide what we ask for in the request for proposals?
So we start with a request for qualifications, and basically with that, we've met with Volunteers of America. We've talked with other jurisdictions as far as what they have built for their navigation centers. So you take all that and kind of develop a list of criteria. And that's what you then go out and the firms, give you their proposals based on that criteria. And then from there, we will narrow it down. Hopefully about 3, maybe 5, probably 3 that you can go in and do more in-depth interviews with, and go through that process, similar to what we did with the public safety facility, obviously on a much smaller scale, but it'll follow that same process.
Okay, great. I think that's helpful to understand. Thank you. And I know Supervisor Parlin and I were chatting briefly a while ago that there's some models that are emerging in the Sacramento area, and I guess I love the idea of flexible space that you talked about, because, perhaps is there a model where you have congregate, but then you maybe build additional space for a non-congregate site? I know some, I think Sac County is doing warehouse spaces with tiny homes in the buildings, inside the buildings. And so I just look forward to see what emerges, that gives us the maximum flexibility to serve the different needs of what we will encounter. So good luck with that. And I look forward to.
Well,
Can I piggyback on that?
you may, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The one thing I didn't include in my statement is the ability to expand. I don't know exactly what footprint we're going to operate with this building, but we need to think about what if we were trying to expand it to double the size for different use. How do you make that expansion work? So it's all that pre-thought of how you put in those design drawings, the connections, the stubs, whatever, that if you wanted to go to an expansion, it's much lower cost when you add that additional space.
So cost is the factor that I did want to bring up. I mean, we are trying to work within a budget at this point. And so we have $4 million in there. That's not a lot of money. We really are anticipating kind of a simplistic 5,000 square foot building. Certainly, in the future, there is room on the site where you could put a second building. If you wanted to, you could try and connect those buildings. So that there are things that we could do, but trying to work within that $4 million. The issue with the tiny homes inside a building is now you're running into HVAC. Your costs are going up pretty significantly at that point. So our starting point, quite honestly, is looking at what we were looking at with the Perks Court site, similar to what the sprung structure was going to include, and putting that into a brick and mortar building.
We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. You're right. Thank you for that helpful.
If you want to give us more money, we can go that far, but we are trying to work within those constraints.
Put up a spring structure facility to be the shelter, basically, for those individual, so keep the costs low and make it so it's portable. It's not a permanent build. Those can be relocated.
We don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Right.
Yeah, let's just focus
we want
on
flexibility.
this.
That's the
Stick
key
with
word,
this.
flexibility.
We're sticking with this item.
And I guess what you said is, especially where this building is located on the site, will be key to give us maximum flexibility in the future. That makes a lot of sense. So look forward to seeing what you come back with. Thank you, Laura.
And Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, one of the things is I just got to reach out to the community hubs. They've done a great job for our county. I really appreciate that. But, you know, it just bothers me a little bit about this, this American Rescue Plan Act fund, and especially the people in Grizzly Flat. They're really suffering right now. They're living in tents. They chose not to be homeless. They're homeless because of a wildfire that went through their community. And we're not stepping up to help them. And they are homeless. And living in tent when there's anywhere from 1 to 2 feet of snow is just not right. And I think that we need, as a county, we need to step up and do whatever we can to help these people. And they're not homeless by choice. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, so let's get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 57. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Ruth Michelson, District 4. I support this. Thank you very much for doing this. It's moving in the right direction and makes me smile. I've told you before, I've been following this for about probably 32 years. I worked for the county in the 90s, back in the days of Jack Sweeney. So how far you have come. And thank you for doing those for those people. You know, this whole issue of choice, not choice. You know, after I was an engineer, I was a therapist. Mental health issues are not a choice. And drug addiction is not a choice. These are the unfortunates of our community, and thank you for caring about them. And the Navigation Center will help them through the drug treatment, job placement, stabilization. It's what we need. And it's also hard to hear when we start to compare and pit unfortunate people against each other. Of course, there's great compassion for the Grizzly Flat situation, of course. This is not an either or. And when we start pitting people together like that, the unfortunates against each other, I just don't think it's beneficial. I don't think all of these people, I do think all of these people need to be helped. And when we say, well, if you help this one, you're not helping the other, let's pit them against each other. That's kind of like feudalism, like when kings want the little people to all fight among themselves and fight over the scraps, if you know what I mean. Let's not do that. Let's find ways to help the Grizzly Flats people as well as these homeless people. Thank you. Thank you, Ruth.
Peg Vandekar, Placerville and taxpayer. A couple of things that are key in what I'm hearing today. One thing that Supervisor Thomas said, that this, both the temporary and the permanent one, or the brick and mortar one, is about wraparound services for people who get referred and who want them. One thing. The other thing I heard today was talking about how this should look, fit in with the campus, and be a building that can be used further for either other things or more of the same if it's working. That's a really good idea for me to think about. That's not what I thought about before, and I was a little stressed about the big tent at Perks Court, but it was all we were going to have. So this idea is very comfortable for me to think in that direction within the budget we have. About working with homeless people, I've been working in the shelters face to face, if that's the way you put it, face to sleeping body for probably 10 years now, and have never experienced an incident inside the shelter with the folks that we're working with, even now, even last night. There are those who can have behaviors that are not what we want. That happens with people who are not homeless too. I think most of our crimes are, I don't know the stats, but most of our crimes in the county are probably not homeless people crimes. But I don't want to argue about that. It's just that the demonizing, making every homeless person sound like they're a drug addict with needles in their pockets that they're going to drop wherever they go and make a mess. That's not true. There are those that do that, and it certainly looks like that on Broadway Hill. But not all of that way, and not all the homeless that will be served are people who are homeless by choice. There's folks who've lost their housing, who've lost their spouse and have less income. They have to move out. The housing they had was insufficient or went bad and they got kicked out, all sorts of reasons. And so anyway, be careful about how we talk about them. We haven't had any problems with the shelters for the many years we've been doing the shelters. And this is a great idea to have a building that can serve other purposes too. Thank you.
Thank you, Peg.
Feel like a regular up here these days. I'm Candace, and I just want to reach out to the board and say, you want to know what? We've come a long ways on this homeless issue. I can honestly say that when we first brought it up at Perks Court, I had like, on the cartoon, like I was like, oh my gosh, what are they thinking? Like, this is insane. I just want to say I'm really glad to think that you guys are thinking about utilizing the juvenile hall as a potential temporary spot, and let's see how it goes. And I mean, let's be honest, we still aren't convinced as a community that this is going to go over real great, right? Like, so testing the waters with the juvenile hall center, I think it's a great option. So thanks for putting that out there. I mean, because I'm going to be honest, I got a cousin who's living uptown on Broadway. She is homeless. It's her choice. She didn't come from a bad family. That was her choice, unfortunately, right? And I got another friend who's living up on Broadway, and she has been through some tough times, but were there people there to help her? Yes. Did she choose not to take that help? Absolutely. So now that you guys are giving them an option here at juvenile hall to go in, and we're going to see how it plays out, like, good, awesome. But let's not commit, I don't know, $4 million to a permanent resident shelter. I think that testing the waters is a great idea, but $4 million to a homeless camp where I know that these people that are living up there are friends and family, some of them, which I hate to admit, but it's the truth. They have chose, and they will not take this helping hand. I know that for a fact because we've tried to pull them out before. So I do commend the board for continuing to try to help out the homeless people that are on Broadway, as it's a terrible sight to see as you come into our town. But I think that definitely the juvenile hall being a temporary choice and not doing a permanent thing is a great choice on the board's half. And I also want to commend Supervisor Turnbull for continuing to think and support about all the people in Grizzly who are homeless and living in tents who unfortunately were taken out and homeless by the federal government. So we want to thank you for your continued support of Grizzly Flats and also making a more reasonable choice on using the infrastructure and the buildings that are already here. So thank you to the board.
Thank you, Candace.
Her comments are great. And, I get tired of those that oppose your plan getting demonized. There's nobody that wants to see people living in the dirt. It's just the way to get them out is the conflict that we're having. And there are, having worked for mental health back in the 90s, we actually had services for so many people. We had a lot of care vouchers, community care giving, where they were actually in, the homeless would make us Thanksgiving dinner. I mean, there was a lot of things that were happening back then that I don't see them happening now. So I'm not ever saying that I don't want to see these people getting help. It's just the way that you're doing it. So once you put this project on the list for facilities, it becomes a forever project. And I think it's very poorly vetted still. It's not really clear who's facilitating, who's sustaining it. You're using one-time funds to help facilitate this permanent building. I don't think anybody really has any opposition about all the other movements. It's probably really good ideas how you're doing elections and courts and all those different things, but give this a trial period. Do the juvenile hall. I never objected, or others that I've talked to have objected on a temporary solution. Let's see how that works. I want it to be successful. I'm hoping you do succeed at this, but don't do something permanent when you don't have all the facts to know what you're going to need to move forward. And again, once you put it on here, we have so many other poorly vetted projects that are just sitting out there pending, and they've been there for decades. Don't make this be another one. The animal shelter, I think we still have 10 acres out on a knoll that could never have had a tilt up that we agreed to build, that's still sitting out there. That should be excess property, by the way. Because I think we finally came to our senses and put something in that made more sense. So I would challenge you today. The only two things that I think should have been on here, the other opposition I have is that everything gets bunched into this one item and you've got different things. And I think that tenant improvements to the old juvenile hall for the temporary navigation center is okay. Improvements to the Cameron Park Library would be okay, but I ask that you remove this other one until you see the outcome of the temporary. And if you need an idea, the ARPA funds are one-time use, and you can use those to help the people in Caldor. So when you say, oh, many of us really do care and want to see action happen for those folks. And those funds can be used to assist them into getting shelter out there in Grizzly Flats. So that's where I really wish you would put those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, I'm just going to bring it back and remind everyone, we've said this so many times, I do feel like a broken record, but I forget. Not everybody's here for every meeting that we talk about it, so we do repeat. But again, I think this board's made it very clear that if that at the temporary site location is a complete failure, I don't think anyone on this board is afraid to shut it down. We have said that. We want it to be successful, and I hope you give us a good year to figure it out. In the meantime, my thinking is, and we did talk about this originally back in September, I guess, is that we have the funds to build this permanent location. That funding is flexible. We want the building to be flexible. If we're successful and we don't have homelessness in El Dorado County ever again, which I know that's really, kind of stretching it, but some people think that's where we're going to go. Or if we shut it down and we have to do something else, we're still going to have that building. And we need facilities in El Dorado County. We have Spring Street is being held together by tape and glue right now, is my understanding. So please understand, we are thinking long-term on many fronts for all of this. And the flexibility is really helpful. And I hope that you do support us. It's going to be a bumpy start. We don't have rose-colored glasses on. This is going to be hard. But I think everybody wants to pitch in and make it work. And let's just hope that we're successful. So, and then this facility here can be used for many things depending on our needs. So we're just take it as we go. So I don't know, CEO, if you wanted to add anything to that.
No, you said it better than I could.
Really? Wow.
You did.
No.
Is that a motion? Is that a motion?
That's a motion to approve this item if everybody's good with that.
I will second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, so it passes on a 4-1 vote. Thank you, everyone. I think we're going to grab a lunch break, and then when we come back, we have a few more department matters and closed session to take care of. Yeah, so we'll see you. Can everybody be back at 1? You guys good with that?
Yes.
1 o'clock. Thank you.
but it will be under my name, okay?
There's a way to test it though.
How do you make that bigger? Or it'll come right on here, okay?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's come back and check in a bit.
This is what I do to test it.
That's what I have to really get into. I mean, our item's supposed to be at 1 o'clock. Checking volume.
Camera.
Nothing we can do right now, huh?
No, I just want to make sure they can see you and can hear you. But look, you see when I talk,
Huh?
so you see that little microphone when you talk, it goes green.
This one?
No, down at the bottom. When I talk, you see, so that means the microphone's working.
Okay,
I just have to wait for video. Oh, yeah.
let's put this out here. Some days it's working, they can hear me.
Yeah, but I just have to wait to start video once they log in.
Well, you can mute me right now.
All right, it is 1 o'clock and we're back from lunch and we are moving on to open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Guys, I'm gonna close it if you don't get up here.
Arm wrestle anybody.
Good afternoon and happy end of your Board of Supervisors year, I guess. We'll see you back again in January. Last week, I appeared before you to summarize that 6 Oath Keeper and Proud Boys had been convicted of seditious conspiracy against the United States. And to remind you again that those people, those groups are already linked to you through your appointment of 3 contested commissioners. As I was speaking to you in Washington, D.C., another oath keeper was found guilty, Jeffrey Scott Brown from Southern California, on 7 counts, including assaulting police officers with a dangerous weapon. He's summarized in this handout as well as one other individual. He and 2 other gentlemen are the first to be convicted at trial in Washington, D.C. of assaulting officers with pepper spray. And for those felonies, they'll probably spend quite a bit of time in prison. I also told you that Linda Grimaldi has approved of her group, Boots on the Ground, Cali, expanding in Southern California with mention that they know most of the Patriots and the Proud Boys there. So it seems like that's who the group that they want to reach out to. This week, what I've handed out to you is to highlight 2 of those individuals from those groups they seek to reach out to, Brown plus David Dempsey. Dempsey is a Proud Boy charged with 11 counts, including assault on officers with deadly weapons, and he has a history of assault, including the Proud Boys in Sacramento. So if you think that these issues are far removed from you, they're not. They have ties here locally. And last week also on Friday, a gentleman from Rockland, a veteran, was sentenced to 21 months in prison for going to the Capitol on January 6th and making his way up to the Senate dais. So these are the individuals that Linda Grimaldi approves of and that by extension you approve of. You mentioned to her when she was appointed as a reminder that she's a reflection of you. So at the bottom of my first page, I'm asking you, what exactly is she reflecting? Is it your support and your continued support of extremist ties to sedition and other crimes? That's not a question anymore. Or are you reflecting, is she reflecting your legal obligation to support our nation's Constitution? That's your duty when you took your oath of office. And I haven't seen any evidence that you intend to adhere to it. So it's an open question what you support. Do you support the armed overthrow of the government through seditious conspiracy, which individuals have been convicted of and which you are tied to, or are you going to support the Constitution of the United States as the law demands? The facts are in this handout. I encourage you to spend a lot of time looking at it. In particular, read the comments that Dempsey made just before he assaulted the Capitol and look at those on page 7. I'm not going to repeat those comments because of the strong language, but he stood in front of a gallows and threatened to hang members of Congress just before he went to the Capitol and assaulted officers. I think that you should
Your time
remove
is up, Joe.
yourselves
Thank you.
from that. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There appears to be no additional public comment.
Oh no, you guys caught me with my mouth full of lunch, darn it. Okay, excuse me for that. With that, we will then move on to item 58.
Thank you. Item 58 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe refuse in areas A and B. 1, based on the analysis completed, find that a 4.96% increase to the existing rates be in accordance with the interim year rate setting process. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing an increase.
And I'm not going to open the public hearing until I know if I have my staff here. Hold on. I think open forum went a little faster than we all thought. I was still eating.
We do have Jeff from South Tahoe on.
There's Jeff Warren online, and then who? Was he there too?
Why?
Well, there, at South Tahoe Refuge are you taking this item? I don't know, Jeff at South Tahoe Refuge, last name, sorry. Are you taking the lead on this item?
He should be able to unmute and turn his video on.
There we go.
There you are. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so you're taking the lead on this item?
Well, El Dorado County staff should be doing the report for this.
Okay, hold on then.
Madam Chair, I'm trying to get a hold of Mr. Warren right now to see if he's participating via Zoom or planning to be here in person. So give me a
Oh, maybe
minute.
that's part of it.
We were a little too fast.
Today has been, where's your Jeopardy music, Sue?
We're too efficient. I'm wondering if you want to do the proclamation.
Well, and we still have a couple department,
Oh, okay.
he's coming in, okay, because we have a couple department matters to do too, so.
Yeah, right. we got one.
I think we all expected open forum on the last day of our, year to be kind of
shocked at
a raucous group.
5 minutes.
Maybe Raphael wants to say something.
Oh my God.
Let's see how out of breath he is.
He's gonna be running up the hill.
I know that's me, I'm
It's the last meeting of the year. Hard to believe. Gosh.
I know.
Where's this year gone?
There he goes. Okay, now I'm going to open the public hearing. Give Jeff a moment to catch his breath.
The hill always tells you who's the boss.
It sure does.
Take your time.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
You're out of breath, Joe.
Yeah.
Running 2 foot fast. That's what it is.
Jordy here.
We already read that.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. I was hoping that there'd be a lot more public forum, but
We thought so too.
well, I was here last week to talk trash. It was so much fun. We have to go one more round.
Okay.
So, so I'm here today to present the interim year rate increase of 4.96%, which is based on the CPI and increased landfill costs for South Tahoe refuse for the unincorporated area A and B. On August 25th of this year, South Tahoe Refuse submitted an interim year rate application for the JPA for the interim year 2023. On September 16th, the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, the JPA, met to review the application for areas A and B and engaged an independent solid waste consultant, Crow LLP, who we've used in the past, to perform the interim year rate analysis services. Crow has completed the review and provided the recommended final interim year 2023 rate increase analysis to the member agencies. Excuse me. And based upon its review and analysis, Crow did recommend the 4.96% rate increase for South Tahoe refuse areas and unincorporated areas A and B. And the JPA met on November 10th of this year to review the recommendation for the rate increases, and all member counties approved that rate increase. We've reviewed the application and supporting documentation and found no deficiencies. And therefore, we recommend the approval of the interim year rate increase of 4.96% for the unincorporated areas of A and B.
Okay. Any questions from board members? I don't see any buttons lit up, but you never know. Ah, there it is. D5 button.
Well, I just want to say, as a member of the JPA, Solid Waste JPA up in Tahoe, we all took a look at this, and everybody's getting a little bit of a price hike. It's just, it's in a narrow area where we pretty much base it on what's going on in the community, in the county, and nationally. So it's, it has been reviewed, and there were no objections to this. Other
Yeah.
than us all, of course, be concerned about price raises.
Right, cost of living is getting to us all. And just for clarity then too, Jeff, is that this isn't related, like our last one was related to 1383.
No, this is
This
not.
is not.
This
So
is
just for
the,
clarity.
based on the franchise agreement and the rate study manual,
Yep.
that in the interim years, they are allowed to come and request an increase. And it's usually based on the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, on the trash and garbage of, I believe, 85%. And there's also supporting documentations for increased landfill costs too, that's being associated with it.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? Supervisor Thomas?
Thanks for bringing this forward. I just had a conversation with a gentleman that was from South Lake Tahoe on Friday afternoon, and I was the only one here. I saw him in the hallway, and he had a couple of questions as to why the commercial rates are so low in regards to residential rates, and just thought that was an interesting question because they are, there's a big difference, and his concerns were also, and I had a conversation with Jeff yesterday about this, that with mandatory service, with all the vacation home rentals, there are folks that were concerned that they're paying for garbage they don't use. And yet you were really helpful in articulating how important it is that, especially with folks, and you can probably articulate this better than I can, with folks renting homes, you have to have garbage service. Otherwise people may leave their trash and that attracts animals. And it's so important as far as the Keep Tahoe Blue and the Clean Tahoe initiative that we're able to manage garbage. And so I just wanted to.
Right. I both just going to expand upon this, but I will say that it's very, very important, and it's made a huge difference in our community having to make that mandatory, because otherwise you create a system where people are dumping it into dumpsters here and there, or worse, even just leaving it out and not understanding consequences. And it has made a huge difference to have this mandatory garbage collection, number one. And then secondly, with the commercial, I'm sure we can go into, you're probably better off understanding that than.
Right, we have representation from South Tahoe Refuse that can help answer the
Yeah, Jeff's there.
logistical
Hey, Jeff.
questions. Turn to the other Jeff.
All right.
Yeah,
Other Jeff.
sorry.
This is Jeff Tubman with South Tahoe Refuse Company. The rates you see here for commercial and residential, the residential rates are per month. The commercial rate you see there is per yard. So
Okay.
establishment that, picks up 2 or 3 yards, that rate's going to be a lot higher. So,
Okay.
yeah, so that should do that. And then as far as the mandatory, I think Sue hit it on the head. When this went into effect several years ago, there was probably 14, 15 illegal dump sites up here. And, we certainly don't want to get back to that. There's too much open space. There's too many commercial dumpsters. And that's what's going to happen with it.
That's a helpful clarification. I know we struggled with that in the city of Placerville as well, which has mandatory garbage. So yeah, helpful clarification. Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Hydall, sorry, Miss.
Yeah, I just want to note that in the resolution, it specifically states that the last increase was December 14th, 2021, and that was 3.77%. So we can look at this as an annual, and obviously it's incrementing up from what it was in the last cycle. And that's, I think, to be expected with inflation and everything else that goes along. So although none of us like those kinds of things, it's a reality of life. So
Correct. And that's it. This is the last interim year. Next year in 2023 will be a base year study. Will be more intense. So there'll be some other changes that they'll be proposing, but that's what we're going to be going back to the JPA up there and discuss that and get that approval first before coming to your board for a base year increase.
Very good.
But yes, that's over the past years. I believe they have up to 6 or 7% that they can ask up to, depending on what the conditions are. And that's why we've been using the independent consultant to verify those rates.
Thank you.
All right, very good. I think we'll get public comment now then.
Now taking public comment on item number 58, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'll move the item, please.
And I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, it passes unanimously. Thank you for bringing this
Thank you.
item. And then I
Apologize for
am,
being a little late. I'm sorry. But
well, you're not wrong. The timing today has been really
Yeah.
interesting. So keeping you on your toes. And thank you. No worries. You're fine. I'm gonna check in with Supervisor Novacell really quick. Thinking that it'd be kind of neat to end our day with those fun proclamations, but did you have anybody that you wanted to? Okay, so if and thank you for being here. I know you're still a little under the weather, a little bit. So I'm thinking if we go back into our department matters and then we can end our day on some proclamations, that might be kind of nice. Plus our to and froms, of course, but
Always a highlight.
that's the to and from.
And the
Riveting.
closed sessions, right?
They're
So-
absolutely riveting.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think we've got item number 49. Yeah, 49.
Yep.
Item number 49 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, award 169 small business COVID-19 economic impact grants to eligible recipients. 2, approve the use of the small business COVID-19 economic impact grant agreement template. And 3, authorize a chief administrative officer or assistant chief administrative officer to execute grant awards.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Chair Parlin and members of the board. Just a quick overview of how we got here with the previous program, and then we'll get to the item at hand. So on November 9th in 2021, the board approved the allocation of ARPA funding for multiple purposes, including an allocation of $4,135,060 in ARP funding towards the support of small businesses and nonprofits in El Dorado County. Following the recommendation by the CEO to the board, we started putting together a program for nonprofits. Based on the initial round of review, on April 25th, 2022, your board approved awarding 23 nonprofit COVID-19 economic impact grants to eligible recipients for a cumulative amount of $1.9 million out of the total allocation that we were originally worked with. Following the board's direction on June 28th, 2022, the CAO and the Planning and Building Department Economic Development Division returned to propose a small business COVID-19 program that we put together criteria for as well. The goal of the Small Business COVID-19 Economic Impact Program is to assist small businesses that were established prior to and are recuperating from the pandemic. With guidance from the Business Protection Work Group, the following eligibility requirements were established. 1, the applicant must be physically located in El Dorado County and hold an active business license. 2, the applicant must currently be in operation and have been in operation in El Dorado County since 2018. That was to give us a baseline of kind of what their business model was. 3, the applicant must demonstrate reduced revenue of at least 10% due to COVID-19. And the loss is based on the revenue of tax years of 2020 and 2021 compared to the baseline equal average of tax years 2018 and 2019 for those businesses. And 4th, the applicant must be a for-profit and independently owned and operated business with at least 1, but not more than full-time employees in the reporting years of 2020 and 2021. The program was publicized through various outreach efforts on the county and with our Business Protection Work Group, which consists, if you remember, of our local chambers, cities, and other organizations within the county that we work with. We also sent out Economic Development Division, that is 8,354 letters from our treasure tax collectors database of active business licenses in the county, just to get the word out to everybody who had a business license here that the program was available. And out of that, we got a total of 224 applications from small businesses by the deadline. The applications and supporting documentation were reviewed by Economic Development Division staff and then the CAO's fiscal staff as well to verify the applicant revenues for 2018, 19, 20, and 2021, and to also verify the employee counts, which is no small task. And I have to thank the CAO fiscal Carrie's team for taking on that role during budget and a bunch of different other things. So that's why we're here today, finally. And after review of the applications, it was determined that 55 of the applicants were ineligible. And this was due to the following reasons. 41 applicants did not experience a loss in revenue as they maybe thought they had. The loss of revenue did not meet 10%. That was applied to 5 applicants. Applicant exceeded the amount of five full-time employees, or the applicant had an incomplete application, and we did reach out to try to get those in. The remaining 169 applicants demonstrated a total loss exceeding $25 million. And if you recall, we had about $2 million to work with. To allocate the remaining available funds, staff has calculated a funding cap of $13,870 per applicant. The recommended grant award for each applicant is the lowest of one, the applicant's request, the applicant's demonstrated revenue loss, or the $13,870 cap. The total recommended grant funding of the $2,121,133 exceeds the remaining funding allocation by $4.59. And it's recommended that this minor allocation overage or savings be delayed until the final ARPA SL-FRF reconciliation. So with that, I know it's a lot of numbers and words, but I'll take any questions and any feedback.
Wow, but yeah, Supervisor Novosel.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Appreciate the report. First off, I did want to try to figure out this because I didn't see a lot of Tahoe. In fact, I only saw one Tahoe person in there, but I may be wrong.
We had, I did the numbers, we had about 10% of the applications came from Tahoe.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, and Pollock Pines combined.
Okay,
those
and
two
that's what I was
areas.
going to ask. Did you use, when you say local chambers, did you use the chambers up in Tahoe also? And it sounds like you said that you had tax collector send out a notice to every.
So we actually got the addresses from them and we sent them out from the economic development.
So every business got
Yeah,
a notification. Well, that's good enough there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah, I have
remember
to
too,
think.
did we know about, like, we saw there was an announcement too, because I think we shared it in the news.
We
newsletters
got in
and
the
everything,
newspaper.
right? It was
Chamber
out
started getting in
there.
the newspaper, a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
That's perfect. That's what I
Yeah.
wanted to know. And then, so, yeah, and then you had 169 applicants. What was the, how did they have to, when they said, you say they demonstrated a loss? Is that something they had to prove to? Because we went through this last time.
Yeah, so it was based on the actual tax returns of the company.
Okay.
And Carrie's team looked at their 18, 19, 2020, and 2021 tax returns based on their revenue. And then averaged out 18 and 19 to kind of get an average of what their operating revenue was. And then compared it with the next 2 years and whatever that loss was, as long as it was 10% more, it was deemed a justifiable.
Okay, very,
candidate.
very good. So we had this, when we first did this first round, we actually had a business that did not close. They refused to close. And we gave them $3,500 or something. And, you know, I had a little issue with that one. I want to make sure we weren't going there again.
Yeah, no, they had to have an active business license, still, you know, and be
Yes.
in business since 2018. So it wasn't like they had one good year in 2020 and then a bad year. And then, you know, we had to have some sort of baseline to
Good.
work with.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I want to thank you, Kyle, for your efforts and the El Dorado Hills Chamber and the El Dorado County Chamber for helping us recognize this need with these
Yes.
micro businesses. I think this was part of the original distribution of funding that we kind of missed. And so it was good to get this input. And I think obviously we're doing what we can with the monies that are available. And that's extremely important. But if I look at, you know, that $25 million number, and I look at these businesses and I have to presume that a lot of them would have generated sales tax revenue. And if people shifted their buying to go into online buying, we may not ever get that sales tax revenue back into El Dorado County. So this is kind of a yellow indicator to me. I just did a quick number, so we may lose $1 million if these numbers are accurate in sales tax revenue in the near term as a result of these losses. And so we just need to watch what's going on between appraised values on properties, you know, property taxes, sales tax, because unless we're getting a lot of those Amazon funds back, right? Because I think that is the one remaining online service that we're actually getting those sales tax monies back into our county. If you buy through other suppliers, you don't get it, as I understand it, but that could have a significant impact. And I think the Amazon thing is even changing in real time. So can you help me understand where that one is?
The Amazon?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly. I'm not fully up to speed on that, but I know, I mean, we are looking to attract companies that are sales tax generating companies and that have those, you know, large generation of that money, but I don't know that
I understand. So it's
Yeah.
probably an unknown until we see the results. But I
Yeah.
would hope it would not be as the magnitude that this indicates it might be. Hopefully it washes down and it's not a big deal. But
I'll just add Supervisor Heidel that our sales tax continues to grow at a higher percentage than projected. So yes, it was definitely impacted because of COVID. And it changes all the time, but our sales tax has grown. In regards to how sales tax is distributed to local governments, we have not yet heard about. We are, as the auditor said, we are aware of how Amazon is going to change their sales tax allocations.
Right.
We have not heard from the state about collecting any back monies or anything or seen that change yet.
okay, so that's still a work in progress, so to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you for the update.
And just following up on that, I'm looking at this, a lot of these are actually services.
Some of
You
them,
know,
yeah.
no, a lot of them, which they're, massage groups, bookkeeping, acupuncture, I mean,
Yeah.
maintenance, auto body. So,
It was a lot. Yeah. That's what we were trying to
right.
tailor it towards, but
Smaller
Yeah.
businesses.
But they buy
Right.
materials and they pay
Yeah.
sales tax and
Yeah. So just, just throwing that out there that,
Yeah.
because they couldn't at that time, do that kind of services. So that really makes sense. Supervisor Thomas.
I just want to applaud you. This was an amazing effort. I going through the list of all of the applicants and everyone you vetted and everyone that is getting a cash award here. It's incredible. And the amount of the lengths you went to reach our businesses that, could possibly benefit from that is quite amazing. I mean, over 8,300 letters you sent out. That's incredible, Kyle.
and I'd like to take credit for it, but I can't. My team.
Yeah, but you and your
didn't-
staff
yes,
reached out to
yeah.
community partners to make that
Yeah.
happen. And, it's so easy just to issue a notice in a paper or put something on social media and call it a day, and you didn't do that. And, you went to great lengths to make sure folks knew that this was open, and you had an overwhelming response, and the amount of time that it took to vet all of that. I was just in awe of this.
Yeah.
And also the critical thought you applied to how do you distribute this money? Because it would have been very easy. There were some, what I would have called middle-sized businesses in here, and they would have swallowed up, a couple of them could have easily swallowed up all the money. But your approach to evenly distributed it, and well, not evenly, but to give it out and in a fair way ensures that the little guys receive
Yeah.
some help. And that was the goal, was to
Mhm.
make sure that those, small businesses that are working in our community had some assistance from this. So just really well done.
Thank you. And thanks to Carrie's team again on the numbers stuff, because that's.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
a way lot.
Well done.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, Kyle, thank you for doing that. Being a small businessman for 47 years and going through COVID-19, it impacted my business by 30 to 40% because I rely on a lot of seniors and stuff like that in my business and stuff. And during the COVID-19, they didn't drive, they didn't get out.
yeah.
They didn't want to even have their cars even fixed during that because they didn't need to have them fixed. So I applaud you, especially these small businesses that supply service to the residents of our county. So thank you for making sure that their account, that you gave them money because they needed it so much. During the first time that when this money came out, there was a lot of the businesses and stuff didn't know anything about it. So I'm glad that you did this and reached out to these people so they're aware that there was money available for them. So thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right, with that then, thank you. We'll get some public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
It was so awesome that nobody had comment, or everybody's tired after lunch. So bringing it back to the board.
I'll move this item.
I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. It passes
Kyle.
unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks, Anthony.
Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and circle back to our department matters. So we've got, let's see, one more. Supervisor Turnbull. Item 52, let Kim read it into the record.
because I do that all the time. Like I start talking, it's like, wait.
Item 52 comes from Supervisor Turnbull recommending the board direct the Chief Administrative Office to draft a letter to the USDA Forest Service asking for a 5 to 10 acre donation or land use agreement of El Dorado forest land adjacent to the Grizzly Flats Post Office to El Dorado County for possible use as a Grizzly Flats Community Center and a public park.
So anyway, I'm reaching out for boards.
Can you get your mic over by you? Where-
Let me move over.
Yeah, there you go.
So there
Switch to it. There, thank you.
So actually, I'm just reaching out to you. I figured I could have probably wrote a letter to the Forest Service, but I wanted the board's support. I think we all should be included in this, and especially supporting the people in Grizzly Flat. This community center and stuff, they've been wanting a community center up there before even the Caldor fire even started. Now, we had that big fundraiser that was right here at the fairgrounds, and we raised, I think it was approximately about $320,000. Now, that money is designated to go to a community center. You can't use it for anything else but that. So I would like to, and I reached out and talked to James Bacon, which he's the Director of Public Services. And it was great that he was in our county here at the forest, kind of stepping in place because we had ours, moved on, to Washington, DC. And so anyway, and that's what he does. So actually, there's a letter submitted. I don't know if he's seen that, the letter that he submitted that he reached out, because I had him in my office and talked to him, and Supervisor Parlin was there. So he's doing whatever he can to help us. And all we're asking for is a letter, a recommendation to the board, to the Forest Service to donate anywhere from 5 to 10 acres of land for a new community center. Also tie in the Grizzly Flat School that's up there, that was there before. And actually Parks and Rec went out there and worked with the South County Alliance to pick a spot. And that particular spot is adjacent, just down a little ways from the post office. And that would be area because it'd be it's the center of the community is what it is. So they said that would be a great fit for a county. So anyway.
All right, let's see, Board Supervisor Novosel.
Thanks. And thanks for bringing this, George. I think it is a great idea. And I'm just curious because we've just done some land some land swaps up in Tahoe for affordable housing because the governor had made it one of his pledges that he would try to get more land, some free land, some surplus land. And we at the Tahoe Conservancy had 10 acres right in the middle of town. So we donated it, and we're going to be, we've already done our groundbreaking for 250 affordable housing units. So I think it's a great idea. I think where you're going is good. I'm just wondering, have you tried, is there any state lands up there? Is there any conservancy lands up there? Can you open us up to any letter to everybody?
No, there's not.
Nothing else up there.
Nothing else.
Okay, because I was looking at Jim's letter back, and it says that they're limited because they don't normally donate land. They usually acquire it, which is similar to the Conservancy. And yet our governor said, no, we need to start using it. So I hope you can get somewhere with them. It certainly sounds like it might be a little uphill battle with them, but I think it's great that you're trying.
Okay, Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, I had a discussion with our planning department about the frequency at which we might obtain federal lands and stuff. And I guess the history has typically been a land exchange rather than just a deeding of property from federal government to the county government. So again, I'm not sure how all this is going to work out. But the other thing that goes with that is what would the zoning be? And I guess Forestry Service has their own special zoning, but if they deed the property, is it under that zoning? Does the county then have to change it? So there could be some administrative things, is what I'm trying to say, that we would have to do before we could actually accept the property if it's offered. And so I gave the planning and building department a little heads up that since this is a rare occasion that something like this evidently has come up in the past, we just kind of need to understand what is the best path to take to make all this happen as easily as possible, right? Without running into roadblocks. So I applaud you for this. I think it's the right thing to do. It's just, we have to understand what that process will be, because it's not a process I guess we've done frequently.
Yeah, I totally understand. One of the things is that we did get some land in the county somewhere around Georgetown area. and it was from BLM. And it was approximately 10 acres. But I can't remember exactly the date on it, so,
Is there any BLM land up there? then?
no, there's not. Too bad.
Well, like, maybe,
Yeah.
you know, I think John
Right.
said maybe you can find a swap somewhere.
Right, yeah.
Right,
And
exactly.
Cronin Ranch, obviously,
Yeah.
we've been working with BLM on some opportunities there
And
perhaps.
that's
so-
one of the things that he did bring up about swapping property.
Yeah.
You know, up there too, so.
Did you?
I have one more question. I was
Sure.
just gonna ask Don what he thought of all this, if there's any, in the realm of the CAOs, well, is there anything you see up here as an opportunity?
Because I think we all support a Grizzly Flats Community Center. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. How to get there, yeah.
Similar comments that you all have made. I mean, obviously, the need, I don't think anyone questions. The experience working with the Forest Service and donating land, I've not known them to do that. A lot of times they will do some type of special use permit or long-term leases for
Mhm.
things. So
Right.
we have to be aware that having them donate it to us, I think it's a heavy lift. It doesn't mean it's not worth the ask. Don't want to be the Debbie Downer on this. I'm thinking staff resources. So in the email from Jim Bacon on December 1st, he said from his perspective, the project will benefit from the formation of a local project team to continue to collaborate and formulate the specifics of the project. You've heard me say this to you individually, your staff are at capacity. If I look at the Parks Division, the number of board priorities are already trying to implement is off the charts. It's unprecedented for this county between Depot Bike Road, the Depot Bike Park, Diamond Springs, Chili Bar, the Parks Master Plan.
It's a lot.
The list goes on. And that's just that division. So
We're getting a new community services division, all right?
Yeah.
we're working on it. And that's my concern. If we send this letter, my request to the board is to be very fair and realistic as to when the conversations will start, or you're going to distract staff from other priorities you've already established.
So maybe let me chime in here, and this might change the conversation a little bit or not, I don't know. So when I'm reading the item, a couple things. So I was at the fundraiser and I donated a chunk of money because there was a match. So I doubled my money. But my recollection was that it was going to be for a community center specifically. And there was talk about having it either like adjacent to or next to or something with the new fire station that was going to be rebuilt. That was the talk that day when I donated my money. That's what I was kind of expecting. This goes off in a kind of different direction. And so I was a little bit surprised when all this started. So there's that. What's going on with the fire station? Why isn't that a good idea to pursue it there? And then the other thing is, in here it says that the residents had been already working towards a community center prior to the fire. So what was that effort and what were they looking at? They must have had, I mean, if they were working towards something, what was it? And can we just continue on with that instead of the county taking something on?
Well, the biggest thing out there when the community center, they were
We
going to
need
work.
you in your mic somehow. Can we move your mic over?
Well, it's,
Yeah, you can. Move it
okay.
over there.
There we go.
Thank you.
It's wrapped around the other way.
Yeah,
So
there we go.
anyway.
Now we can hear you.
So the biggest thing is the community center, they wanted to put it pretty close to where the school was. And so then that community center could be used for other things and help the school too, because you could use it for a gymnasium. And that's what the thought is even today, a gymnasium, but also they can have a lot of, the fire safe council could meet there. And the community can meet there. I mean, they used to have hamburger night that was out there, and it used to be at the church out there, and that church ended up burning up. But all that areas out there with the fire station, everything, were all kind of close together at that
Right.
particular time, and they all burned down is what it is. So that's one of the things that I think that this community center would be good. I mean, just asking the Forest Service, I don't know if it could happen or not, but at least we can try. And even, and McClintock is supporting this very much so to try to get this approved. And not only that, it could be used as a warming center too, because especially during the, these cold nights out there, especially with a lot of the people that are living in RVs and, and is few people that are living in tents that are out there too. So I think it's a great fit for the community. They need something, especially after everything they have gone through. I mean, the whole community was completely wiped out is what it was in that particular area. So anyway, I don't know if Vicky's online or not, but
She's right there. But wait,
Oh, Vicky.
wait,
Oh.
hold on, Vicky, just wait, not there yet.
okay, sorry, I didn't even know you were here, Vicky.
Yeah,
So,
trying to keep Vicky out of this is what I'm trying to do because our staff is overwhelmed. We just made that very clear.
well, I know that, but I
So,
mean, she
but-
had a conversation with James Bacon and I'd like to hear what
Okay,
his
but-
comments
but
were.
I'm asking you I asked you 2 questions and I didn't get an answer to
All
either
right,
one.
Okay.
So what was the plan before the fire? Where was it gonna go? Do you know?
It was.
Because it seems like we should want to pursue that perhaps.
Mhm.
What was it? Do you know, or do we need to find out?
No, we need to find out.
Okay, so we need to find that out because
Right.
there was kind of a plan in the works
Mhm.
and I'd love to know what that was. And then in my mind, because I also have a lot of rural communities in my district too, the fire stations tend to be the heart of every community. They
Right.
just are. I've
Down to
got
the
Georgetown, Mosquito. Yeah, well, that's another there's more fire districts than libraries. Ah, there I got you
Yes, there
there.
are.
Way more
There
fire
is.
districts. So, but the fire station, like in Mosquito, when I'm in Mosquito, we have our meetings inside the fire station. So when I was at this fundraiser and they were talking about building the community center kind of onto the new fire station, I thought that made
Exactly.
perfect sense. Because it's kind of like, my understanding from my little communities is they see the local fire stations, it is an elected board. They see them as their little local government. And so the community center would be a good fit there with the fire station. Is there plans to rebuild that out there? Could this?
Well,
be
I
part
think
of
if they had
that?
plans to add in the community center with the fire station
Okay,
as a joint effort, so.
but
but
that
also-
doesn't need new land then, right?
Well,
have land.
that particular area is not going to be big enough, I think, for it, because it was very, very small where the fire station sit.
Okay, so it sounds to me like we have a lot of exploring
Right,
to do
right.
here is my thinking before we want to commit to anything. I honestly think we need more information. There was already many questions asked here. And then I don't know, Supervisor Thomas, if you had more to add on to it, but I think we all think it's a great idea.
Absolutely.
I mean, I gave money for a community center, so please know, I think it's a great idea. It's just the where and the how.
And the who.
and
Well, the
who.
biggest
Well, that's
thing.
the other part, the who runs it?
Yes.
Who operates it?
So
Who
there
maintains it?
Parks and Rec was out there and my commissioner, and they surveyed a lot of different properties out there. And this particular piece of property was the best fit for that community center. And that was adjacent just down from the
But there's
post
a
office.
CSD out there and there's a fire district out there. They've
This-
obviously both had losses,
could
but
do
were
that,
they going to
yeah.
operate this?
The CSD, no, it's the South County Alliance was going to operate it.
And are they?
They're here, yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
they're here. Okay.
So-
Good. Already heard from them. So.
CAO looks like he wants to chime in. Hold the phone.
Okay.
Put you on hold.
Just, CSDs are government agencies if they're not, which is very easy for them to
Mhm.
run things like this. Public-private partnerships are very important with our nonprofits, but if the plan here is for a nonprofit to run it, those models have been very successful, but that requires further conversation, negotiations, MOUs to be in place between, in this case, the county and the nonprofit. So just re-emphasizing my point of the staff time involved in doing this. It's a great idea, but there's gonna be a lot of work. And those are just the things I'm thinking of.
Right.
Supervisor Heidel mentioned zoning and land use. Those are all stuff that's going to have to be worked out. So just keep that in mind as we move forward.
Okay, very good. Did you want to add on yet or hear
Let's
from the
see public-
Alliance
yeah,
first?
here.
What, and that'll be just hear from the Alliance, not as public comment, but let's
Alright.
just hear from them.
Sounds good.
And then,
Then
we'll,
we can have some more.
we'll ask
conversation. Sounds good.
questions. Come on up and then it won't be public comment. It's like we're asking, because you're part of this agenda item actually. And then we can ask you questions.
So I think we all think the community center is a great idea. It's just.
Yeah, I definitely feel like as I'm sitting up here listening to you, sitting back here listening to you guys, I'm like, let me just answer your questions.
Yes. So now you're here. You want to just take it and then
So I am Candace and I sit on South County Alliance, and this is my colleague Robin Kelly. She's also a community member in Grizzly Flats, and she sits on South County Alliance with us. And we're both, obviously, we are in the Caldor Scar. Her home survived, mine obviously didn't. But we have been working, we came together after the Caldor fire started, and we have, formed South County Alliance. And basically, we want to be able to rebuild the community of Grizzly Flats as a whole. So we're separate from West Slope. West Slope is doing a wonderful job at focusing on individual needs, but we want to focus on the community as a whole. And so this is when we decided, okay, let's put it as community center. And I can honestly say this county has been amazing, right? Laura, you were there for that.
Yeah.
And it was amazing to watch it all go down and see the support that came out for our community. As far as a community center in a park, we have chosen, well, we have been through several properties trying to find the perfect location for a park and a community center. There's so many infrastructure problems and property owner problems and blah, blah, blah that we have been through on all the different properties we have looked into. However, here's this great landlocked chunk of Forest Service property that sits smack dab in the center of our community. And I want to touch bases on why we don't attach it to the fire department, because our fire department is a volunteer fire station that is no longer there. And it literally sits like maybe on a quarter of an acre. So there's just not the room or feasibility infrastructure there to be able to build a community center / park. And it's kind of actually not centralized. It's kind of actually was more centralized for old Grizzly, right? Before we added on and developed the other half of what we have for Grizzly now. Originally, Grizzly was kind of on this side of town and our fire station was centrally located. But then as Grizzly grew, it kind of now wraps around. And so it's no longer centrally located. So we have chosen this spot that would be next to our school. It'd be adjacent. We'd be able to share infrastructure with them. And it's centrally located. And it's a landlocked chunk of land from the Forest Service that can't be used for anything else. I mean, basically they have given, I believe, 3 or 5 acres to our school. And that's how Walt Tyler has been able to exist, is they have a special use agreement with the Forest Service. And so the piece of property that we are trying to acquire from the Forest Service would actually be it would be adjacent and connect to the school, so to say. But it would give us a separate entrance into a community center where we're no longer tied to the school, which gives us a lot of, there's a lot of restrictions by being in with the school itself because of school laws. And like during the day, we wouldn't be able to go in and use our community center if it was attached to the school itself. But if we could get that adjacent property, now we could say, oh, you need somewhere to go today on a rainy day? Please come in and bring all these kids in and let them have a place to play on a rainy or snowy day. Come to the community center. We'd love to have you. Or, I just can't think of a better place for a park or community center than that landlocked piece of U.S. Forest Service land. It's just, like I said, it's centrally located. There's a lot of benefits for not just the school, but for the community as a whole. And let's be honest, Grizzly Flats has nothing to do. There's nothing up there for the community. So to put in a park where families could go and have a park, we could do barbecues, we could do Frisbee golf. We could do things like that aren't necessarily super requiring a lot of maintenance and things like that, low-key maintenance, but very effective for a community that needs a place that's centralized to go and gather as a community. We're just trying to rebuild the community to give them a sense of community again, because if you haven't taken the drive, I suggest you do, and just see what we're living in on a daily basis, and to be able to have some kind of sense of community again is going to be huge for our very rural community, because we drive 40 minutes to get to the gas station or, the grocery store. So to have somewhere we could just come together and unite, and I mean, we've got a list of things that, we'd like to be able to hold in a community center and be able to give somewhere for these kids to play and not just be out gallivanting around doing things they probably shouldn't be doing, right? Like, let's give them structural, let's give them something to do that is beneficial to the whole community. So that's kind of the reason we've chose this location. And we're asking for 10 acres. We've got George Turnbull standing behind us to support us. And we've got McClintock's office who's like, yeah, let's reach out. Like, this is something we could help you with. And we think this is a great idea. So, and I mean, maybe it's not very common for the Forest Service to say, yes, here's a piece of property, you can have it, but it's landlocked. It's not like it's a piece of property that they can really develop or that they can really do a whole lot with. And they may or may not bring back their Forest Service station. So who knows? Otherwise, it's just going to sit there vacant.
So Candace, do you know what the plan was prior though to the fire? It says there was a plan. Thank you,
That's Robin.
Robin. Thank you, Robin. Because I really want to know what that was.
Well, it was a loose plan in the sense that it's been 15 years. My husband, Mel Kelly, tried to get the CSD to allocate the pond that we call Grizzly Pond, which is about a 5-acre piece with a 2-acre lake in it, a reservoir. And to get them to go through the LAFCO and all that stuff, because that's what would have to be done if they were actually going to open a park, because our CSD is our water district.
Yes.
It does not operate any parks up there at all and has not taken on that responsibility or has been willing to. And right now I wouldn't even ask them.
Correct.
Right?
We are aware.
We know that.
We
Definitely
know.
know
Right. It's pretty rough.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time. We've tried, one family actually was building up their property and designed it with space for our burger nights, which is a 30-year tradition. And we were able to bring it back last year. We worked very hard, thanks to the El Dorado Community Foundation. They restored everything we lost. And I've been involved in that since 97, 98, somewhere in there. So I'm the last person on the Hill that knows anything about burger night when it comes to operating burger night. So I was pulled in and everything from the container to the serving utensils were replaced. And so we did that, and we had 8 burger nights last summer at John.
I say I was there.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, very good.
And because of that night, well, it used to be funds that went to, historically it's changed where the funds have gone and who's been in charge and all that. So the fire department used to get the donations from any profit made was donated to the fire department or the PVFA or whoever. I wasn't there in those years. Then it came when the school came up there. I was the original teacher up there. When the school came in, they started splitting the funds between the school and the fire department. And then somewhere along the line, it became more about the school than the PVFA. I guess the PVFA, I don't know the politics.
Yeah.
I kind of hide my head on that. This is a whole new arena for me. So I'm not particularly thrilled, but anyway, so nothing came of the original efforts, and it was not for not trying.
Okay.
And it wasn't ever completely dropped. My husband was constantly on them about that. And the South County Alliance was offered property as a gift from a trust to be trusted to us. However, when they went to transfer that to us, the original trust to Leone Meadows was not complete or correct. So it is currently in faraway lawyer land.
Yeah.
And it's
Okay.
not pretty. So and it was the most expensive piece of land for us to develop because it has 3 wells, a pond, no infrastructure, and the property was not surveyed correctly, possibly, because I've seen maps where the house literally was in the middle of the property line, and the man who owns that other piece of property has been speaking up. So the piece of property as presented
Right.
wasn't even.
That's the reason why I didn't get
Yeah,
Okay.
so that piece went to the wayside. We went to the school to work with them and I don't know what happened with how to explain that we didn't ask them to ask for more land because the more we learned about sharing the school property, the less we liked it as a community center. It became a school operated, even with an MOU, there's all kinds of Megan's laws and whatnots to go into being on that property, like she was saying. So we decided to step back from that and look at adjacent properties. And we have looked, and there's a lot of small pieces on the north side, but they're small and everybody, of course, we'd like to have it donated. We don't want to have to go buying property, and there's like 4 lots along there, but then it's a long, narrow piece. And so along the north side of the school, 3 acres. The school had a special use permit with no permanent structures allowed up when I started there. And now they have, according to Kelly Howard, they have the special use permit that is allowing them to put in permanent structures because of this down the road. Eventually, they're going to get the land donated to them. So I don't know if Mr. Bacon was in on that, or Rogers, or who the people were they were doing that arrangement with. But she said they're being allowed to put permanent structures because they've applied for this land. And Scott Rogers, the ranger, told me that if we don't attach to the school, then we're probably not going to get it. You know, don't try. There's a act of Congress and that says they can only give it to schools. And so, you know, we kind of been looking around and trying other properties. We've even looked at the pond property again, and the piece of land to one side of it was sold before we could get it. And so it's still a small piece. It's not especially suitable for septic systems. It's got a lot of wetland on it. So we'd like to develop it back as a park and put in tables and make it, you know, a park over there still. That would be nice. That had been there. So there were tables and chairs, and my husband did get as far as power and water to the property. So there is, and that's still standing. When I started this a year ago, been a little longer, huh?
Just over, yeah.
So we did do well at the fundraiser for the community came together, and I still can't talk about that without crying because it was so amazing to me. And I'm not a person who asks for money. I'm not good at that. And I was made the treasurer, so I decided I didn't have to ask, but I could certainly take. If you want to hand me money, I will be happy to do that, but I'm in this place where asking is just weird. So the work involved is clearly huge. And even in the past year or so of the work that we've done, I've learned so much, and the baby steps that we're having to take are pretty painful. And I was pretty frustrated by all that. So, but I'm coming to grips with that. So Kathy, from one of the commissioner, for the parks person,
yeah,
came to me and asked us, me, I forget who she contacted first.
Yeah,
I don't remember. I know.
Kathy
But she-
Johnson's.
Yeah, and she said that, you know, that there might be something that the parks commissioners could do for us. And so we started going to meetings, and we met Vicky, and everybody, except for one board member, I think, has taken a tour. I've taken them all on tours of all the properties, all our struggles, all the different situations that we've been in. And they were very supportive. You know, they too want to see that happen. And Vicky was the person that suggested the Forest Service, because the land is perfect. And we've thought about it, of course, because before we met Vicky, we had talked with the school and all that had been discouraged. And so here we are, still trying to find property and to carry on these little baby steps. So the fire department, you filled them in on that.
I think at one time I would say the fire department was a hub when we were
It
like a
was,
very small
right.
community, right?
Oh,
But I mean, we used to do Halloween parties and Christmas parties at the fire station.
Right.
But I mean, at this point, Grizzly has grown since we were kids, and now there's a whole nother section. And so we just feel like the school has become our new hub, right? The school was our new hub, and the school is gone, but it's going to be rebuilt. And so then that'll become our hub again. So to be able to put a park next to that, and we've even actually talked with Boys and Girls Club to be like, oh, maybe we could do Boys and Girls Club after school because we're so far out. Like, in order to attend Walt Tyler School, which is a very special school because it's TK through 5th grade in a 2-room school, which you don't see very often. But it's really hard to get from Grizzly Flats to town to have a real job, right? If you drop your kid off at 9 o'clock and you got to pick them back up at 3. But if we had a community center there that Boys and Girls Club could also help us support, and okay, now you can drop your kid off at 9 and not have to pick them back up till 6. Like, that's huge for a community that is so rural. So that's also another.
Daycare has always been an issue for the school.
So it's also
for
another good point of our.
The amount of work involved and who's going to run it. There's so many questions that I don't even know are out there still, but I'm willing to work. And you talked about the workload on the county team. And I would like to hope that the South County Alliance could help with that. That we can do footwork or whatever work there is. I mean, I know there's some that you guys have to do, but if there was anything that we could do to support, we're committed, the team of people, to getting this community center, and we're really all newbies at this. So, you know, any guidance and any support that we get, we're willing to take on whatever, you know. It's like, what can you do? What can we do for you? I don't know the answer to all the questions. There's been so many changes just in the last 15 months. So anyway, we need a gathering place. We need a place that's public, not just a church or the fire department or the school. We need a public place that we can gather and continue our burger nights and just be a community again. I miss the community.
Yeah, I remember being out on Burger Night and amazed how many people are there. Unbelievable how many people there. I've been several times.
Yeah, that was, before the fire, we averaged 120 to 200 people a Friday night. And last summer, we averaged 40 to 90 people.
Yeah.
And, but we raised $15,000. People were very generous, and we, I'm the treasurer, and so I'm.
Were you there taking the money at Burger Night?
I did.
That's
yeah.
right. Okay, so I met you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. Okay, it's coming together
Yes.
now. Yeah, because I think we paid a lot of money for
Yeah,
Burger.
you did.
We
You
did. We
you
did.
paid. I'm like, where did this?
Yeah,
come from? And somebody
that's-
mentioned, yeah.
That's my
so-
husband. So,
So anyway, thank you.
You know, so we do care, and we do want to do something.
Yeah.
We have to, though, work within our means as a county also, and we are stretched thin. So I'm wondering if Supervisor Thomas had a thought.
I had some ideas. First of all, I just really applaud all your efforts. You're right. This stuff is not easy and it's complicated. I can't imagine working through all of this in addition to the loss that you're all working through. So just really applaud your efforts. And I think our goal today is just to put our heads together and see, how can we get there? So some thoughts that I had is, and having you explain kind of your journey and where you're at was really helpful in helping us know where we need to go. Because I think the reality is that right now, as you know, our county is in a time of transition with Dawn leaving. We have a couple of department heads that were down, and our Parks Department is severely impacted by our current priorities. So
I know.
So please don't take that as we don't want to help, we don't want to support you, but that's just a current reality that we are working through because we are in an extreme state of transition that, if our CAO was here, and because often our CAO's department helps support these extra efforts that our staff and we can't commit that because we don't have a CAO right now come March right now. So that's the reality. But I had a couple of ideas and I wanted to throw that out there. Number one, I think, and Supervisor Turnbow, could McClintock draft a letter of support to the Forest Service? His letter was to the South County Alliance. Have him draft a letter of support to the Forest Service.
No, it
number
was
one.
to the Forest Service.
What's that?
We met with him and he was going to send a letter
Okay.
to the
Yes.
Forest Service.
Yeah, so
That was-
we've been in contact with McClintock's office, and so they're 100% on board, ready to
Great,
take
yeah.
it to
Yeah, but
DC.
he needs to perhaps do a letter to the Forest Service. And that
If
could
he's
be,
done that, it should be in Legistar so we can read it.
so let me finish. Okay, so yeah, so that's one, I see multiple options here. So that could be one part of it. Perhaps the county could draft, we could direct the CAO's office to draft a letter of support from the county, just like McClintock's office did, to support the South County Alliance, to work with the Forest Service to form a community center in Grizzly Spot. So we could give the county support for that. I also see that the fiscal agent is the El Dorado Community Foundation, which is an amazing organization, is your fiscal sponsorship.
Yes.
I also see some opportunities there for a strong community-based support there because they are tied in with them.
Yes.
A lot of the
Yes,
strength
no,
of our
we're-
community. But additionally, what about David Church's office? We have a federal lobbyist. And I know he is very good friends with Vilsack, the Secretary of Agriculture. They have weekly lunches together. And he's tied in, I think he's one of the top 10 lobby firms in Washington, DC, that perhaps David Church and Associates could work through McClintock's office as well to support this effort. So those are some opportunities I see that right now could happen to support this further exploration that Deputy Director Bacon was talking about. So just some thoughts there.
Okay.
Some initial
I
steps.
think that, from South County Alliance's view, we're pretty much just, here to ask that maybe you do just support us and help us get a letter out to the Forest Service saying,
Yeah.
this, that we were really wanting to acquire this land for the community and.
Sure.
blah, blah,
I
blah.
like the idea of getting David involved in it.
Yeah.
Do we have the funds means to get him involved?
So the county shares a contract
We're already-
with the city of Placerville and the Transportation Commission. Just a note, though, that contract with David Church expires in March.
We'll get it done soon.
Great.
Very
We
fast.
meet Thursday. Oh.
I like the idea of the letter then,
Yeah.
get him moving on it.
I
Yeah.
don't see why we couldn't, in fact.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm seeing him this week, actually, so I'll mention it to him.
There you go.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
Gonna let it go.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
And then
just looking for the board's support to support us behind moving forward with trying to acquire this piece of land. We're not really asking a whole lot from you at this point, just some support and a letter that says, the Forest Service. So.
Supervisor Hydall?
Yeah, so I would encourage you to really put together a plan that defines what you want initially. The land dedication will keep your burger nights going and stuff. But if you want to build a facility and those kinds of things, I think you need to create a vision for what that property will become so that the community, the federal government, everybody can understand this is what they're trying to accomplish. Because it comes to mind, USDA has really low interest loans. If you could qualify, or the community foundation could qualify for one of those low interest
That's been
loans,
suggested,
maybe that's the way you get it built. And again, David Church can help with some of those things. But I think you really need to have a plan that can be visualized by people. This is where we're going to start and this is where we want to end up. And
Yeah.
It's immediately adjacent to school. Talk about the co-use aspects of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Really start to sell it in the community and sell it to the community foundation and stuff, because that's where you're going to see the support, I think, across every organization, whether it be a public agency or whether it be local support groups, that sort of thing. So I think that's really important. We were provided a map, but when I look at the map, it says Grizzly Flats Post Office. So I was trying to understand which parcel you're talking about. And I
It's
can't
not next to the
identify.
post office. That's a mistake. It's the school,
Okay, but
which is across the street. It's just across
So I
the
can- I
street.
can
Love him.
I can see the map. I
Yeah,
can see the
down.
lagoon. I can see the lake, but I can't see the property you're
Okay, so
talking
if
about.
you can see the post office,
So I don't know. We weren't.
Point you in the right direction, John?
Yes, because this is what we were given and I'm trying to understand what you're talking about. Because what we got is a red spot for the post office.
Okay, so Pine Haven, it
Yep.
would be between Pine Haven.
Yeah.
So it's,
Here.
I would say it's this parcel right here.
Oh, so
Right
it is
next
a
to
fairly
Spring
big
Canyon.
parcel.
Yeah, it's like a
It's
parcel.
it's right
Oh.
along String Canyon.
Yeah, the
Okay,
gr-
I got it.
String Canyon and Tyler Drive.
Okay.
There's like 1630, I think is where the name of the road. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay, I got it.
We
So
could
I-
hear on Heidel's
Got
mic.
I understand what you're
I try
talking
to be
about.
loud.
Yeah,
No.
Candace is like me. We don't have a problem being heard, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're asking for 5 to 10 acres of a 40-acre parcel?
Yeah.
Is that what it
Yes.
is? And you've
Yeah.
identified which part of it? Does it align directly with the parallel with Tyler Road, the whole length, or is it
To the
a small
String
square?
Canyon-
or-
From the String Canyon side,
Yes.
that's, there's an entry
Up.
up there up toward the school on the corner of String Canyon and Cerrone.
Okay.
Up to the school. There's a couple of private pieces of property, but then there's the Forest Service just to the west.
Yes, it's a 40-acre
Great.
parcel that I said, like I said, it's landlocked and they're already giving X amount of acreage of that property to the school. And so we're just asking for the adjacent property next to the school.
This
And-
makes it look like the zoning is FR 160, but I'm getting
does
too
that mean?
detailed.
Yeah, I
don't know what that
know.
means.
I think there's some exploration that needs to still be done, so we know more. But I'm thinking that we could at least do a support letter, not for the county to take the lead on anything.
No,
That's not what we're asking.
But-
we're not asking that, because when you said work, I'm like, well, I thought we were doing.
Well, but
We'll
you have
what
to
do
see where
need to
we
do is
get
the question.
concerned though, Robin, is that we were told that our parks manager was already taken out there and our parks commission's been working on this.
Yeah.
That
To support
to
us,
me
yes.
indicated that you guys were asking our county to take the lead on it. Quite honestly, that's the impression I got from
Oh.
taking
did
our
too,
parks
yeah.
people out there. So thank you for the clarification that you're really not wanting the county to take the lead on anything at this ever. No, but I mean, just to support
Eventually,
the
there will
request
be a
for,
relationship.
well, there's always a relationship, but I mean, as far as like who manages and runs it and actually might get title to it would be the alliance in my mind, hopefully. Because we have a lot of little community centers in our
Right.
county and they're not
Right.
county owned. You know, they're owned by a community group or, you know, whatever, you know, Granges, you name it. We have a
Right.
ton of them. So I like the idea of us just supporting your pursuit of this land with the Forest Service, reaching out. I like the idea of the community foundation, perhaps finding you some, it sounds to me like you might need some technical expertise along the
We're
way
still
and they
getting
could,
it As we go.
yeah.
As we're ready.
So does that help everybody a little bit then with?
We're in a support role. We're not in a take
Right.
ownership and
Right.
Okay.
administer role, right? So that's what I want to make sure we're.
Yeah,
clear
and I
on.
apologize if I sent us down that path. The item was written to donate the land to the county.
Right.
Yes,
You donate it to the county.
Right.
The level of bureaucracy
Mm.
goes off the charts. So
Mhm.
So that's why we're asking all these questions and clarifying things, just so you know.
You want complicated, that's
Right,
complicated.
yeah. It's actually easier if you guys, but so, okay, so if you guys will have a seat, I'll get some public comment and then I think we can get some direction on a letter of support, I think. Okay,
If you guys have any more questions, please,
oh, you know we will.
Yeah.
we'd love to tell you.
So Kim, if you want to get some public comment on this.
Now taking public comment on item number 52. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I assume this is your item.
Mhm.
So I looked over this item and I saw some of what I just heard you talk about, trying to make it as simple as possible, not making it too complex. Obviously, having the county involved does increase the complexity somewhat. But at the same time, we want it to get too simple and therefore rely on, let's say, a third party where they got to be checked out. They have to be correct in terms of the responsibility that they would have. Because I can see how this could tie in nicely with District 2, with parks and the potential for having the community center with the county involved. So obviously, I'm relying on your deliberation to determine what's the best approach. But obviously, did I say obviously twice? I want to say it twice. There is an importance to this that that does relate to community and the future. I'm looking optimistically at the future of Grizzly Flat. We know its history. We knew its history before Kelder Fire, but I want to regain that that special nature that they feel, that the community feels to their part of the county, and I want that to be returned to them. And hopefully, we get the same people who once lived there returning, or we get them in their houses, because that's where they want to be. So those are my thoughts today. Hopefully your deliberation will determine the best avenue for accomplishment. We're looking for accomplishment. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so after hearty, robust conversation, I think we got a feel for what's going on here. And Supervisor Thomas is going to take a crack at a motion, if you're okay with that, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, go
because we're
ahead.
kind of massaging what
Right.
you've given us.
Can I make
Okay.
one correction?
Yeah.
I did find the letter from McClintock. There was 2 support letters. I thought I'd opened up both. I only opened up one. So there is a support letter here. So that I want to correct that. It has
Yeah.
been submitted. I just didn't see it the first time around. So thank you.
Yeah, but who was
Yeah.
that too?
South County Alliance.
Yeah.
It was to the Alliance, not to
Right.
the Forest Service.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why.
Yeah.
Yeah, that needs to go further than that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's got to get to.
Yeah.
Right, there you
Forestry
go.
Service.
Okay,
Right.
Right.
okay.
Okay, so I move that we direct the CAO's office to draft a letter in support of South County Alliance to obtain or lease land for the Grizzly Flats Community Center. And 2, direct the CAO to work with Supervisor Turnbull to initiate a conversation with David Turch and Associates to explore further opportunities.
Okay.
How does that sound?
Does that
Yeah.
sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Did we get everything? Do we want to say community center and park and potentially a park, put potentially a park in there just because maybe, we
Yeah.
don't know,
All right.
being broad there, right?
That's
Poten-
McClintock's letter says that specifically, community
Right.
center and parks.
And park,
And
yeah.
and this is what they
And park.
want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Inclusive,
Okay, so I
right?
will amend my motion. Direct CAO's office to draft a letter in support of South County Alliance to obtain or lease land for the Grizzly Flats Community Center and Park.
Okay.
And then work with Supervisor Turnbull to initiate a conversation with David
Does that-
Touch Associates.
Kind of works, CIO, you think, where we were going with this? Or come-
Absolutely. I think the only clarifying question I have is, do you want that letter to come back to the board for the chair's signature, or do you want to come from my office, District 2 Supervisor?
How would you like it, George?
I think Don should take the lead. I'd be glad to, help you with it or whatever you want.
I would definitely run it by your district. I guess
Right,
bigger question
okay.
is, do you want to come back to the board for approval?
Yes,
before
I think it
submitting
needs to. I think we.
Does it need to come back or do we've done this before
Well,
where
okay.
we've had the
Alright.
conversation.
I think it's
We,
like should-
it's pretty clear what
We're
we're.
offering
where
our-
we're
All right,
headed.
what we're trying to do. Okay,
If
that's
you guys
fine.
are okay with,
Yeah, if you're okay with it, you okay with it then?
and
Okay.
allowing the chair to
All right.
sign it
So
then?
then my suggestion to amend the motion again is direct the CAO to draft and send a letter.
Okay,
Okay.
direct CAO to draft and send a letter.
Thank you.
So amended.
Yeah.
Okay,
You want to second that, George?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Is it what you're waiting on? All right.
And then, okay, so you're gonna run it by George. You're not gonna get my signature, the chair's signature then. You're just gonna have it from you.
From the CAO on behalf of El Dorado County.
Got it.
Got
Okay,
it.
just making sure I got it. Okay, so we got that. Yay. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. Passes unanimously. Thank you so much for being here to help clarify. We didn't know, and we know now. So, and good to see you, Robin.
You know who her husband is that owned Mel Kelly's in Shingle Springs, machine shop
There you
and
go.
auto repair shop.
There you go.
Yeah,
So,
very much so. Thanks, Robin.
very good.
Thanks, Candace. All right.
Candace.
Thank you for being here, Vicky.
Thanks, Vicky.
Vicky.
So with that, let's see, let me get my head on. Yeah, that was such a good conversation. I was really getting into it. We have a couple proclamations and we have some closed sessions. So County Council, do you think we'll have anything to report out? Probably not. So I'm thinking, and we do have our to and froms, of course. So I was thinking, and I've been texting my Shelley to say, hey, get all the assistants
Yeah.
ready to come on out because we're gonna do these proclamations for District 5. So where are you guys? Come on out. Come on out, wherever you are.
You want me to start
Marcy.
reading? the
Shelley, Marcy,
Definitely need Marcy. out here.
Cindy,
There
here they
come.
come. Karen, they're all coming. Kira's coming. There's Mark. There we go. They're coming.
Get in.
Yay.
Yay. Very good. Okay, Kim, let's start off with item number 59.
Item number 59 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, recognize Supervisor Sue Novacell for her 8 years of service representing District 5 on the Board of Supervisors, and two, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Supervisor Novacell's dedication to public service and congratulate her on her many accomplishments while in office.
Thank you, Kim. And there's no objection. I have the proclamation. You want me to read it now, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
All right. And then we also have a plaque here for Supervisor Novacell recognizing her service as a supervisor from January 6, 2015 to January 3rd, 2023. So with that, whereas Supervisor Sue Novacell's service on the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors representing the people of District 5 comes to an end on January 3rd, 2023. Whereas she fostered increased communication and collaboration between the county and the city of South Lake Tahoe and initiated interagency and public-private communications among the California Highway Patrol, Caltrans, City of South Lake Tahoe, and Chamber of Commerce regarding traffic congestion on local roads in Myers. And whereas she secured increased funding for local roads, including an additional $2.5 million from tribal funds, and worked with the County Department of Transportation to ensure that District 5 received its fair share of road funds. And whereas she worked to improve access to recreation, including the clearing of county bike trails of snow in the winter and supporting the Greenway project to add more bike trails. And she helped reorganize Tahoe Paradise Park back into a vital part of the Myers community. And whereas she created a housing task force in Tahoe to convene public-private partners to address the workforce housing crisis. And whereas she created or served on ad hoc committees relating to vacation home rentals and cannabis, seeking to balance various concerns to reach fair and sensible approaches to both issues. And whereas she worked to pass an increase in the Tahoe Basin transient occupancy tax that will add millions of dollars to snow removal and road maintenance for years to come. And whereas a longtime resident of the South Lake Tahoe area, she has volunteered her time and energy tirelessly toward the betterment of her community. And whereas she served as a county representative to numerous commissions and advisory bodies, including the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency Governing Board, the California Tahoe Conservancy, the South Lake Tahoe Solid Waste Joint Powers Authority, the South Lake Tahoe Recreation JPA, the Tahoe Transportation District, the California State Association of Counties, and the First Five Commission, many of which she led as chair. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does, with appreciation and gratitude, recognize Sue Novacell for her significant contributions to the county and her many years of service to her community. And upon a vote of the board, we passed and adopted this 13th day of December, 2022.
Very good. Thank you, Dawn. Did you want to say anything now or wait until we get some
I'll
comments?
say something real quick. Just
Yeah.
want to say it's been a ride. It's been a fun ride the last 8 years. I started off in public service, just wanting to help my schools up in Tahoe, and got here. I don't know how, but it's been, quite an experience to learn local government, how it works, and frustrating at times and really rewarding at other times, and always a lot of work. So, and I'm very, very happy that I have someone coming in, our supervisor elect, who is going to be filling these shoes very easily. And so that gives me a lot of confidence, and it's just especially comforting to know that she's going to be carrying on really well. So it's a good fit. So just thank you all for being there. And, it's, like I said, it's been a real experience, but I appreciate the camaraderie and the ability for us to get things done, no matter some of these efforts that we've had. And thank you to our staff too, especially to Don and to David and to Kim, I don't know where we'd be without y'all. And of course to my assistant, which I'll talk in just a second about.
Yeah.
But, you know, we all work together as a team and it shows and we've gotten things done. So thank you. Appreciate everything.
Very good. So with that, as we have been with proclamations, check in to see if there's public comment before we bring it back to the board.
Now taking public comment on item number 59, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Marcy McFarland, Supervisor Novacell's assistant. And I just wanted to say thank you, Sue, for trusting me to be your assistant. I don't think I can look at you now, though. You're a great boss, but more importantly, a wonderful person. And we've had a lot of fun times and projects and a lot of frustrating ones. But you have accomplished a lot in your 8 years. And a lot of that is had a lot to do with Raphael too. He's been a great, he's been a big help in a lot of things. Anyway, I just want you to know that I love my job and I love working for you, with you.
Thank you, Marcy. And just so everybody knows, we have another proclamation due after this one. So I thought we'd do many photo opportunities together afterwards, just so you know. So this will be really fun. I don't know who our photographer is going to be, though. We'll have to figure that out. Yeah, I'm looking for a photographer. Anyway, any other public comment from the room?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. I don't even know where to begin. Sue, you've been an amazing supervisor. The support you've given my staff, my department, helping to get the public to recognize the struggles that my department has up in Tahoe with my first year here, illustrating the fact that we had 40-year-old equipment and just illustrating that to the board, and so much so that you forced him to go up there to go see the equipment firsthand so that they could recognize the fact that we had struggles. All the wonderful projects we've worked on, all the pilot projects that we've worked on, the nudge, the super nudge, working with the community, working together collaboratively, listening to the public. I think that has been your greatest asset, is the fact that you're always there to listen to them. And you know, sometimes we can't always do what they want. We always can't get them what they need. But the fact that you were there, willing to listen to them, recognize them, and that they had a voice in their community, I think meant a lot to them. I know it definitely meant a lot to me. And like I said, your support that you gave me and my department, it's can't put words to it. So thank you very much for your years of service. 6 years I've been here with you now. I can't believe that it's already gone by so fast. As I always said, you definitely, if you ever have a question, need, or you need a pothole filled, just let me know. Give me a call. I am sure you will. Thank you, Supervisor.
Nice tie, by the way, Raphael. I like your tie. That's awesome. Once a year, it's perfect. It's a perfect meeting. Okay. Anyone else in the room? Okay.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm bringing it back to the board. And once again, I'm going to check in with our CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you're the last board member who was on the board when I was appointed as the CAO. And with Supervisor-elect Brooke Lane coming, that will be our 11th board member in an 8-year period, which speaks to how El Dorado County works. But you've been, I don't think you get enough credit for the level of advocacy you do in your fight for top people in the Tahoe Basin. I don't think people understand how complex that is, recognizing there's 4.5 votes down on this side of the hill. And to get something done, you need 2 more, and your efforts have been tireless. I really, if I have to look back on your 8 years, I wish COVID never happened, because we never got to see you anymore. And having you down here brings some leadership. It brings that advocacy, the support you provide is just different when it's in person. That's the only thing I would change in the 8 years. I've had the pleasure of working for you and with you. So thank you for your service. And I joked the other day, Sue had me drop some things off at her house once, so I know where she lives. So if I have to track her down, I will. And but she might live to regret that. But we'll see. Thank you, Sue.
Oh, very good. Let's see, when this time, okay, now we'll go this way again, I
Okay.
guess.
So Sue, I want to personally thank you for your 8 years of service to El Dorado County. You have changed so much in the Tahoe
Turn your
Basin.
microphone,
Oh, I
microphone.
thought it was. Okay.
I can't hear you.
You've changed so much in the Tahoe Basin. When I first got on the board 6 years ago, and recognizing what Tahoe was then and what it is now, through all of your dedicated efforts, working with the TRPA and everything else, just incredible change up there, all for the better. We talk about Pioneer Trail and a new roundabout going in and all of the things that are still to come in Tahoe. It's just an incredible accomplishment. So thank you for all of the hard work and making those things happen. I want to point out 3 specific things. The Myers Community Plan is still the only community plan we've got in this county. And when I got on this board, I was pushing for community plans, and here we are, still struggling.
Now we know why, at least we know why now.
So huge accomplishment, getting it done early and then updating it and stuff. And I know you've been very involved with that. The second thing is that your identification of impacts of tourism and how TOT tax should be redistributed to address those impacts was like a revelation, because we had always done things to sponsor tourism, thinking that would bring in sales tax revenue and obviously TOT tax and everything. But the part that was kind of missing was that impacts. And it's hard to understand what that is unless you live in that community and you see it year over year, and the roadways is a big part of it. So I think that the board in stepping in that direction and trying to identify what those impact for the fire service agencies in the Tahoe Basin as well, huge benefit. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. And it was your thoughtfulness and your look at what can we do differently that I think spurred the board to make those changes. So the last comment I wanted to make is my disappointment with Raphael. Because
he's leaving.
He's out.
I was really interested to see how beet juice would work in the snow in Tahoe. And I never got to personally experience beet juice on the snow. Because my first thought was, when people see all this red, they're going to go, this must have been the sign of an accident or something. Boy, it was a big collision, right? So I don't know where the beet juice, the philosophy went, but certainly your efforts, Shakori, all those kinds of things, really incredible turnover. Again, a tribute to you and getting the board involved and really understanding how dilapidated a lot of that equipment and facilities were. And I think we're making major strides in getting that improvement, as well as our El Dorado Community Center that's up there. The health center opportunity, I think, is just huge. So all those things have changed in a period, well, 6 and more years. But I think if you look at it from a snapshot perspective, what existed when you get on the board and what exists in 2015 and what exists now, tremendous change in Tahoe in particular, as opposed to other changes across the whole county, but much to your dedicated work and efforts to make it happen. So thank you.
And John, I just got to say one thing, beet juice, it keeps the roads from icing up.
That's what it is.
Yes,
But I was waiting
exactly.
to see it.
I just wanted to,
I never got to
to
see
tell
it.
you that. I didn't know if you knew that or not, but I just wanted to tell you that.
Raphael had told us we were going to stop using salt and start using beet juice. And I thought, that's creative.
Beet juice on the snow sounds like a country song.
It is funny.
Maybe that's an opportunity.
Well, Sue, it's hard to follow those comments, but certainly what our CAO and John just articulated is the breadth of your accomplishments. And that's what a supervisor should embody, is a fierce and dedicated service to meeting the needs of their constituents in their community. But beyond that, you've also demonstrated a fierce commitment to El Dorado County as a whole. And that's an effective supervisor that can do both. And that's what we're tasked with doing, because while we represent and are elected by our district, we also are pledged to the betterment of El Dorado County. And so I just applaud all your efforts. You've made just a tremendous difference in our communities, and you've been a pleasure to work with. You not only helping address Tahoe's specific and Pollock Pines and District 5 issues, but helping us tackle the larger issues that have been really difficult to work our way through. And we've made tremendous headway on those too. And I've so admired, as you've risen in your leadership across the state as well, especially being on the executive leadership team on CSAC. That's a tremendous accomplishment. It speaks to the breadth and the expertise of your leadership, that your peers across the state would entrust you with that type of leadership position, which is not easy to obtain. So I applaud you for that. We will miss you. It's been a pleasure to work with you, and just wish you, all the best in this next chapter. You've left El Dorado County a better place for your 8 years of service here. So thank you so much, Sue.
Oh, me, my turn? Okay.
You know the drill.
Well, I didn't know if it was gonna come to you and then.
How many times have we done this today?
So anyway, Sue, it's been really a pleasure, to really get to know you. I know we've had our differences and on certain occasions and stuff, but you've done a lot for your community in Tahoe, and they should be proud of what you for all the hard work you have done, especially comes with snow removal, making sure the DOT is held accountable. Right, Raphael? So anyway, so it's just a blessing to get to know you. This is new to me. It really is new. I didn't sit on the city council or nothing like that. I came from a private sector to become a board member, to serve the people. And I hope that I become the supervisor that you are, especially serving the people in Tahoe. And I can serve my district the same. Thank you for all your help and all of the hard work you have done.
So Sue, you, with anything, you and I have definitely had some differences, but I have to say, I've always appreciated that you and I've always talked through it. That is something that I value. And we have talked about some hard things, just in COVID, especially like Dawn said, just made life terrible. And as a board, we have tackled so many things, and I appreciate that we were able to talk about them. Quite honestly, it was tough. And I've referenced it many times in our meetings, the last couple of years, you've been our senior board member, and I've looked up to you for insight on issues, and I've really appreciated that. So thank you. And I wish you the best, because I know how many hours I put in, and you've got the extra driving time and the TRPA, and I'm thinking, oh my God, you must be really tired. And so well done, and thank you. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and move this item.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. So, and then we'll move on to item number 60, and then we're going to do some fun photos.
Sounds great.
Item number 60 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Marcy McFarland for her dedication and commitment to El Dorado County and its residents.
I was looking to you for this.
Please.
Marcy, where do I begin? Oh my gosh, she has been my rock, my total rock. So I'm gonna go ahead and read this first before I get too choked up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and start. To Marcy McFarland for her outstanding public service. Whereas Marcy McFarland started with El Dorado County 15 years ago as a deputy clerk 1 in the Board of Supervisors office, and within 6 months was promoted to Deputy Clerk 2 due to her take charge attitude and her ability to change the way the office did business. And whereas using her efficiency and ability to utilize technology, she developed a classification system for the purpose of researching county records, as well as revised many of the office forms and letterhead. And whereas in 2017, Marcy was hired as the assistant to the District 5 Supervisor, Sue Novosel, thank God, and has served to assist the District 5 constituents with a variety of issues from traffic, bears, snow removal, and the list continues, goes on and on. Marcy has always maintained a can-do positive attitude. Amen. And whereas Marcy's record of public service dates back to 1994, when she was at work at the Pleasant Valley State Prison in the Records Department. While she was also while there, she also worked as a secretary on B Yard in receiving and release, in-service training, the budget office, and as a scribe in the Emergency Operations Center. Sounds like her, does. And whereas in 1997, Marcy moved to Northern California and went to work at the California Department of Food and Agriculture, where she quickly was promoted to staff services analyst while working in the pest detection / emergency projects branch. And whereas Marcy has the ability to fix anything and earned the name MacGyver in the clerk's office. Marcy's sense of humor, loyalty, and friendship is appreciated by all and will be greatly missed. And whereas Marcy's retirement will allow her and her husband Rance to spend more time up at Uncle Tom's cabin in the Rubicon, where they have many friends to travel to take trips to the beach with her grandchildren. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does with appreciation and gratitude recognize Marcy McFarland for her long and significant contributions to the county. And we have a couple of props here that I want to pass on to her. Should we do that now or do we wait?
What's your pleasure? We can do whatever we want.
That's true.
We can.
Well, yeah, let me get the proclamation out. Marcy, if you come forward here, please.
Plus Marcy might want to say a few words about us or how much she loves working with us and what a joy it was.
Comments about us?
Here's your proclamation. This is the proclamation I just read from our board.
Thank you.
And this is a special appreciation.
Oh, nice.
Very nice.
Did you know that I love these glass ones?
Yes, you told me that. I remember. That's an appreciation from
That is
District 5
wonderful.
and our board residents.
You wrote
My
it
notebook,
down.
Kim.
Be seated now. You're gonna, here it comes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank everyone here. I've been working for a long time. But some of my greatest experiences have been in the government, beginning with the prison in Coalinga, Department of Food and Agriculture in downtown Sacramento, which I loved working downtown until the drive got too much. And then I applied for a job here and I got it. The best part has been the people. Oh, so many different types of people. But I've made several lifetime friends in each of the places I've worked. And I've been working since I was about 9 years old, scraping plates in the cafeteria, but I actually got paid for it. That's not California, that was Kansas.
River laws, no.
So when it came to actually time to start my retirement process, I just kind of panicked. And who am I if I'm not working? I love my job. And I'm okay with now with finding out who I am when I'm not working. And again, I want to thank Sue for trusting me to go to work for you. And I want to thank all my friends in the clerk's office, all my friends in the county that I've dealt with over the past 15 years. And they've always made me feel so special and loved. And it wasn't just because I could fix everything. So thank you. And I'm sure I'll be seeing some of you around.
You will. You will. You will. So with that, we'll go out and get public comments. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, you're probably wondering, why is he up at the podium again today?
No, we were like, why are you still here? But,
I
okay.
just want to tell you why I'm up here. It's because I feel like I'm a historian also. 45 years. Sue, you know, you come to me sometimes and I just love that stuff. Christmas Valley, all those things. But this is Marcy's time. So I wanted to come up here because I have known Marcy, well, since she came here, essentially. And I don't think a lot of people understand, Kim does, others who have been working in the office, clerk of the board, how much it's changed from when Marcy first came and what she got to deal with in terms of record keeping, in terms of being able to find something. So I wanted to emphasize that part of it. The fact that the clerk of the board's office has gone through many, many changes for positive reasons and for us, the public, to be able to benefit. When you can't go into the counter and ask for something because it may take days in order to find it, is a big deal. That's money, that's economy, that's helping people be able to find and research things. You all have asked the clerk's office to do that. And that's what Marcy, that's what I remember coming to the board and asking Marcy to do in my behalf before she came to work for you. So Marcy is very knowledgeable, and that part we miss and will miss because of all of these times before it became this modern world, Legistar and other things. So that's the reason why I'm up here, to emphasize how important she is to El Dorado County and has been. And I appreciate the fact that she stuck it out with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Mark Treat, District 2 Assistant. I would just like to make a small comment on Marcy's character. There was a time recently when my wife and I were struggling to raise our 3-year-old daughter. We were having trouble logistically in life, and we didn't even have time enough in our daily lives to get clothing for our daughter. Now, it wasn't that we didn't have the money. It was that we didn't have the time. And lo and behold, one day a knock came at my office door, and here was Marcy with more bags than I could carry, full of baby clothes that would fit my 3-year-old daughter. And to this day, this very morning when I left to come to work, my daughter was wearing one of the onesies that Marcy had given us. And so I just wanted to say thank you, Marcy. Thank you very much. It meant a lot for us, and I wish more people were like Marcy.
Yes.
Thank you, Mark. Anyone else in the room? Here comes Kira.
Marcy, we love you so much. I don't think I've ever met anyone quite like Marcy because she's very sweet and sensitive, but she's also very sassy. And I know if I need a truthful answer or advice, she will give it to me. She's always there for us. And when I very first started, she taught me a lot of stuff because she did my job before I did. And so that was really nice. And when you start somewhere new, everything's scary and you don't know anyone. And I'm really shy. So I loved meeting Marcy, and I know we'll always be friends, and we're really gonna miss her. So
thank you, Kira. Anyone else in the room?
So I would like to say a few things. So there are people that come into your life that are meant to always be in your life, and Marcy will be one of those people for me. There are people who you call coworkers, there are people you call friends, and there are people that you call family, and Marcy is definitely family. When you go through some of the hardest things in your life with somebody right there by your side, when you're probably at your lowest, and they're there to pick you up and just hold you together, that's a very rare quality that you find in someone. And I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. It's embarrassing, but that's what Marcy does to you. And she has been so special to me. And having her move on with her life, I'm very excited for her, but I also hate her for it. I wanted her to be in the office every day so I could see that beautiful face of hers and just be able to talk to her. So you are going to be very, very missed, and nobody will ever, ever be able to replace you. Thank goodness. I'm sorry. Is there any additional public comment?
Anyone else? How do you top that comment, Kim? Oh my gosh.
Sorry. Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kaylee Runkle.
Good afternoon. This is Kaylee from the Clerk of the Board's office, and it is hard for me to follow what Kim said. I have not had the opportunity to know Marcy for that long, but for the last year, I can just really feel the sense of family that Marcy has brought to the office. And she's been supportive to me in my new position, and sharing her knowledge and collaboration with me has really been incredible. So I appreciate that, Marcy. And I just want to say that we're going to miss your dedication, your sense of humor, and your kindness, and enjoy every second of your retirement.
Thank you, Kaylee.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, now we're bringing it back to the board.
I'd like to pass this.
Can the board chime in?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Of course. Yeah, I'm definitely looking towards you for this. I know. Which way did we go last time? I think we're going this way this time. Yes, we're coming this way, George.
Oh, it's coming this way.
Starting with you.
You know, what can you say about Marcy? Marcy is a very kind, loving person. She really is. You know, it's unbelievable what you did for Mark. I was really, it was just very, very special. Very special what you do for people. You give from your heart, Marcy, you really have. And you've done a lot of good things for this county. And I want to thank you for all your dedication and your hard work. So thank you. And it's great to get I know that I've known her for quite a while, but these last 2 years, I really got to get to know her even more. So she's very special person.
Absolutely.
I remember you, Marcy, when I was at the city council, and occasionally would have need to come to the board chambers and interface with the clerk's office. And I always looked forward to coming to the board office because you were there and you made me feel special every time I came in. And you didn't know me from Adam, and I didn't know you real well, but your spirit just exuded a welcoming atmosphere and warmth and made me feel good about El Dorado County. And, I think that is so important. Those interactions that we have person to person with people helps them feel connected to a larger whole. And you have that, you still embody that spirit about you. And it just made a tremendous difference to me back then. And then I've had the privilege of getting, to work with you these last 2 years. And it's just been a joy. And I was excited to come back and work with you in the office because I always had that really strong just appreciation for you back then. So just wish you all the best in this next chapter. And I also look forward to you figuring out who you are without work and what stirs your soul, and for you to have the time to pursue that, and just, blessings in that journey.
So Marcy, when I first got on the board, I recognized that you were a very significant contributing member of the clerk of the board's team. I didn't know all the interactions, who was responsible for what and those kinds of things. And Jim, did his thing. And so it was kind of all right. The thing I recognized is you were a can-do person. There was a little sass, as was mentioned before, but that's part of your character. That's part of your personality. And I think that's appreciated too. But your loving heart, your willingness to help anybody with anything clearly came through in that. But I also want to offer a special appreciation for the Human Rights Commission. On behalf of the Human Rights Commission, you've done an incredible job of helping them along the path. And we know they had a couple of starts and stops and various things, but through your capable guiding hands, they've become, I think, a pretty significant committee in terms of looking at what can be done and how to get it done. But they needed some guidance, some structure, some boundaries in terms of what could be done. And you were extremely helpful in putting those together. So on behalf of the Human Rights Commission, I want to extend a special appreciation for all the work you put into that. Now with Kaylee coming on board, this is a natural time to make that transition, into all these commissions and committees. But without you there to help them with their website, their webpage, understanding what the bylaws were, understanding the various things about mission statements. I mean, you've truly been a guiding light for that whole commission, and the board members, Sue and I couldn't do that by ourselves. It took somebody with your capabilities to make that happen. So again, thank you very much for all that. I'm sure you're going to enjoy your retirement. Don't worry about figuring out what you're going to do. There's lots of things in life, and with grandkids to chase after and take care of and help, that gives you another opportunity to spend more time in their lives. And I'm sure they're going to appreciate that overall when it's all said and done. So thank you.
And I'll go ahead and go now, and you can wrap it up and make the motion and all that. Before getting on the board, I think everybody knows that I was kind of regular here at board meetings at the podium because I really care about my community and the county as a whole. And I would often find myself in the clerk's office with questions about what was going on the agenda, you name it. And Marcy, you were always there, and you gave me words of encouragement. Sometimes you gave me tips and advice on how to approach things. And I always appreciated seeing you there in the office. You were just always a friendly face. Here we are now. I'm looking out at this team, actually, our team of assistants. I see us as a team. The supervisors, you're such an integral part of it. And this year, when we all got to come back into work and start seeing each other again, it just all started jiving. And I've really enjoyed really getting to know you better this past year, because COVID years, we didn't get to gel at all with anybody. It was just terrible. So, and then I think everybody knows you live in District 4. So I've appreciated also you've pointed some stuff out to me that I need to know about. And I hope you continue to do that, kind of like what I said to Carl, is you guys are out there. I need to know what's going on in my community. So please keep in touch. And I really wish you the best. It's been fun. So
With that, thank you all. And Marcy, again, I think one of my luckiest days in all of my board years was the day you said yes to being my assistant. It's like, oh, thank God. Yeah. I expelled you from the clerk.
That's right. That is right.
That was great. I was so excited. And obviously, you've proven yourself over and over again to be an incredible asset to our county, to our residents, to District 5, everything. So thank you again. So with that, I'd like to pass this proclamation.
Absolutely. And I'd like to second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Very good. It passes unanimously. So Jeanette, are you here to take photos? Is that, yeah, I kind of figured I saw her. So there's so many different photo ops we can do, but we'll move our chairs and we'll come down and let's do some team stuff, you guys. Yeah, this has been a good group.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
Scoot you out a little bit.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Chairs come out of his head.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Move it up here or what?
Pardon? We're going to go down. I think,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I don't think we anticipate a huge group.
Ready?
Thank you. Gonna go nuts.
Okay.
Okay, how are we doing this? Let's see. And then we'll have your assistants come up in a big old.
Yeah,
pumpkin,
there we go.
right?
Yeah, there we go.
You
Yeah.
guys will be in the next one.
Yeah, look at the board, look at the.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so
What?
board members first?
What do we do?
Okay, board members first? Yeah.
Are we lopsided? Are we good?
Come on over here, I will play.
Hang on.
Okay.
One, two. Okay. Okay. And then what do you want to do next? You guys, we want the assistant.
Yeah, you guys can-
So there's the assistant. We want her in there.
Yeah.
Right.
And Mark.
One, two, three. You give another one. I want with all of us, guys.
Yes.
All of us.
Okay.
All of
Stay
us.
away.
All of us.
She's having a good one.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
You should be.
Yes, that's not gonna work. How are we?
Are we good? Okay.
Are you getting in? Are we in? Everybody ready?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, after everyone spoke about you, I just wanted to get up and say ditto.
Oh.
Oh, nice picture. Okay, we get her all the combinations. Thank you guys, are really good. Like, thank you, Tina.
Carrying some of this stuff? Oh, your moods? Can you fit that?
Is that what you did there?
Got all your staff?
And my little unicorn.
Oh my God. how cute.
You got a little one that's gonna love that, right?
Oh, yeah.
How cute is that? I know, that's cute. Very pretty.
Pretty.
Oh.
Okay. I think we've got to and froms in closed session, right? Is that it? Okay. We're just play musical chairs. Like I said, we can do whatever we want. It's like, as long as we all agree on it, we can do it, right? So, here we go. To and froms, who's ready?
I don't have much, so.
Go ahead then.
Let's start.
Okay, so biggest thing is meeting with a lot of the department heads. And then a lot of constituents and stuff and some of their issues in Grizzly Flat, but also other issues too throughout the county. So anyway, and that's pretty much all I have because just fighting this cold, trying to get over it. It's been the biggest thing. So, but I'm great today.
It's been a good day. Everybody
Yeah.
seems to be up for a meeting, so that's good. Well, thank you, George.
welcome.
Who else is ready? Anybody? Supervisor Thomas ready?
I think one of the more substantive things that I have to share is that I attended a workshop from SAGHOG on well, actually, part of it was on what they've done with Green Means Go. And I just kind of want to report that they had 3.2 million in early activation funding. And it's just kind of helpful for us to understand what different jurisdictions are doing with this money. And they've, like I said, given out $3.2 million. And the city of Auburn got 180,000 to develop form-based codes to help with community planning. City of Citrus Heights did preliminary engineering for the remake of Sunrise Mall. They're going to be turning into a big housing project that will be quite revolutionary. City of Folsom partnered with Habitat for Humanity for 10 for-sale units, which is wonderful to have folks be able to actually take part in the real estate market and own their own home. And they were awarded $374,000. Rancho Cordova got $486,000. for civil and utility engineering work to pave the way for 100 multifamily townhouse units. And the city of Sacramento got $2 million for 150 unit San Juan housing. And that was to fund offsite improvements. So $2 million to fund offsite improvements. And once again, those were projects were ready to go. And that's why they were able to take part of early activation funding. And there'll be 30 million plus next year available for capital projects with Green Means Go. So that was interesting to understand. Took part this last week in the Highway 50 Action Plan Workshop. And thank you so much, Supervisor Heidel, for also being there to have the community come out and understand some of the data and the metrics around the trip to green, which was the Highway 50, green lights on Highway 50 during peak travel, and to gain community input on that. So appreciated everyone coming out for that. I really enjoyed the staff luncheon last week. So thank you to Carl Weiland for arranging it. And like you said, it was a chance. I really enjoyed just kind of watching our staff, department heads interact with each other on a Dave Livingston is funny. I mean, yeah, he's a funny guy, yeah, right. and just to see that kind of casual interaction. In fact, I do believe congratulations are in order, Dave. Aren't you president of the association this next year?
Yes, and I'm not sure it's worthy of congratulations.
But it was a privilege to get kind of an inside look at the camaraderie there, and look forward to welcoming Supervisor-elect Lane at our next meeting. But we will certainly miss you, Supervisor Novosel, and just wish everyone just a Merry Christmas, a blessed holiday season, and it's been a real privilege to work with all of our staff, all of our employees, our board. I think we've made progress this year, and it's a privilege to work with each and every one of you. And I feel very blessed to be here. So wish you all a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Very good. Who's ready?
I'll go. Unless you
Okay.
wanna go? Okay. Wednesday, December 7th, LAFCO held their monthly meeting. It was kind of interesting because we made sure that we recognized the interim EO, Erica Sanchez, for all of her work to keep the organization moving forward and not stalling out and getting work done. We also recognized at the meeting the significant amount of organizational change that's happening within LAFCO. The structuring of strategic approaches to things, defining how we're going to conduct material service reviews, looking at things that haven't been done in the past that will be done better in the future, including MSR that was last done, I think it was 2010, that needs to get done. That's what came out of that. So the organizational skills, the bringing in new technology, new software to do things like Gantt charts. I mean, we just moved ahead probably, years in terms of what that organization's been able to do to get better accountability, better public visibility, better transparency into what services LAFCO's offering. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that continue next year. On Thursday, December the 8th, I attended the Veterans Affairs Commission to award a certificate of appreciation to the outgoing chair, John Pomeroy. So both Cindy and I were there and congratulated him on his service. I think, as most of you know, he's resigning as of the end of this calendar year. So we'll be filling that position here in a very short term. Have two good applicants, and I've got a third application that's been submitted. So I don't think we'll have any issues with filling that role. It's just who is it going to be, and we'll make that announcement when it's appropriate. And then yesterday, I attended the CSAC Housing, Land Use, Transportation, and Platform discussions, because there was a lot of things that I guess got started at the annual CSAC meeting, and this was a continuation of that. So I was kind of just catching up and trying to come up to speed with things. But basically, the most significant thing is wordsmithing a letter to go to the state, i.e. the governor, on future road maintenance funding needs, and the emphasis on giving the counties the ability to determine where that funding goes and how it gets applied. Not so many strings. We just need more road maintenance funds. And hopefully that's within the current SB1 and other things, so that they don't decide that they have to pass a new bill to create more money, because I think a redistribution of some of that funding, recognizing how it's been working out, may help our DOT and all of us obviously better provide services in terms of road maintenance, just keeping things up to speed with where they should have been. So think terms like pavement condition index came up and all those things, right? And that's basically, I think, the lead into what happens next year with CSAC and all the other things, but great accomplishments. And I want to thank Sue for her long commitments on CSAC as well, because I think she has really broken through some of the stigma with El Dorado County not serving in significant roles. And so now that we have that entry point, I'm hoping that we'll be able to continue some of those things and really play a more significant role on CSAC. I know RCRC have had great accomplishments as well. So I think we've really changed the approach that we're taking to try to be more engaged at the state level with all those organizations and have more influence overall on how the funding is distributed and where it goes. So that's the end of my report.
Very good.
Okay, so thank you, John, for talking about CSAC because it is incredibly important. And I did have the honor of being not just on the executive committee, but also on their kitchen cabinet. And there were just 5 of us talking to the government, talking to governor staff whenever we needed to. And it was incredibly powerful. And we have a name for ourselves as a force. And you need to keep your foot in that game at all times and foot on the pedal to keep it going. So between RC, Lori, thank you, and our CSAC, we can get a lot of things done for our county. I always was pushing, going, wait a minute, what's going on with the rural?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, because we get lost, just like in Tahoe, we kind of get lost. Rural counties, we tend to get lost in that conversation. So yeah, appreciate that. So last Wednesday, I attended the Tahoe Transportation District meeting, and probably one of the biggest things that came out of that is there was a vote to get to just the South Shore jurisdictions together to talk about transit and how we could focus, and we couldn't get enough votes. We missed by 1 vote, and it was very frustrating. So our new supervisor-elect, just to give you a warning, I told her, we don't really need the transportation district to tell us to meet. So I'm hoping that they can get together, our 3 jurisdictions on the South Shore, get together and start talking about transit, because there's still such a need. And we've put some money in this last year from our TOT for microtransit. That's great, but that doesn't carry us on 10 years down the line. We really need to get sustainable funding and have that conversation and maybe get a JP or something together. So it was a really good conversation. Although we didn't get the vote, we did make some headway of explaining to people what we need, particularly in the South Shore. So I think that was helpful. And then on Thursday, we had our Commission for Youth and Families. And I will say, we really need to make sure we get that handbook over to them. There was conversation about fundraising, about staffing, and I was like, oh, you need to talk to us.
Yes.
So I did give them a heads up to talk to Kaylee, but if perhaps we make sure we get the handbook over to them, because I think as we're forming these commissions, they need to make sure they understand where they're at or not, and it's important. But it was still, I love that commission on youth and families, because it's so critical to have that conversation and to have a commission there that is more staff related kind of a conversation, but it's very important. So whoever gets on that, I just keep that in mind, really important. And then I guess I just said the next 3 days, I was laughing saying, well, this is my last day, right? And then I realized tomorrow I have the TRPA all day. And then on Thursday, we have the Conservancy all day. And then next Friday, I have about 3 other meetings. So not quite.
Not over yet.
I've got 1 foot out the door, right? But I'm staying involved because I think it's important. And I think especially to honor not just my residents, but to our new supervisor-elect, it's important that I make sure all those ducks are in line for her. So very excited. I think you're going to all be impressed. And, I think it's going to continue on just fine. So thank you all. Thank you all for those sweet words, and to our staff and to Kim and Raphael, who's here. It was really sweet of him to talk. But the bottom line is, I feel like I've done what I could, and it's time for new eyes, and I'm happy to turn that over, and very excited for you and the new energy that Brooke will bring. So thank you.
Very good. Me, I lose track, and we've been doing a lot today of this. I lost track of where we were. Last week was the week of meetings for me. So we had our board meeting Tuesday. Wednesday was RCRC, and they keep creating new entities underneath the big umbrella. So our meetings are getting super long, and I think we're trying to figure out how to navigate that, because they have the Golden State Natural Resources that's doing the big pellet projects. They've got the Golden State Connect, which is focused on broadband. They've got the Golden State Finance Authority, which handles all the money, and we're doing all these board meetings. So we're figuring it out. So the days are getting long there, and it's like, okay, but I'm hanging in there with it. It's just interesting. Oh, and then the next day is the JPA on trash, environmental services. So RCRC does do a lot. And so I appreciate that. And I do think that CSAC and RCRC have been really collaborating a lot better the last couple of years. And so it's really important that we keep that representation. We had some just quick highlights. I tried to pull highlights out, but with all our water and drought issues, just a heads up that the Sites Reservoir project seems to be on track, actually, even though it got bashed around for several years. They're moving forward on it, and the state as a whole is going, we need to start storing water. So I think it's actually going to get going now. I think they're doing the EIR or something, but it's actually going. So that was kind of good to hear. And then there's a lot more water projects out there. I wanted to point out, because I don't know if everybody heard this, I hadn't until I read the bulletin that we got, but in October, the Air Resources Board, CARB, they did not approve the regulations that they were proposing for public agencies and commercial entities for fleet purchases. They were going to have some super duper severe restrictions. And I think a lot of RCRC was one of them that chimed in and says, whoa, we can't do this. So when they had their meeting in October, they did not, their staff actually took it off the agenda. And so they are reworking it right now. And I believe that we should keep our eye out for an updated version. Hopefully that's a little more reasonable, maybe sometime this winter, and they want to adopt it in the spring. So just something for us to keep an eye on. And when I get another update, I'll let you know. But I think everybody kind of sighed a big breath of relief because they were just going to be too tough and not attainable. So that was kind of cool. And then the other thing that caught my ear was that they put in one of their recent newsletters that the FCC has their map on broadband speeds. And we are all being told that we need to challenge those speeds. And I believe the deadline is January 16th, and that's coming up quick. So I did reach out, just so you know, to Kyle Zimmerman already. He said, yes, that's what our speed test is all about. And he's been talking to Carla. So I think we're going to be launching that soon. And we are all going to need to go like gangbusters and get our residents to, go in and check those speeds so that we can challenge the FCC maps, I guess, just really overestimate what people really get. And then they make decisions off of that. So just giving everybody a heads up, be ready. I'm really curious to see what the speeds really are. They're not impressive. And I just want to let you know that last Thursday, I got a nice email from the Kelsey Schoolhouse Association because we gave them a community grant and they really appreciated it. They've already got the CCC group out there, Conservation Corps, and did a bunch of tree removal and stuff. And they're getting ready to get some estimates to replace the siding. We love those little historical buildings. So they sent a really nice thank you note. I just wanted everybody to know how much they appreciated it. And then on Thursday, I headed out to Mariposa for, it was kind of bittersweet. It was my last Sierra Nevada Conservancy meeting as a board member. And so first we did a field tour of, have you guys been to Mariposa? I have not before.
Place, isn't it?
It's so cute and small.
Yeah.
But they've been doing a lot of work on this parkway project. So it's a walking area along the creek behind their main street, historic Main Street, and all the shops. And they keep doing it in phases. And it's just turning out to be this just wonderful little area where they can have little concerts. Actually, the concert was kind of big, the photos. And it's walkable. And I took it from my hotel room to downtown, find coffee and all that stuff. So really neat project. And when it's a good model is why we went on a field tour there. So that was on Thursday. And then Friday morning, we had our actual board meeting and we approved, the state's been allocating a lot of money to the Conservancy SNC to do a lot of recreation projects and forest management projects. And so very big concerns though with next year's budget coming from the state. Even though the governor has promised to keep these things sustainable, we're hoping he can. But we approved a lot of really neat projects. And one of them was Supervisor Trimble, you and I wrote support letters for the El Dorado Ranch purchase. down by the Casunas River by the American River Conservancy, and that got approved. But I will tell you, that one was one of the more controversial projects. And we talked for a good, I think, half an hour about it, just so you know, and trying to explain to everybody why it was so important. I like the cattle ranch aspect of it, but conservancy projects as a whole are controversial. So yeah, it was amazing. So anyway, that was my last meeting. I was kind of sad, but I'll stay in touch. Yeah, well, because
Surprised.
some of the remember there's I think six supervisors, and then there's state appointees on that board. And so the perspectives were interesting, but the county supervisors tend to be more from, well, it's rural counties here in Nevada.
Right.
And they're concerned about, land coming off the tax rolls or not being used, even though it has cattle grazing now, maybe it won't in the future. They're big conversation.
The revenue thing.
Yeah, a lot. And so I appreciated it. I was able to convince my fellow board members to support it, and they did it because they respect my opinion, which was really nice. I really appreciated the conversation, but lots going on there. And then the last thing was, no, that's not important. Nope, that's good. I'm done. And I just want to say, this is our last regular board meeting of this year. And I think some of you might remember, I really was terrified to be the chair and wasn't sure if I wanted to take it, but I actually feel that I got the hang of it after a while. And it was because all of you were so supportive and communicative on, how to approach things and stuff. Dawn's been awesome. Dave too, because there's Kim, you guys are all great to work with. So I just want to thank everybody for a good year out here on the dais. And wish everybody really a Merry Christmas and have a safe holiday and everything. So CAO, any update?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. So the board is aware, Supervisor-elect Lane is very engaged. Her and I have been meeting with department heads, and those continue starting again on Thursday. So it takes a lot of time for her, but also for the department heads. So I appreciate all the department heads being engaged. I think she's listening right now, but she's drinking from a fire hose, and the more you hear it, the more it'll start to stick.
Yeah.
And so appreciate all of that. Last Thursday, Assemblywoman
That's right.
Dolly had a meet and greet in El Dorado County, and I just want to appreciate Supervisor Thomas, Supervisor Turnbull for coming and meeting with her, as well as many department heads who came to meet with her to talk to her, hear from her office. She brought her staff. She has a whole team of 4 that represents 11 or 12 counties.
Yeah.
But it was encouraging and refreshing to see that happen. And related to that, next Thursday, as a reminder, Senator Gill will be coming and meeting with different people in the county over at the sheriff's office. So I just think that's great when our state legislative leaders are coming to our counties and trying to get to know us and what our needs are and concerns are and how they can help us. The last thing, you may not have noticed, but typically today is the day the board approves the Charter 504 salary increases. That did not happen. And the reason being is because we found out about a week and a half ago that Amador County will be increased. The board will be considering an increase to their sheriff's office, sheriff deputy salaries at their December 20th meeting. They're going right up to the end of the year. Amador is one of those jurisdictions listed in our charter as a comparative organization. And the way the charter is written, the new salaries have to take place January 1st based on how the comparative organizations currently pay people. So the timing messed us up a bit. So in talking to Joey and talking to the auditor's office, we could have brought a 1% increase for them now, effective January 1st. And then come back again with it's going to impact it about 2%, we believe. So instead of a 1% increase, it'll be a 3% increase. So it is pretty significant. Reason we're bringing it to your attention, there's a memo from Joey to Joe Harn and myself. It's attached to the CAO update, part of Legistar, explaining this. But on January 3rd, when you have your next regular meeting, there will be a 2-day gap in that. So wanted to give you guys advance notice that was happening and the reasons why. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. Then no go backs. We're good. We're going to go into closed session then, correct? Oh, got to get my blurb. Here we go. The board will now recess in a closed session here. Items 61 through 63 is specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
All right, thank you, Kim. All right, we'll recess in a closed session.